live simultaneously. I'm attempting to call everyone on. So, okay, we're going to see if I answer this and that'll help, or if it just crosses everything up. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. All right. We're going to see if we're connecting to the studio. Let's see if we're doing here. It says we have an excellent connection. So we've got that. We'll see if I can find anybody on the streams. Let's see now. Maybe he'll call again. This doesn't seem to have worked. It canceled each other out. How do I find anyone on this? Files, photos. There we are. Okay. Okay, great. So let's go to
I can hear you.
yeah, let's go to share. And so how do I add everybody onto the call?
Okay, well, screen share first, and
I'm screen sharing.
Look at it.
Yeah, we're screen sharing for what that's worth.
Okay.
And everybody
Okay, now
disappeared
load.
when I tried to call you. Everybody disappeared, and I'm left with these very
Okay, scroll back up.
generic looking things.
All the way up. All the way up.
That's all
Yeah.
the way up. That's as far as
So that's contacts. That's contacts. So see where it says recent above it?
yeah.
So open that.
And it's all this shit. Everybody
Yeah.
disappeared
Yeah.
instead of got all
So
these
go
weird
to the
conversations.
most recent call,
The most recent call. Okay.
like that one, yeah.
Okay.
Where it
Open
says air, yeah, this thing.
Yeah.
Now you should be able to meet now. See that? Meet now
Okay.
up
There
in
we
the
are.
corner.
Yeah.
So that will call them. So you don't have to. It's not like Skype where you don't.
Okay. So that brings everybody on, theoretically. Okay, that put you on hold. Okay. So we'll leave his call, and that theoretically calls everyone else, right? Let me go into that call, and let's see. Waiting for others to join. Okay, so, so I might have to. There we are.
Well, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So,
So everyone should go into that chat and click the call button.
okay.
Whether it says meet now or it's just a phone, it'll take us to the same chat. So
Okay.
that's what's throwing people off. It looks like a phone and it says, do you want to call? And you just say, yes, I want to call. And it connects us all together.
Okay, so that's what throws
So
me.
the terminology is fucked up. Yeah.
Okay, so let me call on the cell phone. I only have one ear, so I won't be able to hear you.
Well, let me just text everyone. Say,
Yeah,
join
there
the
we
call
are.
here.
Thank you. There we are. Bless you.
Join the call
Okay.
here.
Excellent.
Exclamation point.
Excellent. Okay. So then we'll see if somebody has. We'll see if they read that. I'll call Aristides just in case. So here we are.
He's on.
He's on. Can you say something, Aristides?
Corner
Okay.
or meet now.
Okay. You say he's on?
He's texting.
Okay.
I'm sending him the instructions.
Okay. And in the interim, we'll see if anyone has joined us. We have people looking. People are looking at us and already getting questions about the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And I'll explain that to everyone when we get some people. Aristides, are you sure it won't start? Just do it, Aristides.
Press the button.
Yeah, just tell him that. Yeah, and okay. And everybody upvote. Whatever you do, everybody upvote. Okay.
I said, it is the way.
It is the way. That's it. Make it spiritual.
And he said, no need for Doug to call Cell. So don't call him. Don't call him on Cell.
Okay. There he is. He's with us.
Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Excellent. So do me a favor, Aristides, and say something again. We'll see if you register on OBS.
Hello, I hope I register on OBS.
You do. You're registering on the online broadcasting software. Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that some BS, Aristides, that stupid phone thing is the call button? It's so backwards.
It makes
So
sense.
backwards.
I'm just terrified that it starts a separate call, and then that.
Yeah, that's so initially I thought that too, but apparently it just links the call to anyone calling into this chat, this whole group call.
Yeah.
So it's bizarre.
Okay.
The setup is
so
bizarre.
that's what we want. We want a fixed group
yes.
that just calls every time.
So
Yeah,
that'll
so
be
we just
this.
use the same
Or-
one.
So
Yeah,
so
we just
what
use the same one.
what'll happen from this point forward is I will be using this call. It will be the infinite call.
Okay, we can rename it. We can, like, if you want,
Exactly.
I think you can rename the group, like, you pick something, the infinite call. You know, like
Yeah,
whatever
that's a
you
good
want, Aristides. You're welcome
That's
to
a
do
good
it. Yes, I don't know if you.
I think you might have to, but
I might have to. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where would I go to? Not that really matters.
You
We
may
just,
not.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I'm gonna rename it.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool. Go ahead and do so. Yes.
And if
Yeah.
it doesn't change for you guys, then
Yeah.
Doug, you'll have to
Yeah.
change it.
Right.
Did it
Just
did
call
it
it.
change?
Just call it join call here.
Infinite call. He changed it to infinite call. Excellent. I love it. I
There
love
you
it.
go.
Okay, now we'll see if others join us, and so they may have the same
Right.
qualms that you yourself had.
But
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But so it's not calling them. It won't ring their phone. They have to see the message.
Yeah, they have to
like,
click into it.
They have
So that's why
They
it's
need to click.
backwards.
Okay.
Right.
So is there some way you can send everybody a chat? You know, I don't know, some kind of message, text message.
I did already. I already
Excellent, excellent. Okay, good. I mean, I heard you say
did.
that.
But they
Yeah.
have to have enough brains to go
I
into
can-
the
Well, they can do that, but I think I can also. I was adding people directly onto the call.
Yes.
So
Try that.
It would ring them.
Yeah. See,
I
Yeah, but
was doing
that'll
That
create
start-
a situation with the
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. I don't think. No, I can
Okay.
go to on the phone at least where I'm. I don't know about on the
Mhm.
PC. If I go
Right.
here, if I go to people, and then it'll say conference call participants. Right now it's 3 of us, and then it says add people.
Okay. All right.
So that's how I think it will not start a separate thing. It'll add them to this.
Okay.
Call them from this. So they can either click in or hopefully we can call them.
Okay. Great.
There must be some way to do that on the.
Well, our man T Tank Barry's already with us. You see him in the text box. He wrote, "God bless Team Dietrich."
Right.
Yes.
But so ask him if it rang. It didn't ring his thing. Like we want to ring.
No,
people
it doesn't.
now.
It doesn't ring.
It doesn't ring. Yeah.
Right. We want to ring them.
No. Yeah. Well, we'd like to, but I don't know if there is that capacity there that it can do that. Is there such a option?
Others invited. Wait, it says others invited. Okay, it already has everybody on the invited.
Okay.
So I don't think I can invite them
Okay.
if they're
Yeah.
already invited.
Okay. Okay.
I thought before I was adding people one by piecewise. I didn't know if it called them like ring or just gave them a message, like a chat message or something. But they're all added on them. They're already invited.
John says it did not ring or show a call participant button. So, is there advice you can give him, Brendan, like you gave to Aristides? Aristides, I believe, didn't see that either. So I do believe Brendan ẒOGHET is typing something to him. Okay. Yeah, and hopefully this will help people adapt. I mean, we're all adapting. Right. It's a complicated setup, and we'll get used to it.
Did somebody change the color scheme?
I changed it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Do you guys want a different color?
No, it's fine.
No,
It's
I'm
fine.
fine
It
with
was on
whatever you
purpose.
chose. What did you choose?
Are you not seeing?
I just see a dark color scheme. That's all I see. Dark color scheme, right? I mean, it's
The red is new.
oh, the red is new. I don't see red. I see kind of like a reddish tint. I can show you what
that
I
like
see.
maroon, whatever the heck it is.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I see. So, give me a second here. And,
So you're colorblind too? Vampires are colorblind?
it may simply be this is what I see. Okay, that's the studio. Just so everybody knows, this is the studio where we're at right now. And but I will go to the call, and oops, that's the background porn. And then here we are. So this is what I see on the call. All I see is this. Kind of reddish maroon. With black. Yeah. Is that what you want?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I like it. Yeah, that's great.
I just clicked on it just to see what it would do. I'm not attached to it.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's the color of blood. Blood is very, very dark. It's such a brilliant red. It's almost black. So yeah, it's fine by me. It's the color of food. So Eric Cradle says,
God. Maybe we should change it.
no, leave it.
Yeah, we should probably change
No,
it.
no. Don't think about Brian Johnson with his bag. Tell people about his urine bag. That's what you're thinking
Oh,
of.
dude, that was
Yeah,
awful.
yeah.
That was awful.
Meanwhile, I'm reaching over. I'm gonna take my
His
earbuds.
plasma, that was
His
the plasma.
plasma bag. Yeah.
And he said the doctor said it was the cleanest plasma he's ever seen.
Oh shit! What a load.
And
of
then they did the whole the other trip.
Yeah, he's always tripping. He's always tripping. And he's trying to present himself as a vampire now, as is Elon Musk. Only Elon Musk has added some other bullshit. John says it will call everyone in the group. Yes.
No, it won't. No, it won't. Say no.
No, it won't. No, it won't. Okay.
It will not.
Yeah, tell him it will not. Yeah. And there we are. And
I am on phone too.
hey, yes.
I totally get where he's coming from, because we all think I was hesitant, so was Aristides, because it just doesn't. It's not intuitive.
Yeah.
It just, you would assume that it's going to call everyone, so it's just set up terribly. I mean, that's why everyone, even years ago, people were complaining about Teams because it's just so weird.
Yeah.
Like, it's not user friendly.
Yeah, well, that figures.
So I totally get where he's coming from.
I'm going to grab a plastic spoon right off my nightstand, which is at the other end of the bed here. So I'm going to take my earbuds off. I won't be able to hear you for a few moments. Give me just a second. And you guys say hello to everyone.
Working,
and what? What's that?
Well, I have to go back. I'm working.
Okay. So, but please join us again
standby.
as soon as you can. Please join us again as soon as you can.
Okay.
And we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Right. And okay, thank you. So Aristides, while I reach over for the spoon, you can begin the blurb. Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes,
sounds
I
good.
could.
All right.
Thank
you.
Beginning official blurb. All right. So, for those of you fortunate enough to not be dealing with Teams and who are just with us on the YouTube, as soon as you show up, please hit the thumbs up. Upvote icon button underneath the program window. It's very important because of algorithm purposes, and that means while there are people who put down votes, although you can't see them, and that affects Douglas's ability to be found and seen and suggested, searched, perhaps find new people to listen and contribute. So please hit the thumbs up upvote right away. Please make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button there, even if you were in the past. Don't assume it hasn't become undone, either accidentally or on purpose. And turn on the notification bell. That is handy. It'll put a little pop-up on your device that the program is beginning. Hopefully you know when to join us and you're excited to show up on time every time. But life gets busy, and then sometimes the stream gets cut off, and Douglas may need to restart. It takes him quite a little bit to reboot all his devices. So please click all those things. And to do that, you must have some type of account with YouTube. And since you do, what you can do is go under your account settings, and you can create sub channels underneath your main account. Your main account can upvote. Those sub channels can upvote also. So I'm putting a second upvote. I'm just one person, so you can do those things too, if you would like. So please do that, and we will. And also, as far as upvotes, when the program is complete, the live chat goes away. There will be a chat replay depending on how it's displayed. But Douglas will then, after the show, put a pinned comment under every window there. And please, if you're here after the fact, or if you come back, please find that pinned comment and upvote that as well. Now this is where I check what I didn't know. I didn't do it for last time. Sorry. No, there you go. and then upvote any other positive comments for similar reasons, to keep them propped up in the system. Because if people downvote things too much, then they might disappear. So
that's right.
There's all that. And let's get the PayPal
please. Thank you
link
so much.
Into the chat there. Do that right now. So please find that link send Douglas some type of contribution.
Yes.
Hopefully $20 or more.
Yes.
Realistically, whatever you can afford. So let's see, copy here, paste, and yeah. And how are you doing on? Let's see, where are we at in the month? It's halfway through. How are you doing on?
Oh, bad. It's bad. It's always bad. Let me send a message to Sami Romero, thanking him for his contribution of 25 United States dollars, and at least, and he may have sent more. I'm not, haven't had a chance to follow up yet. But we want to thank him for what he did send, and appreciate it profoundly. And okay, in the interim, finish rounding up your blurb. Take your time.
Let me see what else. Yeah, okay. So also, if you cannot find that link, or you're just listening, you're only on audio. Not everybody who's there staring into their device. You might have it just in your, earbuds or whatever, doing your life. So you want to find Douglas on PayPal and give him a contribution. All you have to do is go to their little search bar after you log in, type Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word, and he should pop. I did check that last time. It does work. So he should pop up immediately, even if you have not. It's a global search, so even if you have not interacted or donated before, I believe it will pop up, and you can find him that way. And what else? Oh, you can also grab the YouTube link right out of the browser bar, and you can save that, and you can share that, and that will be the same link later on after it is live. So that is handy. You can grab it now, and it'll still be good later. And you can put that in a chat, send to your friends. Scribble it in random places. Print up QR code stickers that bring you to the link. Whatever you want to do. What somebody should do is like take your show thumbnails, which are pretty enticing pictures, many of them, and then they should just put the QR code to your channel under that.
Excellent.
Stick it up places, right?
Yes.
People be like, what in the heck is this? And they're gonna have to like lift their phone up and scan it, and then there you go.
Thank you, and let me thank you in the chat box for your setting up the link, dear Vril. Okay, so when based on everything that our man Aristides said, and he always does it beautifully, we want people to know that we're in for some very intense times. We have a lot coming up next month. We're as much trying to ask for contributions for next month as for this month. Obviously, we're always desperate to make rent, but next month is I'm going to be hit everywhere at once. June is when I get hit for renewing my website, which is like $250 probably, realistically. When it comes to, the reason I say realistically is they're changing the price every year, and they keep trying to shove services on me that I do not need. And oh yes, let me enter my thanks to dear Aristides here. That's in the chat now. And when it comes to the other thing that I'll probably be sent a letter about, renewal of my Marine Corps life insurance once a year. So we renew that as one of the bits of proof that I have that I was in the military, including my California ID card, because they did a deep dive using AI to ascertain that I was a veteran in the state of California, because I did enlist in the Marine Corps at the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot. So even though the U.S. federal government has destroyed records, California still has them. And as a result, the state of California granted me a California ID card. It's not a driver's license because I haven't driven in forever. In fact, I swore to the judge who awarded me my SSDI that I wouldn't drive because of the statistics of road rage involving veterans is extremely onerous. And he acknowledged that vehicles are far deadlier statistically than firearms are. Far more people are killed by vehicular assault, let alone accidents, than they are by firearms assault. So road rage is everywhere, but with veterans, it's statistically much higher. So he made me promise that I would be allowed to maintain my firearms if I swore off driving. So what I get is a California ID. It's a state identification card. and it does say veteran. It does confirm my status, where the U.S. federal government will not. So this is why I don't get veterans benefits. At any rate, what had happened was that it was Ocean Day weekend, along with Mother's Day weekend, when with the Blood Boys, I dressed as a mermaid and for Ocean Day in honor of Mother Ocean Day. The correct name for the holiday is Mother Ocean Day, which is on the Saturday before each Mother's Day, so that we can honor the source of all life. And it's fitting to enter the photograph today in thumbnail of live stream because it is Navy Day of Armed Forces Week. Under President Trump, it's no longer just Armed Forces Day, which is a holiday most people seem completely unaware of. In fact, almost nobody in America would probably know there is an Armed Forces Day, including most people in the armed forces. But there is an Armed Forces Day that, for some God-forsaken reason, is on the same month as Memorial Day. But everybody knows about Memorial Day because it's a day off. But in the old days, up until around the time of the Vietnam War, everyone knew about Armed Forces Day. It was a day when people would literally go and watch atomic bombs go off. And I'm not shitting you. I'm not making that up. This isn't like some stupid little statement that, I'm pulling out of my ass. It is a day when people would go to see the U.S. military demonstrate its might. And so many people would go to Las Vegas and that take their families with them. Usually, back when Las Vegas was more of a family environment, that's no longer the case. But they would take them out into the desert to watch the nuclear weapons explosions. As a matter of fact, there are photographs of people who lived in Las Vegas that could just watch nuclear explosions right outside their window. This is all quite true, and the whole place is irradiated to hell and back. And at any rate, this was, part of their demonstration of their might, and they'd watch militaries play war games, the U.S. military, specifically the Army in general. Then the Air Force would do an overrun, all that shit. But under Trump, they really are preparing for war, and they're mobilizing and they're militarizing. So it's no longer Armed Forces Day, it is Armed Forces Week. And so every day of the work week honors a different branch of service. So Monday was the Army, Tuesday was the Marine Corps, which I wondered, why did they place the Marine Corps Day of Armed Forces Day before the Navy Day when the Navy existed fucking first? But it made sense when you realize that's the anniversary date of America's declaration of war on Mexico, when the Marine Corps was the force that was deployed. So they simply honored the Marine Corps on the day that the invasion of Mexico was declared, and the Marine Corps was deployed more readily in that operation. So it's a question of historical resonance, I guess. And so today is fittingly Navy Day, and therefore it's fitting I also put up the mermaid photograph we took of myself surrounded by some hands of workers at the estate who are good swimmers, who were female and could handle the false fingernails that they're wearing. My fingernails are real, but theirs are glue-on. You can tell the difference between my fingernails and their fingernails. But they were surrounding me in the photograph. It's obviously fairly shallow water, but the photograph is also a homage. It's an homage to Shockwaves, which came out in the year of Star Wars. And instead of taking me to see Star Wars,
What kind of mermaid are you thinking? Like a midget. Like a yokai. That's like a yokai. That's not
Oh, love you, Brendan. And Brendan, this is also, as I said, an homage to the movie Shockwaves, which I don't know if you ever had a chance to look at the trailer or look at the film itself. The trailer, it's not so much the trailer, it is the intro.
Actually, I looked at the
intro.
Yeah, like the overview.
Okay, so
It was like, it might have been a trailer, but it was like extended. But
is that the intro where they were saying there's a unit of the SS no one ever captured a single member of? That would
something like that.
Yes.
But
That
he didn't give anything. It was just kind of like a
Yeah, yeah, that
No
was
plot points or
right,
visuals.
right. That was taken. That was excised, or what do you say? It was taken out of the film that's published on YouTube. So if you see Shockwaves on YouTube, that intro is
Ah,
removed from it. Isn't that bizarre? But it makes perfect
that
sense.
is.
Yeah, makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. But if you see the film, the you'll get the idea of what I'm talking about. The
Okay.
you know, yeah, you'd have to watch it. You'd have to watch the film. It's worth it.
Okay.
Yeah, like I
All
said,
right.
my father took me to see that instead of Star Wars, and I think he made the right choice. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, so
In hindsight, especially because look what they did to that.
oh yeah, oh god, what is Star Wars anymore? Oh my god,
Oh, it's just some Disney, Disney pander, basically.
yeah, it's so sad.
Like
Yeah.
I know we always say it's just culturally relevant, like the South Park Panderverse, that they got it on the head.
Yeah,
Hit the nail on the head with that.
yeah, I missed that. You'll have to send me a clip of that.
Where it's Caroline Kennedy, like Cartman is Caroline Kennedy, and he's like, make her a chick and make it gay.
Yeah, there we are.
That was like the whole joke.
That's
was the whole
it.
joke.
South
And he
Park.
just keeps saying that over and over.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Don't forget, and make them black. Blackify them
Yeah.
if they're white. Yeah,
They couldn't go there.
Oh.
The J-Man couldn't go there. Yeah.
No, no.
They
Oh,
had to stop at that.
yeah.
Otherwise, they would have gotten, that thing. Issues. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
How come they
overwhelmed.
never make them Muslim?
Thank God.
Yeah.
Don't need that. But
Right.
for what it's worth, there was
Let's not tempt them. Yes.
yeah. If there was a Turkish Star Wars, and you would never know it was Muslim. You just think it was nuts. You
Yeah.
can watch the Turkish Star Wars, and you'll see things, of course, they would never show in the West, like robots killing kids. That's what they show in the
Holy shit,
Turkish
yeah.
Star Wars. Robots killing kids. Smashing them and shit. Between their robot claws and shit. Yeah, but don't forget, I do beg you on bended knee. Provide me what it is that I should avoid that I would also be allergic to based on what's in my allergy shot. So, do I need to send you a copy of what's inside my allergy shot? Western ragweed, lamb's quarter, and the other one. Let me get this to you, and I'll send it to you in private messages, or I'll put it right here. Yeah, because
when I have time, I'll review it.
Thank you.
If there's anything to be alarmed.
Yeah, and it just I'll take all the hints that I
Definitely
give you.
avoid chamomile as of right now
Thank
until
you.
you're done with it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
That's
V
the
said,
main-
and so I agree with you on that. I'm no more chamomile ever. It never did agree with me for obvious reasons. I always wondered why it never put me to sleep and just made me itch. There we are. So let me.
If you have a ragweed allergy, it's already like not recommended. So
Yeah.
it's basically giving you an allergy to it
Yeah. Yeah.
artificially. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and who's coming up with these? Is this you? Oh, it's John Doe's coming up with these beautiful yokai graphics. So here we are.
Oh, good. He got images.
Yes, he got images.
work.
So can you see that? Can you see that? And I'll also put it in your private messages as well. Here we are. And okay, yeah, dust mite formula, mountain cedar. Mountain cedar is the other one. Mountain cedar, lamb's quarter, and western ragweed. So those are the
Okay.
yeah, and of course
Yeah.
anything. I was going to say, and anything that Trappist Nicholson imbibes. Anything.
Well, yeah, those were just straight up poisons. I mean, no one should be eating those. But he was, we deciphered it. He was the honeypot.
Yeah, yeah. If you can believe that
The
shit.
failed experiment.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you're supposed to, first of all, it's supposed to be a chick.
Yeah.
Second of all, you're supposed to bang the chick and then die from the poison because
Yes.
they're like immune to it.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Yes.
James Bond style. But this dude was like, he was like a botched version of it or something. Like, yeah, they definitely made him immune to poison, but that didn't help him. Like, look what happened to him. You know? So, there you go.
Yeah, he's yeah. What a talk about a failed concept. These fucking idiots are like they really got something fucked up on my files. Their files are all screwed up. It's they misread everything
Right.
Kino was saying, and of course he probably left everything garbled and had his own was saying a bunch of he's probably saying a bunch of things like faggot or other things. He was angry at that time, and they probably took it literally. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Must be.
Yeah.
It's so far.
But, dude, even if I were gay, what kind of gay man would want Trappist Nicholson?
Of course, yeah, of course not. Nobody wants him.
Nobody wants Trappist Nicholson. And he was another one
He's
like Ian West. He had to keep showing himself on camera, and we had to keep telling him, dude, no one wants to see you.
Well, in his defense, at least he knew. He like had it like
blacked out
what's the
half
word?
the time and shit.
Yeah, he was in the dark.
Half the time. But then why turn the camera on? Well, to show us his bongs and shit.
No idea.
Yeah, to show us his bongs.
He was trying to flex. He thought it would be cool.
Mm.
And then later on, it was something else.
Yeah, dildos, his poisons, his various poison little crumpets. It was truffles, poison truffles. He was eating disgusting. And the salt shaker ketamine. Tell him no one will believe me. No one will believe me. Tell him.
No, he showed it to both of us. He showed it to both of us, and then kept inviting us to have pizza with him as if it was normal. Like, dude.
Which he would always
if
qualify.
you're using ketamine as a salt, then I ain't having dinner with it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Crazy, insane.
And he would always qualify it. Not gay. Not gay. And
yeah. Not gay.
The fact
that he had to clarify.
Yeah,
was just sketch.
Betrays it as such.
Like, oh, you can stay at my house, but it's not gay, I swear. And I'm like, dude, first of all, I didn't question it until you started saying that. And then second of all, no.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and, all of that aside.
And then he would, like, sit tripping out on drugs in Haight-Ashbury saying, I remember the good old days, Doug, I'm waiting for you.
This is where we can say he's too young. That's where Peter Moon should have said he's too young.
Yeah.
But no. Yeah, Hashberry, as they would call it, they'd conflate the words. Haight-Ashbury into Hashberry is what all the natives call it here in San Francisco. But the Hashberry is like it's just it died.
Ain't shit there.
Yeah, it's just dead. It's dead. It's sad. It's talk about running on fumes. But then,
well, I used to have a hippie history book, and like they did like the funeral pyre of the hippie in like 1970. So it's been dead for this whole time. I don't know who's ever something.
Yeah, before he was born.
Like
before.
Yeah, even George Harrison. Like the first time he visited San Francisco, they were like, "Come to the funeral of the hippie," and he was like disgusted, never visited again. It was just like, it was just like, imagine coming into that, and then all of a sudden they kill off all the acid heads, like symbolically, and then there's just a bunch of heroin heads, and it's like, dude, this is gross. So that was all the way back in 1970, and he said, I'm never visiting again.
He was traumatized. Traumatized.
Yeah, it was like, if you read his quotes or watch the interview, like he was sickened, like, because he kept hearing, it was like, progressive and beautiful and egalitarian, and then he goes there and it's just a bunch of strung out losers with holding a coffin and burning it, and it's just insane.
That's what it was. The whole hippie movement was insane. There were elements of it that were worth romanticizing. But who was it the other day? Was it Amy Como? Or was it Holly? It had to be Amy. I think it was Amy who said, I met this woman who was at Woodstock. It wasn't Victoria that said that, was it? But somebody was on recently who was female who said that they had met someone who was at Woodstock, and I didn't have the heart to tell them, the boomers are so deranged. They romanticize that so much. They all say they were at Woodstock.
Yes, I was going to say it. I was going to say it. You'd be hard-pressed finding a real Woodstock.
Yeah. I mean...
If at all.
Yeah, I mean, even the song is bullshit.
The irony.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah, the song is bullshit. Was it Dylan who said, by the time we got to Woodstock, we were 500,000 strong? I mean, if they had 500,000 there, they all would have died, because even the few thousand that were there was a cesspit. But go on.
Well, supposedly it was 600,000, but obviously we know it was all just a farce.
Yes.
Or whatever you want to call it. PSYOP. It was a PSYOP.
Yes.
A cute PSYOP because George Lucas was filming the whole thing as his first, basically PSYOP
Yeah.
filming
Project.
operation.
Yeah.
Or,
Operation. Better word for it.
mission, or what do you call it?
So assignment. His assignment. Yeah.
From Aquino.
Yeah. That's right.
From
That's
Q.
true.
Yeah.
Who essentially
to
wrote
capture
Star
this
Wars?
shit.
Who essentially wrote
Yeah.
Star Wars and tell us?
Yeah, and then gave him Star Wars for completing that mission. You know, the first mission.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Or whoever was in charge. I mean, Q was probably in that thing. Like,
Oh yeah.
Vietnam, but
Yeah.
whoever was behind those people.
No, actually, I think Aquino was in Vietnam in '68. He was back in the United States by '77. Damn, he was definitely by '70. By '70, he was back by '70.
Right.
So
well, Woodstock was '69, so they were
Okay.
setting it up for his return or something.
yeah, no, he was back in
Or
'69. He was back in '69 because
Okay.
they called him back for that was when Sergeant Melvin Brown said that men landed on the moon was in 1969, and that's when they recalled Aquino immediately and said we've got to do something because they're going to find out the Japs had invaded the United States. That was So he was back in strength by Woodstock times. That was all. Aquino was heavily involved with that. Yeah.
There
all
you
that
go.
hippie shit. Yeah.
And it had to have been some kind of MK Ultra shit, because if you watch the videos, they would go on the loudspeaker every 10 minutes and say, the blue acid is bad. Go to the medical tent. And then 10 minutes later, it'd be a different color. The brown acid is bad. You know, so it was like everyone was freaking out, you know, so it just sounded like hell.
Yeah. Hey, did you see the image that John Doe entered? That's our friend T-Tank Berry, of course. It's to die for. Take a look at that. The salt and shaker for cocaine and ketamine. Salt and pepper shakers. I'll download that.
My phone doesn't load them for whatever reason, but that's I'm sure it's brilliant.
Okay, yes. It's the salt and pepper shaker, except one's cocaine and one's ketamine. Then he's got the pictures of Woodstock and shit, and
yeah. Well, what was I gonna say about Woodstock about the other?
You're talking about what was it that he was filming? The asshole George Lucas was filming, and the acid, the colors of the acid. So it was like Matrix. It was almost like a prequel to the Matrix. Take the red acid instead of the blue acid, something like that, maybe.
Well, I'm saying they were trying to traumatize people because they were giving it out, and then they would say on the loudspeaker, if you took this color acid, go to the medical tent. It's bad acid. And so everyone it just fractures your mind, you know? You're tripping out, and then someone tells you it's bad. So it seems like a psyop from the beginning, in my opinion.
Thank you.
What we were saying before is that obviously not everyone that says they went to Woodstock is lying, because if you went there, you wouldn't remember, because you would be blown out for the next week and a half.
Thank you.
So it's just, they just wanted the mystique, saying, because after 30 years, then they would just, like, I met people when I was younger, you know, these boomers that were our teachers or whatever, and they'd say, yeah, I was there. Or he would say, I saw Jimi Hendrix put a tab of acid into his eyeball, and it was like, but he would never say which concert it was, you know. He was like, I was there in the front row, and it's just like, dude, come on. Like, they just wanted the mystique.
They're all just and it's so and all the mystique is a load of shit. It was just a bunch of hippies wallowing in the fucking mud and fucking each other while all drugged out. I think that was the only accurate thing Peter Moon ever said, was that it was declared a disaster area, and by the time all these people needed serious medical attention, they had to send in the army, and the army was so reviled, they had to, the National Guard, they had to say, we're coming in as friends, we're not here to kill anybody, that kind of bullshit. There we are, brown acid, the 10th trip, heavy rock from the underground, come down. Delightful. Download that as well. Let's see if I can press the download button here, rather than just copy, see if it works. Okay, I guess I got to. At any rate, our man has gone on mute because, he's at work, and he also got an injured hand. But we did a lot of work, of all things, last night, because my computer got just overcrowded with the cookies that come from. It's, believe it or not, it's not from the fucking porn. It's from the goddamn, just looking for any legitimate information when I am online. It's not the porn sites that have the cookies. They can have cookies, But every legitimate information site I'm hitting, all you get is cookies, cookies. And it's like, have some more cookies, and that shit adds up like radiation, Rontgens, like Rontgen upon Rontgen, it piles up, and before you know it, you've got cancer. And I had computer cancer last night, and we had to really clean that shit out. So and that, of course, what a misadventure. But I will share this with people. I am going to be forced definitively to switch to the new computer purchased by Aristides in, as I said, October, my birthday month, because I have no fucking choice. And beyond that, we've got a status from HP, Hewlett Packard, for the product, HP product status, which I'm loading up into the, here, let's see if the image goes into the text box. And it's JPEG, and it should show. There we are. Let's see if this thing manifests. There we are. So that's my HP product status. It says they got that warning today. We hope you're enjoying your HP product. As a courtesy notice, availability for repair or replacement parts and service may no longer be available after January 20th, 2025. Holy shit, yeah, by October I really have to switch. God damn.
Hey, I would say don't wait till October to start that.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, of course I acknowledge.
And I think
go on.
It'd be best to have someone there, like whoever, I know it's tough, but someone, I don't know. I mean, Brendan made it there once, maybe he can make it again sometime, to really help you, with that. And I think you could, you need to not just unplug.
I'm not stepping foot in that crypt.
He may have to.
Now.
He may have to.
Someone.
He may have to. Maybe in
No.
yeah. Maybe July. Maybe
So
July.
I had to incinerate my clothes before I took all that mold home. No. And I wasn't even inside.
Anyway,
I was
someone
outside the door.
Hmm.
Well, I'll put on one of those spacesuits. Maybe.
Yeah,
and go.
that's it.
Yeah.
You'll have to steal something from
Or
work.
Bubble Boy.
I'll
Put a
mail you
balloon on.
a Tyvek suit.
What about the werewolf? Just have the werewolf go. He's been in there, right?
Yeah, he
Well,
has.
someone.
He has.
Yeah, there you go. Just have werewolf go do it.
And I think there's no reason you can't set them up side by side. And you shouldn't need a whole lot, and you should be able to toggle your monitor. Even if you don't have another one, you should be able to get another one pretty, easily enough. But even if you don't have, you should be able to toggle that between the two of them.
Well, we'll talk more about this privately.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
definitely going to be probably July or August, but realistically. But I'll show people my calendar, what I'm dealing with, and this is for Nemo as well. And hopefully Nemo gets into this into the conversation, because Nemo's trying to work with me on the Discord subject, and the Discord subject is we're gonna work with it as much as we can, but of course we got to take into account my schedule, and the schedule is such that. So here we are. Let's go to my calendar, Google Calendar. If I can somehow get this bar out of the way. It says optimize. Oh shit, what did I just do? So the stupid bar is in the way now, so I have to stop sharing and then go to the calendar, and then we take it from there. Let's go back to the call. Here we are, and we'll get used to this yet, people. It's a work in progress. So here we are. So again, for everyone who's seeing, are you able to see this? Brendan, Nemo, as well as Aristides and T Tankberry. Just a very full month, and so basically what we've got going on is today is both the birthday of Troy Bellamy and Brendan ẒOGHET. And tomorrow is it's also Navy Day of Armed Forces Week. Today is that's interesting. How come I don't have their birthday on the fucking calendar when that's funny. I swear to God I had their birthday in the Brendan ẒOGHET and Troy Bellamy birthday. Oh, is that tomorrow? Is your birthdays? Is the 15th? Okay, there you go. Yeah. Give me your social security number too, and I'll read that out loud. At any rate, National Senior Fraud Awareness Day is the same day. Air Force and Space Force Day of the Armed Forces, they put them in the same day together, and then the Coast Guard is on Friday. But this weekend is National Honor Our 2SLGBTQA plus Elders Day, so I have to be there for the sake of my son's husband. And then after that is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. I have to be there for the sake of all the transfusers, all the young blood boys. And it will be Armed Forces Day, but that has nothing to do with us. And then, of course, far more important to us will be the fact that it's Sanjo Matsuri weekend. This is the gangster holiday of Japan. Honors the founders of the Sensoji Buddhist temple, the chaplains of the Yakuza. So there's a parade with floats and geisha, and it's famous for the Yakuza showing up their tattoos, dedicated to the spirit of men founders of Sensoji Temple. And so we'll be basically getting a lot of live feed from there. I guess I'll explain later. Then with that we've got should be maybe okay, but then again, two more prominent gay holidays honored by the estates. The 21st is the 46th White Night. That was the anniversary of the gay riots in San Francisco after the assassination of Harvey Milk. Then the 22nd is Harvey Milk Day, who, of course, as far as I'm concerned, is pretty much a pedo predator, but and has a stamp after him, has a ship named after him, and was one of the original Navy SEALs. There you go with that. Then Memorial Day weekend, of course. But it will also be, far more importantly to myself, I'll be taking the Blood Boys to the 47th annual Carnival in San Francisco. And it's also going to be Global African Freedom and Liberation Day and National Missing Children's Day, far more important holiday. Also, the 26th is World Dracula Day. That is an international holiday. He saved Western civilization after stopping the Turkish advance. Anyhow, it'll be the 102nd Henry Kissinger birthday. I simply remind myself of that because he was born in the year my mother was born, 1923, on the 27th. And he would have lived to have been 102 years old. My mother could still very well be alive if it hadn't been for enormous efforts put into killing her by the medical industrial complex, which I've explained ad nauseum in the past. And then finally, the end of the month is the 572nd Byzantium Toshi, or Byzantium Fall, the fall of Byzantium Day. And then in the 31st through the 1st, transitioning of these 1 month into the next, will be the 47th annual San Francisco Union Street Fair. But anyhow, with the Byzantium Fall Day, that was the birth of the Renaissance, because all of the Greek scholars that had kept the secrets of science for hundreds of years in Byzantium fled to the West, and that's what led to the Western Renaissance. All the Greek documents suddenly became available to men like Leonardo da Vinci and so many others, and the Greeks rebirthed civilization in the West. So this is the way that they spin it to make a positive off of one of the greatest catastrophes in human history. It was the equivalent of if the Soviets had overrun all of Western Europe. Okay, there we have that. And, it's a very busy month. There should be some days to work with Nemo. We'll find out. But obviously, we try to fit what we can to work with things like computer changes. I mean, we put a lot of work into last night just because of those cookies. It was outrageous. But, okay. And Aristides, how about your month? Is your schedule looking okay for this month? Comfortable? Is your schedule looking comfortable for this month? For if I need to call?
I think so. Yeah, there's no huge events there to speak of that I know of yet.
But I acknowledge what you're saying and respect it, and we'll try to change the computer well before October. But realistically, July or August.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, and but like you said, there should be someone here. You're quite correct. We'll try and get Wolf Boy, but it might be, like you said, you can send send BREN something, whatever you find in terms of a reject hazmat suit around the workplace, and if you can package that to him.
I can get them.
Oh, cool. Oh,
I think I have. I think yes.
All right, then do send it to him. Jesus Christ, that would be funny as hell.
It's kind of a joke, but if that's what it takes.
Yeah, that may be what it takes. So yeah, let's do it. I mean, because we never know when one of those will come handy this side of the continent. So yeah, it's
not really. It's just like it's not really a hazmat suit. It's just
don't tell him that. Don't tell him.
All right. He knows what they are.
Still. Yes. But all such being said, hopefully we didn't bore people to tears with my schedule. And has anyone else, aside from John, do you want to try experimenting, T-Tank, try experimenting with coming on vocally? And that way we can at least get the impression as to whether or not anyone else has that capacity. We still have 3 people on the call who were effectively, basically, born with the call, so to speak. So if anyone else can join us to try and roundtable for a few moments, that would be fabulous. Otherwise, I'll just try and, launch into monologue a lot sooner than I would like. But it's, other than that, it's, we're going to do what we can. Obviously, I want to deliver a quality product, and we may as well get started on it sooner rather than later. Let's take a look. John says, I'll try. Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. Let's hit that, and all right, and acknowledge it. And it is already beginning to drop temperatures here on this side of the Pacific. Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry about that. Troy Bellamy, just like I'm yawning now. Happy birthday, Troy Bellamy. And he's on! John Doe is on. Hi,
Good
John.
evening, brothers.
Good
Can you hear
evening.
me?
Yeah, you sound great. Yeah, good
Excellent.
evening. Yeah, and whatever you're comfortable sharing, how are you?
I'm alive and kicking. The wind is blowing.
Yes.
I made it out of shift today. I got another one tomorrow, bright and early, and life is good. I mean, we hope it gets better,
Yes.
but we know we can't do that without your help.
Thank you. Oh, you're beautiful. Thank you so much. What about, may I ask, is your father still with us?
That's a negative. He's
I'm
passed
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, my God.
He's not suffering anymore. And as you know, as you've already stated, and I've told many people this, that caretaking is one of the most stressful jobs in the entire world. And it's nothing more heart-wrenching than to watch your mother, break down and, come to tears over it.
Yeah.
And so, we move on in life,
Yeah.
My dad definitely, as a boomer, the boomer generation, probably, didn't have it as bad as, some of us who are younger and or are going to experience what it is to deal with this.
Yeah. You're right. And he's
I bite my cheek when I say that, but yeah.
Indeed, it's thank you. It's but it needs to be said, and I congratulate you on your strength. You are you're a pillar of strength, and I am proud of you that you helped your family as much as you could, and your father is in a better place. But this was recent. Oh my God, it had to be within the last few months.
Yeah, I'll send you the obituary privately.
Okay.
But
Thank
yeah,
you. I appreciate
absolutely.
that. I would like that.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. And again, I'm glad his suffering is over, and I'm glad that, of course, things are still going as well as they can with work as well. I mean, you certainly hear. I'm sorry. Go on.
I mean, it can always be better, but what can I say? I mean,
True enough.
I would. Yeah. Amen.
Yes. Amen. And so, good. You've proved to us that when people can jump on the call, so to speak. So for anyone else out there, Heather Holman, Holly Kiefer, if any of you have any questions, just send a message to Brendan. Hopefully you have his phone number. If you don't, I'll try and put it into the text box here. Not the one in chat where all the YouTubers see it, but here on the call, and that way it's kind of like writing it in a more private bathroom used by people who belong to the company as opposed to just anybody. Let me see if I can recall his phone number. Looking up at I'm going into my phone and I get these like stupid announcements that let me see, this is not the way to get it. I have to go into a different thing. I get these news flashes, and the news flash takes me right to Musk's ugly face with the first news flash. Want to avoid that, of course. Okay, here we are, and all right, let me get this in here. I'm not even going to put his name on it, so therefore only people who are listening will know who this is. And here we are. And everybody who is in the know, I'm sure he would want you to be able to contact him for advice on how to jump on the call. Here we are. And there we go with that. Okay, almost read that out loud because that's just the nature. I'm used to reading things aloud as a host. But I was able to control that and that impulse. Other than that, we've had a wonderful cameo appearance by T-Tank Barry. He's welcome to, of course, say whatever else he wishes to say whenever he wants. He's welcome to interject whenever he wants, as is Aristides, Brendan ЗОГHET. Might as well get started on a little bit of monologuing about the world around us. See if anybody else joins us during that period of time. The things that come most immediately to mind are, of course, thanking Samuel Romero for his contribution. Reminds me, of course, to check to see if anyone else has made any PayPal contributions, and then I can thank them as well. And, of course, this requires a quick check into my mailbox, seeing if any other money has come in. 25 United States dollars from our man Sammy Romero, and wonderful human being. Let's check to see in my other private messages and see if there's any other notifications from PayPal based on the other account. And the last one was $100 sent by Heather Holman. So Heather Holman sent that in May 7th. Yes, Goddess bless her. So 100 United States dollars from Heather Holman on May 7th. And, again, these people are just, we couldn't do it without them. We couldn't do it without T-Tank Barry, who contributes at least $100 a month and is a wonderful human being who has suffered from the struggle. He, has put in his sacrifices. All of that being said, I do acknowledge the fact that Trump met with Syria's interim president. These were all former ISIS members. It really just goes to show that you've got this truly, it's just purely corrupt. At this point, he's just acknowledging terrorists. With that in mind, I'd appreciate just some observation, any kind of impression from either gentleman here, Aristides, T-Tank Barry. If either one of you has any thoughts on this, sure, go ahead and share them. Or, before I jump in and suck all the oxygen out of the room before I dive into monologue. Mm-hmm.
Not particularly, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. Well, any thoughts on anything at all in current events?
I've been wondering how to, if this is, because usually we would call everybody right or about now. So even if they're I don't know, how are we making sure we're hitting everybody up?
Because one of the people we hit was T-Tank Barry, and T-Tank Barry was able to jump on. So so we know.
Yeah, but I just wonder how, it could depend. It should, say they have their notifications on for Teams. It should hopefully, but people do end up turning theirs off because sometimes they don't want people are commenting random times. They don't want the things popping up, and I'm just wondering how we can make it a little more because I could see it being like,
send a text message. Send a follow-up text message to everyone whose number you have.
there could be a group text, like if you have, everybody's number.
Well, I mean, but don't you have individual numbers for Amy and Holly on your cell phone?
I don't know that I have everybody's number yet, but we could obtain everybody's number, and you can do, group just regular text message text,
Sure.
On your phone.
Sure, but I mean,
and there could be a group text, like, just a backup, like, hey, we're starting.
Yeah, no, this is an excellent idea, and we'll have to develop that as people are able to join us. But what I mean to say is, surely you must have the phone number of a few of them, and those few send them a text message by cell.
I don't know. I mean, not so much entered in my contacts, but we could, get together on that. It may be that Skype is gone, but it could be. I don't know if we can look in. We can gather that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll work on it.
Oh, okay, yeah, and so such being said, I'm just going to look around for some quotes. I want to make certain I don't misquote anybody, of course, and I'm just trying to grab up the correct quotes and put them in front of me before I go in on full all-out monologue. Let's check in a little bit with the other gentleman who's with us. Brendan ẒOGHET's on hold. So status report, Brendan, are you okay? I'd like to know about his hand and the condition his hand is in. He's going to be very busy, starting almost immediately. So tonight we need to enjoy his company, while he's available. And somebody just said,
why is he gonna be busy?
I just get that feeling. There's a lot going on. He's been hit a lot lately. Not only did he have get rear-ended by this mysterious stoner, he then basically had all the electricity go out for a radius of miles around his home. His home seemed to be the epicenter of that. Luckily, he was spending most of the day at work, so it's not like it's impacting him as much as it could, but it just seems to be a lot going on. I have a feeling that he'll be hit a lot more as the month continues. At least it's going to be one of those phases, so to speak. They operate in waves. And when they do, he has to prepare himself for a kind of a siege mentality. And definitely the one thing that we do appreciate is we have you as our engineer, and we'll do our best to work during times where he's kind of indisposed. Aside from all of that, let's see here now. I'm trying to look up a little thing. I don't know if any of you noticed, because this really irked me. I answered Troy Bellamy's questions to the best of my ability. I addressed the South Afrikaner refugee status. And because Trump is suddenly allowing South Afrikaners into the United States. However, when I said no South Afrikaner had taken advantage of this, to my knowledge, then suddenly it's like literally overnight 49 to 69 South Afrikaners got shipped in. Did anyone notice that after the last episode?
Yeah, a lot. Wait, am I on mute or no?
No, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, what's there? That's like one of like three just kind of out of the blues on Trump lately, but we can kind of.
So give me some of the other few.
The other one is like supposedly he's snubbing Netanyahu and them.
Yeah.
That's been been out there saying I don't know. I can look up some things, but basically like you guys are on your own. And I'm like really and supposedly I don't have the details, but supposedly, I don't know, maybe taking a more pro Ukraine position, because we thought we had him pegged as a in the pocket of half of them in the pocket of Israel and the other half in the pocket of Russia. But I don't know. So those were the things we can sort some details as time goes on, or I can look up. I have some stuff saved, so I'll try to.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And
had you heard about those things, or?
I know of them in general.
Yeah.
In general, and again, do forgive me because you're doing well. You're doing well, and I'm like multitasking. But basically, what Aristides is pointing out, it brings us back in a sense to Troy Bellamy yet again, because Troy Bellamy actually has a thesis. We'll call it a thesis, where he's convinced that Joe Biden got essentially knocked out of office because he refused to aid the Israelis by sending them the 200,000-pound bombs, or the 2-ton bombs, whatever the fuck, that big ass genocidal maximum burst weapons, and so it was after that he feels that they all started betraying him, betraying Biden, the Democrats, and everybody. I'm not going to argue with that it may be a factor, but I still think I don't think about it too much. Biden was in my opinion, such a lame ass fucking nothing that it's no wonder people went for Trump. Trump was at least entertaining. I mean, there was nothing to be found in Biden. He was just a fucking vacuum. But, all such being said, that's Troy's thesis. If Troy's thesis is correct, bearing in mind what Aristides just articulated, this means that, well, the Zionists will be knocking Trump out of office soon, because Trump is now being perceived as no longer reliable as the Zionist foundation that they thought he was. They feel now that he is now essentially opening up to their enemies and making the world safe for Iran. So it should be interesting to see if AIPAC and the Zionists begin some kind of character assassination campaign against Donald Trump. But who would they replace him with? So thoughts on that, Aristides? And let's see if we can hear him. Let's see if he's on mute. And he's on mute. You're on mute, Aristides. And all such being said. Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, noise.
I was making some noise here in the kitchen, but
okay.
Well, I don't think it's going to be Biden again. Let's.
Yes, point well taken. Okay. Any other follow up to that?
No, I don't know. I'm not keeping up enough of who they can find any amount of cronies, I suppose.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, obviously, the most immediate thing that would happen is if they took Trump down, would be Vance would be in.
Yeah, maybe if it's going to be right, if he's even going to last the 4 years, but we had doubts about that.
So, what is your impression of Vance and Zionism? Is Vance? You have any impression?
I mean, I thought, I thought it was all hopeless for all of them, but who knows? But then again, there's you will see something. I wouldn't take all these things necessarily at face value, because if being anti-Israel is the big social trend these days, even those types are not going to let that get ahead of them, and they're going to jump on the, where was it I saw? It would be like they'll be happy to let there be an anti-Israel government as long as they're in control of that government.
Yeah,
you know how they work, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of what was it? What was his name? Theodore Herzl quotes. It's the anti-Semites will be our greatest
Allies.
greatest friends, greatest allies. Yeah.
Yes.
So beware,
Yes.
beware of that.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed, indeed, and so thank you for bringing that up. A good point to be made. And let me see if I could just oh, look some other things up here. I'm trying to find some more information on these South Afrikaners who were brought in. And here we are. I may find something here. Let's see if we can get something. And okay. What about yourself, T-Tank Barry? If you're welcome to express anything you wish about current events, I would appreciate, of course, your input. And let me see if something else is.
Well, it looks like excuse me. I guess the current economy. One guy put it today about the price of lumber, and he said it's that person who walks into the hospital with cancer, and he goes in for a bullet hole in the stomach, and he's there to treat that bullet hole in the stomach, but the underlying cause might be that the situation we're in economically is more dire than it seems, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it just has to be yet to be realized. So, as you were talking about politicians and whatnot, I guess I have the underwhelming feeling to start knocking them off one by one, of course, because we don't know. I don't think anybody has a clue quite yet how to turn this thing around. The cruise ship looks like it's left, and it's looking more like the Titanic, more and more every day.
Thank you. Yes, that's it's beautiful. That was beautiful. Very well said. And I'm just proud to have you standing by my side. We are all in this together, and our man T-Tank Barry has expressed something that many of us feel but don't dare to express. But I encourage the fact that he has the balls and the temerity, the courage to say what needs to be said. All such having been said, I'm just going to do my best to honor the men around me by expressing what they cannot express. So be going into that soon enough. Gotta gather myself, breathe, center myself whenever I go into a kind of a trance state, a fugue state, and begin, in a sense, channeling my biological father and his ability to speak for hours on end. Then it becomes oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, you're an angel, and I'm glad that you know that you listen for as long as you do, considering how early in the morning that you get up. Okay, so that being said, to everyone, okay, help me out here and bear with me while I again try and get into that meditative state. And the first thing that I have to consider with the latest developments, obviously there's two words that come to mind. Trump says that he would be stupid to turn down a free plane. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Donald. And it brings to mind two words specifically that are in our Constitution. Emoluments Clause, which has to do with foreign bribery. That is going to have to direct probably the first area that needs to be touched, and I guess that would be the sorry face. The face is Elon Musk when it comes to the South Afrikaner refugees that were brought in almost as a contrapuntal to my observing that I knew of no white South Afrikaner who had taken advantage of Trump's refugee status offer. Oh, what's this going on? Brendan's giving us the... Oh, Okay. It's just here on this call. It's just here on this call, Brendan. Just here on this call. On this call group. BREN. Yeah, there we are. Okay, let me do. All right, let me edit that out and put in call BREN. Okay, call. Well, what do I say? I'll say typo. There we are. Okay, then press enter. There we are. Typo. So there you go. Adorable little emojis. He's hard to take seriously because of the emojis that he uses. So it's a typo. See, I re-entered it as typo. It was only for people who were on this group call, Brendan.
But why? What's the point? What's the reason?
Were you able? I guess you weren't able to hear us while we were discussing this. It was like
No.
basically I was asking Aristide.
I just see you doxing me in the chat. That's all I saw.
It's not the chat, is the people who are, in the YouTube.
Yes.
This is the text box. So it's only people that are on this call. So effectively nobody saw it except these gentlemen. But what happened was I asked Aristides, I said, surely you must have the phone number of Amy Como, Holly Kiefer. Maybe you could just send them, some of the info that Brendan sent them about getting on the call. And so in the end, we all kind of thought that maybe if we brought them, to calling you could explain to them the way you did to John Doe what to do. Because our fear is that, like Heather Holman with our last call, she just said, was it the last call or the one before? She said, I can't get back into the call. And it's because they weren't told what you told John Doe.
Well, I could say it. I could just say it right now for the record.
Yeah, of course.
So when you go back, so after you do the first join call button, like what T-Tank was saying with the green button.
Yeah.
So after you do that, you're a member of the call permanently. So when you come back in, you go to the chat, click the little phone icon in the top right, and then it says, do you want to call everyone in this chat? And it looks scary and it sounds like the wrong thing, but that's actually the right thing. And so you just say, okay, and it'll link you to our current chat. So as long as people are online chat talking, then it won't call everyone. So if someone's already in a call, it'll just join the call. That makes sense?
I'm going to confirm that 100% what Brendan just said, just to confirm on record that that's exactly right. What he said is 100% the truth.
God bless you. Thank you, T-Tank Barry.
You could even have
and
the
it's
group
dumb
text
and
tab.
yeah.
I'm sorry, both
you
of you
can have a link.
Yeah. Okay.
No, sorry.
Go on. No,
You
continue.
can group text. You could group text the link to the chat. There is a direct link. You generate a link, and you could text that. So everybody,
Yeah, but that's just to join the chat. Then they would
right. But at least, then from there, you hit the phone. At least it gets you right there. It's a little more direct.
But the problem was nobody could figure that out last time.
Yeah.
That's the
So
problem.
it could be like, go here, hit the little phone, or whatever, or whatever the
yeah. Well, because it's misleading. Because that's the thing that tripped me up the first time.
Yeah.
Is that the initial one says join this meeting or join this call or something. Yeah, meet
on the
now.
PC,
So it shows
it's the meet now, right? It's either
meet
exactly. now on the PC.
Yeah, so it's a little different on PC.
Yeah, or on the.
But on the phone, it only shows you that once. So that's why it's super confusing. Does that make sense? Like it shows you the first time, and then the second time you have to just click into it. So it's just, which is what everyone's been complaining about Teams since it first came out, that it's just not user friendly or intuitive, and they don't care. Obviously, it's like Microsoft don't care. They just get their money, and that's enough for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's disgusting.
It's dumb. It's dumb because they're letting Zoom basically take half the market share because no one can use this thing properly. So it's a fumble, but whether it's deliberate or not, we can argue. But it's definitely not business. It's not logical in a business sense. Mm-hmm. So there you go.
Yeah, do us a dear favor, Brendan, if you could let us know what it is in current events that you find might need our attention. What is it that stands out to you?
Oh well, I mean, the good news or the or the just regular news nowadays.
Yeah, good news, like what you saw with that veteran in his tent. Yes, tell us about this.
Oh yeah, I finally saw the first few
Yeah.
dissidents. So I was driving I went to the bank earlier, which is a whole nother hell story in and of itself.
Tell people about that. Tell people about that. And the weird thing you saw about on Microsoft Teams about myself, my account was like scrubbed and shit. Is what it looked like. Yeah.
Oh, that was Well, that was just earlier. I just saw it when I was trying to text you something, and it said, "What exactly did it say?" It was something bizarre, like
you said, it was like this account
is no longer active.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it said, and like as a status, it said this account does not exist. Like literally, it said this account does not exist. And then I tried to call, and it says this account is no longer active or something. And then later on, I called, and Doug answered, and I was like, oh, I guess I thought they just like deleted you, like 1984 style.
Yeah.
Like this person does not exist. Yeah. And then I like look crazy going around saying, do you remember this guy, Douglas? And they'll be like, you do not remember him? Yeah. So I thought it was like that. Yeah. Like no one remembers them. Yeah. Like it was like erased, like they erased you and shit, like One Piece style.
Now, I was telling our man Aristides that I get the feeling that the rest of this month is going to be a pretty heavy siege for you because you've been coming under a lot of attack. You might qualify the fact that they not only were you hit rear-ended by this mysterious stoner, but then you wound up with the electricity being cut all around your house within a mile-long radius at least, and then the bank. Then describe to people the things that have been going on lately. And by the way, Vicky Johnson, I love you. Mwah. Kisses to you, Vicky. So continue, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather not describe the bank thing publicly, but I am moving. Let's just say I'm going to move banks. That's all. I'll leave it at that. But apparently it's just across the board. All the bank services are so lackluster and horrible now. It's like they're just all this is just to deliberately cause like havoc in people's lives. There's no other logical explanation, and like there's going to be alternative services. Like people that have money can get like actual service. Like you have to pay for everything. It's pay to play now. So all the free services that were like somewhat usable are no longer usable, essentially, in essence.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
No, an important observation to be made. Now, about that veteran, yes. So then here we were. All this was going on with what you saw about my account.
So before that, I was going to the bank, and then I saw this like one of those tents where people are like selling whatever. They'll like handcraft something or like cottage industry shit.
Yeah.
Or they'll like sell Trump flags or whatever. They'll have like the little white tent, on the side of the road. I'm sure people have seen it if you drive around California or pretty much everywhere. It's like ubiquitous. The gypsy tent where they're selling stuff. So this time it was like some poor veteran that like lost all his benefits or something, and he was like selling something he made, some kind of trinket, some kind of food or something, something to keep his his lights on in his house. And then he was running around on the corner with a "fuck Trump" sign, like he did this to me, he did this, I voted for him, and I'm pissed. It's like, oh man, that sucks. Yeah, so it was one of the first casualties I would say that I've seen, where someone actually was, that I saw personally that actually got hit by all this shit. So he probably got his benefits cut or something horrible.
Yeah.
He had the obligatory sign, "fuck Trump." Yeah. So, and it's like, dude, man, you're like so behind. You're like 7 years behind. Like, how long has it been?
No,
like
10.
People were saying the 7.
Yes.
Yeah. 16 to, almost 10. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, and I'm no fan of any of these people. Like, I've made it clear, like, I don't care on any side. I'm not a fan of any of these crazies. These freaking, they're all sock puppets anyway. I mean, how can dude be Christian, the Christian president, when he's going and signing deals with the mullahs and the Wahhabis and shit? I mean, it just doesn't add up. Something's not adding up. Like there's nothing Christian about that.
Thank you.
So So there you go. That was my 2 cents. Whatever.
Oh, indeed, indeed, and beautiful. Let me take a look at some of these images that our friend T Tank Berry has sent in. And in the meantime, there
But
was some.
I'd like
Yeah,
to also I'd like to
please.
add that for 600 million I would do it too. Just
Yeah.
so people don't think I'm like on my high horse or something. I'm being an elitist. Nah, dude, I'd sign it too for 600 million. In fact, I almost married into if I wasn't so dumb, I would have married into a Saudi family. But
There you go.
here we are.
Yeah, you thought
regretting it.
we're all like that. We're all well. You and I are like that. We're idealists. I'm sure many around us are as well.
Yeah.
And there we are.
Yeah.
Trump's Project 20.
Honestly, I don't think it was ideal. I think I just didn't.
Oh.
I didn't know it was possible. If I would knew what I knew now, I would have done it for sure.
Yeah. And
The only problem would be like the compulsory, circumcision if you convert to Islam. So that's like kind of a problem. But they can do it surgically now, so that would be fine. It would be worth the millions you'd marry into. That's for sure.
I don't know about that. I'm pretty attached to my foreskin. I love my foreskin.
I mean, come on, like billions of dollars. Come on.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're right.
You wouldn't say no to that. Come on.
No, I wouldn't say no to that.
You could get the best Swedish doctor. It wouldn't be one of those other people that like taste the blood. It would be like an actual doctor. Yeah. So, like, I'm sure it's well, I mean, it's at least it's not as bad as the ancient Egyptian ritual where like once you hit, I think it was like 25, you would go through the rites of passage and then have to do it yourself.
God.
That's worse.
Oh.
That's the old school way. That's the original way.
I can't believe societies like this ever existed. This is nightmare fuel.
Yeah. Well, it was probably towards the end, like a more degenerate kind of setup.
Must have been.
Towards the end of civilization, they do a lot of more sacrifice and blood rituals.
Well, I do
like
know
the Mayans, later.
Right. I do know that the Aztecs, the king would use his foreskin, basically put some, I don't know, cactus needles through the foreskin, not his penis head, but through the foreskin, just during certain ceremonies to get the blood from the foreskin speckled onto a certain urn or something like that, because the royal blood was needed from the penis for reproduction, of the at the cosmic level. So he's just piercing his foreskin with some, but that's still pretty sensitive. I mean, you're piercing the foreskin, just getting some blood out of it, but he's not piercing the penis head, but that's bad enough. But what you're talking about, circumcising yourself,
right? That's a whole nother level. I mean. Yeah, you'll definitely be a man after that.
Or not, because if you cut too much and you've surgically damaged it to the point where they just, the doctors brought in and they say, oh, we'll just cut the rest of it off and rename you a girl.
Right. Right. Well, presumably you'd already have reproduced by then, so.
Good point. Good point. Yes. It's like...
especially in those days.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, fuck this definition of manhood shit. This is like... Hey,
I didn't make it up. We're speaking anthropologically here.
Understood. Understood. And...
and we're not insulting any religions.
Yes.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, or in a sense we are, but they're apparently quote unquote dead religions. They're not practiced. They're not practiced in the modern world.
And I would argue that was the fallen version. This is like New Kingdom stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas that's like if Egypt's 3,000 years old, like they tell us, then that's like the last 1,000 to 500 years. I mean, a lot of things got distorted by the end.
Yeah. Yes. So in terms of all that, what else was there that you brought to my attention? There was quite a bit, actually, concerning, we can look at your news. You brought in a number of links. One of them was about Merz. He vows to build Europe's strongest military in Germany. Something else that you...
Yeah, Germany's back. Yeah, Germany's back, baby.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Thank God, and thank the gods of my ancestors. Now this, the the mirror number used to communicate with Lord Death directly. I take it that's meant for me privately, of course.
Yeah. I mean, we could say it out
No,
there
no,
as well.
no, no,
It's
no.
this is the most inauspicious Japanese number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better not say it out loud. People just they don't know what they're doing, and then they all want. They all
Okay, well,
want.
I could say it in Japanese. If they know Japanese, that's good enough. Shini Shin Goro Kushi. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh, ow.
It means basically means death. Death is dying to deal with death.
Yes, interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Bad stuff.
It's from an anime, but the author obviously like spent time cooking up this number because it all adds up to 666 as well.
Yes.
By the way.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
Ooh, that's
666, and then you add that last one, and then that the sum of that adds up to 6 as well.
damn. That's like well, that's some
Yeah.
numerology power right there. Now, what's this about the the refrigerator truck? You know, our Musk's fucking thing up here. Tell me about this. What?
Oh, I don't even know how bad was it? Yeah,
It's didn't elongated muskrat say it was supposed to win?
yeah, that's what I was sending it for. Is the commentary was hilarious. Like the people are getting good with the shit talking. Elongated muskrat. That's pretty good. I thought that was pretty funny. He said that it was supposed to win any fight on the road, and then apparently the person in the original post said they got rear-ended by like a Honda Civic, and it cost $50,000, and the insurance had to total it for a fender bender. So it's just a rolling pile of trash at this point. I mean, if it can't handle that, then there's no point in buying one, obviously.
It never was. Yeah. It was always some kind of flex by the most impotent people. An impotente flex is what we would call it. Yes.
Oh yeah, if you want to burn 100K, then yeah, they learned how to do it quick.
Yeah. At least I've never wasted that much money in my life. Yeah, that's
right. Can you imagine the privilege of being able to waste that much? It's just insane.
Yes, it is. It is. So I do want to say to the ladies who should be joining us on Roundtable that I'm rather disappointed that they aren't trying. Vicky Johnson is in the chat, so I appreciate her being here. And she's in the chat, of course, on the YouTube. You're always welcome to join us here.
Holly was able to do it before, but maybe it's throwing her off, the same issue we all had. So
could be, but she
Holly,
should.
if you're listening,
yeah,
just
tell her again.
Type us in the chat, and we'll tell you how to get on.
Yes. Holly, if you're listening, type us in the chat. We'll tell you how to get on. You've heard the man. I'm just parroting him. And all such being said, I'll start in on monologue, but anybody feel free to interject. Again, pity some of these ladies aren't here to join, but you know, Brendan's at work as well, and you know, but do keep us, you know, keep jumping in, Bren. Keep jumping in anytime you feel like it. And
yeah, well, I gotta go, so
yeah,
I shall return.
Okay, we look forward to that. Yes,
right.
Yes, hopefully you can. All right, bless you. Okay, stay safe and be well. And all right, so we might as well get into it. Basically, so this is for you, Troy Bellamy. It's your birthday tomorrow, so today's the birthday eve day, really, of Brendan and Troy Bellamy. But we will be going on past midnight if they don't cut us off first. And if they don't, then we'll be hitting into their actual birthdays. Forgive me for yawning. So that's my brain trying to get more oxygen. And as I oxygenate, it helps to stimulate that Fugere state. And it's in that trance state that I do my best monologues. So we might as well get started. We might as well get started with the subject that Troy Bellamy brought up that I actually opened pretty much my monologue with on the last episode, the latest episode before tonight, in which I said I don't know of any Zuid-Afrikaners or the white Boer Afrikaners, the Dutch African people, taking advantage of Trump's refugee program, his asylum status offering. And it was immediately after that they shipped in almost half 100 people, if not more. And that was just almost as if they were listening and had to just fuck up what I said. Where they found these people, I have no idea. I'm looking around for some information on them or some appropriate quotes. But all of this is still rather new. But it nevertheless presents us this sorry farce of Afrikaner refugees fleeing, quote-unquote, white genocide. Now, although Donald Trump has set a historically high standard for presidential corruption, his plan to accept an aeroplane known as a flying palace from Qatar is a provocation. And it indebts him to Recep Erdogan, the dictator of Turkey, because every inch of Qatar is occupied by Turkish troops. So there's no such thing as a free plane when Trump talks about a genocide in South Africa. No doubt Elon Musk was behind Trump's foolish outburst. Now, on his first day in office, Trump suspended refugee admissions. This week, his government made an exception when it welcomed white families from South Africa. I'm trying to remember the name of the individual who was their, well, I can tell you this much. I don't remember their legal representative and what he said because I can't find the quote, and all I remembered was an element of the quote rather than the man's name. But I do know that Robin Wright was one of these Democratic policymakers. I think he was the Democratic senator who called it baffling. I might be wrong on that, but I'll remember as I roll along in my ruminations. Basically, on Monday opening this work week, dozens of white Afrikaners arrived in Washington from Johannesburg on a charter plane paid for by United States taxpayers. They were handed small American flags and greeted as refugees by the seconds in command from the Departments of State and Homeland Security, just hours after President Trump charged that South Africa was engaging in white genocide. Now, somebody's joined us. And let's figure out who this is.
Hi,
So, dear
it's
Holly,
me.
so how did you do it? How did you get on? Were you listening to everything we said?
Well, I did catch that, but I went through that whole sequence all by myself up to the call everybody on the chat. And I was worried about that, but I figured as soon as I get into position, I was going to try it anyway. And then I happened to hear Brendan talk about it on my way out of the door, so then I knew I was golden.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good. So now you're on with us, and we're happy to have you. Before I go on with my monologue, perhaps you could share with us a little bit about your status report for yourself, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, about how you're doing.
Kind of a wreck. Last night was bad. It was one of those nights, I swear I didn't sleep all night.
Sorry.
And was, fighting back torment and feverishly chanting and shit like that. And then heavy landscaping work all day today. So I'm pretty beat up, and I don't know how long I'll last, but I'm glad to be here.
God damn. That's, I'm sorry. Jesus
And a couple
Christ.
more days to come of it. So I got early the next couple days.
Uh-huh.
But
You a couple more days of what by that you mean that you see a few more days in which you're going to be disengaged still, this
yeah,
impacted.
yeah.
Well, we're
Just
not
a couple though.
Yeah, we're not going to be back on again till Sunday after this. So
Now
hopefully.
Sunday I won't be here.
Oh, sorry to
Sunday
hear
I
that.
won't be here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Where do you...
Unavoidable.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
A friend is coming that I haven't seen in a long, long time,
I
and
see.
so I have to devote to that.
Oh, well, that's understandable.
But then I'm back in a week.
Wednesday on
Yeah,
the 21st.
I don't miss many.
I understand, and that's appreciated.
This Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know you're gone this Sunday, but I mean, when you say you're back in a week, you mean like next Sunday or Wednesday midweek in the
Next
21st?
Wednesday.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
it'd be next Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means this Sunday will be particularly interesting. I have a feeling everyone's going to be pretty much engaged. We'll take everybody that we can, of course.
Oh,
Yeah, and we'll figure out if Heather can join us on that day in particular. We'll see. And
is it a holiday or something?
it's a weird series of holidays. Now that you mention it, here I'll go over them with you
I
because.
heard you run through earlier.
Oh, you did. Oh,
But
excellent.
yeah,
Yeah.
is it Memorial Day?
Mm-mm.
No, it's too early.
Wait, that's next week. Next Saturday, Sunday will be Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, and
Okay.
but like I said, far more important for myself and the lads at the estate will be the
Yeah,
Carnival, which will be that day
that's right.
in the Mission District of San Francisco. And
That'll be mad fun. I used to be friends with a lot of amazing Brazilian samba dancers, good friends.
wow, how did you
They're
manage
all
that?
dispersed to the winds now, but
Yeah.
oh my God, because San Francisco is just colorful, and it was wonderful. They were a gas to be out and party with, and I learned the steps. And
Wow.
they're great dance steps because you can use them for anything.
Yeah.
Very simple, but they work in any music.
Yeah.
So when forced to dance, you never have to be a jerk. You can, do little samba step and it fits.
Incredible, incredible. Thank you for
Yeah.
sharing that.
Yeah.
Good advice. And well, especially for females, of course. And such being said, yeah, and, but I'm glad that you're able to see your friend after all this time, and certainly they deserve your undivided attention, and I feel good about that. That's good to know about.
Good. Yes.
But we'll be happy to have you back midweek of next week. And so, such being said, what I'm going to do now is basically remind everyone if Troy Bellamy is listening, he's certainly welcome to join us. I understand it's his birthday Eve day, but it's always a gas to have him. He was we it's. Brendan and I, we had to deal with cookies last night, meaning computer cookies that had taken up gigabytes of of load on my computer, and we had to clear that out. But
Dude.
while we were doing that, we had a great conversation covering a number of things, including, of course, the fact that you had been talking to Troy Bellamy, who look, we love you, Troy. But we found it funny. It was just amusing that while his wife was gone, we presume his wife is back now, which may be why he's not with us, and that the chain is back on the refrigerator because while he was talking to you, he was chewing pretty vociferously. It sounded like he was tearing into like ham hock on a bone or spare ribs or something. Whatever it was finger licking good. So there was a lot of smacking.
I didn't hear that. I didn't catch that. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it didn't come all the way through on mine.
Your little cell phone.
Bless him. Bless his heart.
It
Yeah.
didn't come all the way through your
He's
cellular
great.
unit. Yes.
No.
Yes. So, yes.
I say go for it, Troy.
Yeah, I mean, we love you dearly, Troy. We try to discourage chewing when you're on air, but his wife was gone. He had to take advantage of that time to raid the fridge.
Well, and like you say, we're all amateurs here.
Yes.
Nobody's got a bouffant.
Yes, but he brought up the subject of the South African refugees, which I was just getting into before you got on. So you heard that.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I am avidly listening to.
Okay, so then I'll get back into it, and by all means, I encourage you, in particular, dear Holly, to interject whenever you feel like an outburst is coming. Just let it rip. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And everybody, just if you're on the chat, the right now chat, touch that little phone on top and you're gold.
Yes.
You're in.
Oh, God bless you.
Don't
Thank
be
you.
afraid.
Thank you. Thank you. And by all means, also remind people
And
to.
thank Brendan.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And remind people, of course, to contribute. It's going to be a very bad. We're saving up for next month as much as we're trying to make rent this month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of
we got to.
Yeah, I have to renew. Well, I have to renew, as I said, the Word site on which my website is on, and that's once a year.
Well, that's hundreds, right?
Yeah,
That's in the hundreds.
yeah. Well, like I said, the most offensive part of it that people may not get what I was what I was griping about. What really gropes my ass is they sent me an email saying, "Oh, I literally have to read it just because or the opening sentence just because it is so fucking stupid.
Oh,
And
no.
it is so offensive, and this happens once a year, and it just gets worse every year. So it's Bluehost, which we're gonna have to get me maybe off of if that's possible. Our man Brendan says it could all fall back on WordPress, but as far as I understand it, but WordPress is simply an integral part of Bluehost. They're using WordPress, but it's definitely on Bluehost. And let me see now if this is like from May 10th earlier, but it's here we are. So this is what the email said. Important notice. We are having issues renewing your services. It's a month early. And then it says, "Hi, Douglas." This is in the contents. Thanks for being a loyal Bluehost customer. We attempted to renew the services listed below. Unfortunately, we were unable to find a valid payment method on file. To avoid disruption to your service, please update the payment details by logging into your account. Well, what they're telling me is they tried to raid my PayPal, but there wasn't any money in it. That's what they're telling me, is we tried to raid your PayPal without consulting you, even though the renewal date is not until next fucking month. We tried to raid your PayPal card a month early, only we didn't find anything in it to steal. This is what they're telling me. And then they say recurring charges, $347.88, which of course is no, that's not going to be the price, because I'm not going to pay that, because I'm going to call them and going to tell them, look, you're charging me for services I do not want, which is going to be like advertising and all the shit I'm not using. And so they're charging me for services. They tried to raid my account and charge for services I'm not even using. That's what makes it so triply offensive. So every year I have to call them and dicker them down.
Upsell you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I have to dicker them down and say, all I want is basic.
Right.
I'm just keeping it alive, until, I marry someone who can do something with it or something. At any rate, but this is, this is what's offensive. So it's not going to be $350, but it's realistically, we're going to have to bank on it being around $250 or something like that in a worst case scenario. It's supposedly much less. Last year, they told me it would only be, and I could look this up right now, they told me it would only be basically $205. Is what they told me last year, right. For pure basic. So hopefully we can get it down to that or less. But
and they answer the phone, huh? That's a miracle.
They used to, at least.
Hopefully
the phone. They still. I'm banking on that they do. They better. Yeah. So we can only pray. But such being said, also this is the month where I usually get hit with the renewal of my Marine Corps life insurance. So we're talking about $200 plus another, like close to $300, so it's at least $1,000 right there. So that plus probably another $200 in expenses towards some other thing that only Team Dietrich knows about, and I can only talk about on private calls. So it's basically about $700. I mean, already we're talking about like normally. All discretionary income gone in June. It's just everything is gone. So everybody out there, we consider this a Vana. What do they call it? I think it's darker than black is Vana black. I guess Vana black is Vanta black. Thank you. How did you know that?
Yeah, I know shit.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm a smart little monkey.
Yes, you are. You are. It's code Vanta Black. We're in blacker than black, people. It's awful. So we need your help, and whatever you can afford. Forget whatever you can afford. Just give me everything you got.
Yeah. Here.
Yes. And so for the moment, I'll try and live up to it by delivering as effective an analysis as possible. So we'll start with the word genocide. It's a word that Donald Trump has refused to utter about other conflicts. present, and past, including on anniversaries of the massacre of my own son's people by the Turks of the Ottoman Empire through today, numbering in the millions of Armenians. Afrikaners, who are the descendants of 17th century European settlers in South Africa, are the only exception to an executive order issued by Trump on his first day in office, no less, that suspended refugee admissions, including for Afghans who aided Americans during the longest war ever fought by these United States, other than
the ones we didn't abandon there.
Yes.
Those are the handful that got out.
Yes.
We left them
in
their thousands, probably.
Oh, at least. At least.
That was horrific.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And of course, the only war longer than that against Afghanistan was that against the 1,000-year Reich in exile, which is still ongoing, which is why the United States cannot declare other wars. We're still in a declared war against the Third Reich. And Trump even dispatched diplomatic teams to recruit Afrikaners. Because I don't know if you got a chance to hear what I said on the latest episode before tonight's, after both Troy, Bellamy, and yourself had to check out, Holly. I told everybody, I went into depth about the South African thing. I don't know if you had a moment's time to review that, but I went into depth.
Unfortunately not.
Okay, so please do later in your spare time. And
I will.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I started going into it very quickly after Troy and yourself checked out. But, it's time-stamped anyway. See, you can just check the timestamp for the latest episode. At any rate, what happened was that I told everyone the fact that I did not know of any white South Afrikaners who had taken advantage of Trump's offer. They all considered it a joke, and as far as I understood it, and I'm not without contacts, I understood it that it was, no one took it seriously and nobody was coming. But somehow, right after I made that statement, almost 100 white South Africans come out of South Africa on a special flight paid for by the United States taxpayer. And they're brought here just like right after I said what I said, almost as if to just fuck me over. Trump was like listening and said, ship him in now, like an overnight, like it was UPS. So at any rate, there we have that. And this is because Trump even dispatched diplomatic teams to recruit Afrikaners. Now, human rights groups and even other Afrikaners, meaning white, Boer Africans, not blacks, have been aghast. Last month, Max Dupriez, the founding editor of Wdy051425, that's an Afrikaans, meaning a white African language weekly, scolded Trump and his South African-born first buddy, Elon Musk, in an opinion piece for The Guardian. By the way, when he uses that term first buddy, that's often a pejorative term for gay lover in their vernacular. And Elon Musk, of course, is another white South African who other South Africans and Canadians rebuke because Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant who came into the United States through the Canadian border, for those of you who do not know. But in The Guardian, Mr. Max Dupriez, he wrote, "We are not victims. There is no genocide. Afrikaners are generally better off today," his words, than when they ceded power 3 decades ago, when apartheid ended. White people make up 7% of the country's population of 64 million in South Africa, but still dominate the economy and own more than half of the nation's farmland. As a matter of fact, yes, 7% of the population is white, but 70% of the land in South Africa is under white ownership. So, I mean, that's pretty disproportionate. We can't claim that this is that these are not, shall we say, the tribe in the desert that they are being made out to be.
It's all stolen. I mean, openly stolen.
Well, how can they be refugees without an open declared war? That's what I don't get.
That we are.
Really.
Thank you. Thank
that
you.
just defeats it just goes against the actual definition of such a thing.
Yeah, but then
As far as I'm aware.
of course you're right. Of course you're right.
They're asylum seekers, right?
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's
Well,
I'll
it's
try.
just-
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's just to be divisive, because there's no other reason, and they do it on both sides.
Yes.
Like they put up the statues of the black chicks, everywhere, and then the other side does this. They just want to fracture society.
I agree.
I want people to know that that's not. None of this is actually really happening, other than to make people lose their minds. Essentially,
Thank you.
it's not for any logical reason other than to cause division and strife, because the controllers know divide and rule is the only method to actually, especially when you're a failing system, you have to divide and rule. That's the only option left.
Thank you.
So that's what they're doing.
Thank you. Yes. That's
I'm saying that equally across the board, not
Yeah.
just one group or another.
But by the way, one of the things I was telling Holly how you and I were working on those cookies last night, and then we had a great conversation talking about how when Troy was talking to her, Holly didn't notice it at all, but I brought up to her that Troy, whatever the hell he was eating, was finger licking good, and that because his wife was gone, and I figure now that it's his birthday Eve day, that his wife has come home for that. I'm going to presume his wife has come home, and the chain is back around the refrigerator, and that's why he hasn't joined us tonight. But yes, I was telling her, Brendan, how it sounded like he was tearing into ham hock on a bone or a whole load of spare ribs while he was talking to her. But it brought me, Brendan and I, it brought us to reviewing a bunch of classic or vintage, at least. I don't think most people would abide by the term classic for these, but vintage cartoons that we had remembered from our
Your
childhood.
timing is great, by the way. When we're talking about dividing society. Yeah, let's just go back half a century.
Tell her the
When
shit
it all
we-
began.
Tell her the shit we were looking at. Oh God.
Oh, there were these like 70s cartoons that were supposed to be like African American centric, but they just, because they were so dated, they ended up being like ridiculously racist. What was that thing called? What was it called?
Rickety Rocket.
Rickety Rocket. Yeah, so there was Rickety Rocket, and it was like, if you look that up, that one was insanely racist. Now I know why they didn't do reruns of it. Like, it was like it was like in the future, and the society was all, like like super fancy cities, like what would be like neo-modernist superstructures and like Jetsons shit. And then the black people were in this like tree house, like dome thing with like a wooden, like a cabin. It was horrible. It was
Oh no!
absolutely
And a
insane.
mule.
And
Jesus.
no, it wasn't a mule. They had Rickety Rocket. It was like a jerry-rigged truck
Oh
that they put
no!
rockets on. Yeah.
Oh
So it was just
God!
the most offensive. It was like the racist Jetsons. It was horrifying.
Oh.
Like, I couldn't believe that existed.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
yeah, so there you go. That's the 70s.
They had to make so that people would know the Afro rig truck was black. They made it brown.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, if you just see a photo of it, you'll know why it's
Oh.
With dinner plate lips.
caricature.
With dinner plate
Oh
lips.
no!
No nose.
It was
No nose.
so bad.
Frog. It looked
Yeah,
like
it
the
was so
WB frog. Do you remember the WB frog?
Yeah.
Dubba dubba dubba
But
dubba.
worse.
WB.
But worse.
Oh
Yeah,
man!
so it was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy.
And then what was it again? What was the Jetson? No, it was the Globetrotters. Only it was Super Globetrotters. Super
Yeah.
Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Right. And Fat Albert.
Oh yeah.
That one was the worst one because they're all sitting in trash. It was like they're hanging out in the back of a like a junkyard. It was crazy.
Yeah,
That
no,
was
but
just-
Which
seriously-
was just how it was when I grew up. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we did.
But the Fat Albert cartoon, he's lifting the lid off a trash can, and the rest of the gang is in it. Like that's
Yeah,
where they
it was-
live, in a trash can.
Right. God.
And then the global the Super Globetrotters. There's one of them is a basketball. He's a fucking basketball.
Oh. The pain.
Oh yes. Yeah, well, I told Brendan that half the kids today think that the Dancing Raisins wrote Motown. So
Right. Right. That's some black power.
Yeah.
I forget who said it, but he's either a writer or stand-up guy, but he said, I think we should have gate-kept woke a little longer. I was like, amen to that. Because, geez, they're taking a beating for that.
Indeed. So, okay, now that I got that out of my system, and that's not even half of what we covered last night when, the PJs. There was also the PJs, which my gang brother Beaver swore was funded by the KKK, but that was short for the projects. But it had Eddie Murphy, and it was all claymation, but it was all these horrific black stereotypes that were beyond offensive. It was straight out of Sambo and the old days. But there you go with that.
Sanford and Sons, Sanford was a junk man.
Yes, yeah, he was.
They lived in a dump.
Yeah, living in a junkyard, literally living in a junkyard. Yes. And what were they supposed to be? Recyclers? It was something. No, it just used
just
something.
Salvage, like they used to have, you know. Like it was honorable, and it is if you aren't getting made fun of as a stereotype for it.
Well, in January, President Cyril I think his name is Ramaphosa of South Africa, obviously post-apartheid South Africa, signed a law that allows land expropriation sans compensation. That means land grab, in a sense, without compensation. The qualification being when it is just and equitable and in the public interest. Now, this was what Trump glommed onto via Elon Musk, who ran to him saying, Donald, they're taking all the white land. And, of course, our man Troy was saying, well, it's payback. And he was trying to be diplomatic about it. And I said, well, you can't really call it that when I don't understand any land has been taken. It's, as far as I know, this law has never been put into effect. It is simply on the books as a backup in case they need to confiscate land in the sense of eminent domain here in the United States, which of course all the sovereign freaks will argue against in the United States. But look, it's always been like this. If you don't pay your property taxes, the government takes your property away. Now, there was an attempt to return land to the native peoples of Hawaii. And in the Hawaiian Islands, I know of this through Judith Gay Ager, because she saw it firsthand, a lot of Kauai was returned to native indigenous families. But they refused to pay their property taxes. And all Uncle Sam was saying was he wanted some rent. And it wasn't unreasonable. It was just, hey, give me a cut. I want some rent. But they all refused to pay rent. And so Uncle Sam took all their land away and developed it. That's the story as she understood it. And I find no reason to disbelieve it. It's like one of these things where, hey, you never owned your land if you're white either. Because if you don't pay your property taxes, Uncle Sam will come and take your land away too. So no one truly owns the land. It belongs to the state. It always has. So it's kind of
But
like,
when they do that eminent domain here to build the shiny new shopping center or highway or whatever, it's always poor ethnic neighborhoods. They don't do that shit in Pebble Beach. You know what I mean?
Well, that's because not to defend it or rationalize it, but isn't that because Pebble Beach is already developed?
Yeah,
Well,
but they don't do these
wasn't that
improvements.
what T-Man was complaining about? So they hit him at one point.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why he hates it. That's why he hates it.
There you go. Thank you.
Right.
Like they took some of his land or something.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll bet they
they
did.
did that at the last house I was at. They said, oh, we're doing street improvements. They took
right.
something like 20, 30 square feet, and then they paid like way below market price and said, "Oh, too bad. Otherwise, you don't get a new street."
Yeah.
They'll just leave that part all rotten and shit. So it's like, yeah, it's sometimes you don't have a choice, and yeah, it's called the government.
So what about your own impression when you were in Hawaii? Does what Judith Agert said ring true with you about, at least on Kauai, she was saying that these natives had been given a lot.
Yeah, it's the thing about Kauai is like, yeah, they probably did that, but yeah, those people don't want to work. I mean, So even if it's like us, it would just be like there's no jobs and they don't really want to work. So
unless you're wiping tourist ass and there's only so many jobs of that, there really isn't that much work.
Yeah.
Like, what are they supposed to do? Go work 40 hours a week, cleaning toilets and then just barely get by?
No, your point's well taken, Holly.
They're on the dole.
Yeah, they're all on the dole, but still, how much would it take out of your dole to pay property taxes? Just stop smoking so much fucking pot.
Yeah.
Okay, it depends. Here, you'd think it was like, I don't know. I guess they're pretty high here.
Well, it's pretty high here. It should probably be pretty high in Hawaii too, because
I would think
the land is astronomically priceless.
Yeah,
but still.
Well, Kauai actually is relatively low.
Is it?
Property tax.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right.
Property prices. Property prices. I don't know about the tax, but
yeah.
Okay, that's shocking.
Like, there's not much arable land and stuff. It's like there's not a lot of roads.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't think they're, the values aren't huge. They're expensive, but they're not like massive. Burdensome.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to work either.
But I'm sure they pulled over. But no, let's just work it out. I'm saying they probably did pull some scheme where they like overvalued and said, "Oh, if you sell it, it's worth $2 million." Then no one can pay that property tax.
No. No.
Possibly. But, even probably. I'm not going to give, Uncle Sam or the white man an even break either, but it's still, the fact remains that Judith Agert was saying, and I believe her because I see it here in San Francisco. Everywhere I go, I smell pot smoke, which basically she was saying that, well, all the natives were spending all day and all their money smoking pot. And it's I believe that. That sounds about right. Yeah. And the problem is it compounds the problem because the pot ruins your capacity to do anything. I mean, anything, generally speaking. There's some people who can handle drinking. There's some people who can handle pot. But they're really an extreme minority. Most people, they just get on that green weed and they just lay there all day. I mean, they become slave circuited to the egregore of mescalita, the spirit of the green. Yes. Well, there we are. So, whether we continue on that subject or return to it, Trump accused South Africa of, his words, terrible things, horrible things, including a land grab. South Africa compared the law to United States policy on eminent domain. And the journalist I was earlier sourcing, Dupriez, added, not 1 square inch of it has been confiscated from white owners. Remember, the man I'm sourcing is a white Suid-Afrikaner. This isn't some black guy who's a spokesperson for their communist fucking government. He's a white guy who is a potential victim of this policy, who confirms that not an inch of territory has been taken from whites. Now, there's a lady named Antoinette Sithole. Her 12-year-old brother, Hector Pieterflan, who had a white last name or a Dutch last name, died on the first day of peaceful protests by black children in Soweto in 1976 over the white government's order to teach in Afrikaans, the Dutch language that serves as the white Afrikaner, what would we call it? The Umgangssprache, the language that they speak at home. The Dutch-based language spoken by all Afrikaners in the past in black schools, because that's what they were taught. Now, I was observing all 7 years of those anti-apartheid protests because, of course, I was going to City College at the time. I was going to State University at the time. I was majoring in ideology. This was something we had to be on the pulse about. The early uprising, which led to Nelson Mandela's release in 1990 and to a majority rule government in 1994, is commemorated by a museum named for Hector Peterson, that young black man, or half black man, who was killed. Now, describing the U.S. decision to subsidize expedited resettlement of white Afrikaners as heartbreaking, his sister Antoinette Sithole recalled that during apartheid, black people and those of mixed race lived like we were in prison. Now they are turning it around as if we are doing the same thing. For me, it doesn't make sense at all. Now, Senator Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire, whose name I was trying to remember earlier, the ranking member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, called Trump's quest for Afrikaner refugees baffling and politically motivated, especially since the United Nations had found no South Africans of any race eligible for refugee status last year. South Africa's coalition government, formed a year ago, is a partnership with the white-led Democratic Alliance. Trump's initiative is nevertheless... I'm sorry, go on. What's that, Brendan? Oh, maybe he turned his...
I didn't realize I was off mute.
Oh, no worries.
I'm just dealing with some stuff over here. How long was I off mute for? Shit.
No, just a few moments. I think you thumbed it just a second ago.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't intentional.
No worries. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and Trump's initiative...
But I did get since I am off mute, I did just get an update from one of your longtime viewers, and they said they aren't able to see your new updates for the last 2 years.
Well, Jesus Christ.
So you're like the YouTube shadow ban's real.
Yeah, but tell them subscribe and hit the notification bell.
Well, we are subscribed, but it doesn't.
Yeah, are they looking at Facebook, maybe?
No, they're looking at YouTube. But Brendan, what you have to do is remind them that what happens is they either get unsubscribed, in which case they have to resubscribe, or they need to go into their subscription account and hit that notification bell as well, and keep hitting it. Keep going back, checking on it, and hitting the notification bell again and again. Because and that's the only way to get notifications, because like you say, otherwise they'll just Well,
and also I'm like on. Like I'm an administrator on the channel, and I still can't see when you're live streaming. I have to actually click into the thing.
Yeah.
So I think that goes for everyone. That's why you don't get traffic. It's shadow banned. I mean,
it's
that's
true.
The only word for it.
It's true, and this is why Go on.
And when you had Facebook, that's how people knew you were live streaming. But because you're like totally super banned from that. I mean, beyond banned. I don't even know what to call that.
Blocked. I'm blocked.
Yeah, completely blocked. Completely. Yeah. So, in that sense, I mean, there's only what else can you do? Yeah, just do what Doug says. Keep subscribing until that thing is done.
Yeah. And beyond
keep
that,
checking. But then they also said, "Oh, the website hasn't been updated." I said, "Yeah, that's been like that.
That's been like that forever." And just tell them that
since Lena went.
Yeah, since Lena just basically. They flipped the switch. I mean, she was always the enemy. She was an assign A, and they just flipped the switch, and she just, manifested the altar, and that kicked in. And when it kicked in all the way. We're just lucky that the website is still there, and until I get married to some partner or something, somebody who does something with it, my son's husband won't allow him to touch it, and there's solid reason for that. I can understand the logic, but but in terms of the other thing to remember is word of mouth. This is guerrilla warfare, but it's your war, people. You got to fight it. It doesn't matter if I ever personally make any changes to the world around me as I am, meaning Douglas Dietrich that I already have changed the world through the Dietrich Artelect, which was simply neuronically combed from my own mind. And the Dietrich Artelect has made Taiwan the most powerful nation state on earth in terms of technology. Beyond that, there's other changes that have happened because of me. I've done my share. But if you want me to do more, it's up to you. And you've got to spread the word. People just got to start telling other people that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well. And if you're not putting the word out, well, you're not fighting your own war, and you're going to lose. That's the thing to tell everybody. That's the most important thing for them to remember.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up. And with that in mind, when it comes to the Trump's initiative, it's nevertheless, despite everything I've articulated, still ongoing. So on Monday, opening the work week, the State Department announced it will welcome more Afrikaners in the coming months to protect victims of racial discrimination. Now, the worst victims of South Africa's African National Congress are not white Afrikaners, even though they are acknowledged by myself and anyone with any modicum of sanity as a vulnerable group. The worst victims are poor black people, the majority of South Africans, who have been deliberately impoverished by the super wealthy communist government, which is effectively a colony of communist China, the ANC elite of the African National Congress. These niggers live in splendor, while the blacks live in stinking squalor, with 42% unemployment, with water and sanitation failing, terrorized by violent crime, stricken by malnutrition, as emphatically as any Ethiopian during the worst of the war days when I was involved in the Horn of Africa as a mercenary. If any South Africans should be welcomed into these United States as refugees, it is they, victims of a communist Chinese government that has installed a cabal of house niggers. So it was a sorry farce when 49 Afrikaner refugees were greeted as heroes by senior U.S. officials at Dulles Airport in Washington on Monday to open our work week. Trump is talking nonsense about white genocide in South Africa. No doubt Elon Musk, who was brought up in South Africa and should know much better, was behind Trump's foolish outbursts. I thought Trump was execrable in the office of the executive in his first midterm. And I certainly would never have voted for him last year. I say this again to chide our dear friend, the Real Tech Geek, who voted for him twice. But I am beyond dismayed at some of Trump's behavior, or should I say misbehavior now. I thought, and still think, Musk is an industrial charlatan. He has not an iota of mental processing capable of having him qualified as a functional adult, much less as anyone capable of the astonishing achievements he simply stole from others. But as a politician, oh dear, as I would say in front of the Blood Boys to prevent myself from using harder language, I grate my teeth because Musk, the white refugee from Canada, is the man who delivered all this white refugee rubbish, which gives such ammunition Not just to Donald Trump and the Republican right, but to the ANC, the African National Congress of House Niggers, subservient to the Chinese Communist Party and its white woke fellow travelers. President Cyril Ramaphosa, perhaps the most disastrous president of our democratic era, stood up this week at the Africa CEO Forum in the Ivory Coast and said that the Afrikaners in question do not fit the definition of a refugee. This is true. But using the same calm, personable tones, on September 26th of 2018, Ramaphosa told Bloomberg, "There are no killings of farmers or white farmers in South Africa." This was an outright lie. At the time, the South African police had recorded over 1,700 farm murders in South Africa, where the niggers, the goddamn niggers, not only killed white adults, they killed infants, throwing them into fireplaces. Very old people. Any black farmers and farm workers who worked for them. All of these murders were of the most gruesome type, preceded by long and terrible torture, where the infants were killed in front of their mothers. So I'm afraid that many commentators in the West, hearing Ramaphosa's...
That's not even including the Boer War.
Thank you. Yes, you mean historically, where the Brits, the fucking Brits put them in concentration camps, all the whites. The Brits put the white Afrikaners in death camps in the Boer War. Right. Yeah, fuck the Brits. And that's why the whites of South Africa wanted to ally with the Third Reich in World War II. That goes without saying. At any rate, so as I said, I'm all too afraid that all too many commentators in the West, on hearing Ramaphosa's, shall we say, qualifiedly true statement, or technically true statement about the refugees, might conclude that he was also telling the truth about the farm murders. Now, as I said, I was trying to look for everything while getting Brendan ЗOGHET and T-Tank Barry to talk for a while to cover my ass while I'm looking around for some factoids. I haven't been able to find out much about these 49 Afrikaners. I don't know how many, if any of them, owned farms at all. I suspect, as Brendan does, these were like white street people that they're
getting them out of prison.
Yeah, it says something's going on.
Transportation. Yeah.
Something's going on. I mean, they look photogenic enough, and they have little white kids with them that they're all kissing and shit,
yeah.
But, you know.
Right up front in the camera.
Yeah. But they have made vague statements about feeling threatened. But then...
Yeah.
Anyone and everyone in South Africa feels threatened, except those goddamn house niggers, the ANC leaders of the African National Congress, who serve as the colonial overlords for the communist Chinese. They live in mansions behind supermassive, very expensive security and travel in armored state cars with bulletproof windows and armed bodyguards escorting them, whether they're in or out of vehicular status. My guess is that they are mainly all just chancers that got brought in on this plane looking for a better life in the United States. And boy,
exactly.
Yeah, oh boy, they're gonna find they went from the frying pan into the fucking fire.
That's right.
Yeah. Still, who can blame them? Judging by the callers into radio programs, millions of black South Africans seeking to escape the ravages of the ANC would love to go to these United States as refugees. Again, I would argue they'd only be going from the frying pan into the fire myself, because they'd all wind up in black neighborhoods where they'd suddenly find out what real gang violence is like and auto-genocide on a daily level, yeah, a lot of them might reconsider and say, take me back. But the relationship between white Afrikaners and black Africans is a complicated and paradoxical one, still needing to be understood to understand South Africa itself. Now, remember, I grew up while there was still an apartheid government. The Afrikaner government of apartheid has, of course, been destroyed by Americans when they sanctioned South Africa and forced the whites to turn the government over to the goddamn communists, thus forcing everyone in South Africa to live the past 31 years. Did I say live? I mean to say subsist. Like people in the Gaza Strip. Subsist. The last 31 years under the African, shall we say, black supremacist African government of the ANC, the African National Congress. The incoming National Party government of 1948 vowed to promote the Afrikaner nation, its culture and its language, and to care for all the Afrikaner people. It subjected the black majority to the brutal rule of apartheid, but it kept its promise to its own people. It opened schools and universities in the Afrikaans language, as I said, and sent its own children to them at the least. It looked after poor Afrikaners, meaning poor whites were provided with a social net. The incoming communist ANC government, which ultimately surrendered into colonial status under communist Chinese supervision in 1994, did nothing of the kind for anyone, black or white. The ANC leaders treated the black masses with greater contempt than the whites ever did, making no effort whatsoever to uplift them. Anyone who thinks Nelson Mandela was some kind of saint is a goddamned idiot. Indeed, most black African leaders seem embarrassed. No, it's not that. They're ashamed of black African culture and languages. They were forever prattling on against colonialism while in practice embracing it. Just about everything Cecil John Rhodes had wished upon them was considered their boon, not their bane. Most especially the English language, which enabled them to trade with the rest of the world. They opened not a single goddamn school. Not a single one. No new schools or universities teaching in black African languages. They wanted their own children to be taught in nothing but English. And guess what? They have their own apartheid in place here. They make it a requirement that if you're going to teach in a South African school, you have to pass the race test. You've got to be white. They want only white teachers teaching their kids English because they think all the blacks talk like niggers. One of the many ANC racial laws is the Employment Equity Act, which states that the proportions of races at every level of employment should match those of the country, as in the baseline demographic. Since blacks, that's a pretty vague term. I mean, because I remember people used to come up to that private detective I used to work with, Gino Tinelli Neely, the man who was half Liberian and half Sicilian, and they'd come up to him, "Are you black?" This is what other blacks would always say to him. "Are you black?" And he'd point at his shoes and say, "See my shoes? That's black." And they'd say, "Well, I'm black." And he'd say, "You ain't black. You some kind of shit color." Well, that's what we got going down south in Africa. You see, since blacks is such a vague term, because nobody there is really fucking black. They comprise 93% of the population. Because anyone who's touched by the tar brush, shall we say, is listed as black. So we got 93% of the population. In most schools, 93% of the teachers are black. Furthermore, most of their teachers have been appointed on diversity, equity, and inclusion. In other words, on race rather than merit. The ANC says employment equity and DEI are to redress. They're to redress the injustices of the past. And guess what? I don't know of a single goddamn coon cadre for the Communist Chinese. Any one of those house nigger black leaders of the ANC who sends his or her children to one of these schools. They all send them to the posh schools with exclusively white teachers appointed on, I guess we could say, merit. Some are even in Afrikaans schools. They actually pay the whites to teach them in all white schools because they say we don't want our kids growing up with any niggers around them because we hate all these blacks. This is a problem for the African National Congress. And what's going down with the ANC in their Chi-Com colonialism explains much of their antipathy to Afrikaners, the whites. The Afrikaners, proud of their Dutch-born Boer culture and language, which survived concentration camp, indeed Holocaustic experience under British persecution. They show up, the African leaders, well, they show up these house niggers, I'll call them, every goddamn time. The ANC knows that Afrikaans teachers are dedicated and competent. And so they all send their children to the Afrikaans schools and then demand that they be taught in English. Indeed, the ANC has recently passed the basic, well, I think it's called the BELLA, an acronym, of course, BELA, all in the uppercase. The Basic Education Laws Amendment Act. Its intention is to take power away from school governing boards and parents and give it all to the ANC politicians, the colonial cadres of the Communist Chinese, and to stamp out Afrikaans, the Dutch language, at schools. So while there is no racial, or shall we say, physical or material genocide against Afrikaners, there is the culture war, a cultural genocide that results in increasing attacks upon them in one form or another. Now, most Afrikaners, the white Boer-descended Dutch, want nothing to do with these 49 refugees. I know that much. Their nation was born in South Africa. They have no other home. They want to stay and serve their country, even if they have to secede and create a white country, a white enclave, an ethno-state, and stand their ground until they feed it with their blood if they have to. They don't want it to come to that. All they ask is to be treated fairly and decently and to feel secure. And here, Donald John Trump is not helping them at all. And that brings us to another high-cost gift. Donald Trump is in talks to accept a $400 million gift from a foreign government. The president has become impatient as he awaits replacements for Air Force One. Initially due from Boeing in 2024, they're now expected in 2027. And ABC News reported yesterday that the small Persian Gulf country of Qatar an unacknowledged colony of Turkey, an American ally in either case in name only, intends to give him a plane. The most astonishing thing is that Trump is doing this out in the open. One secret to his impunity thus far has been that rather than try to hide his misdeeds, that's what amateurs such as Richard Nixon and Harding did, Gamaliel Harding in case you don't remember, Trump calculates, that if he makes no pretense, he can get away with them. This worked when he called on foreign countries to interfere in United States elections, when he declined to divest from his companies in his first midterm, and when he tried to subvert the 2020 presidential election. Now he is daring the courts, Congress, and all Americans to either stop him or else declare graft legal, at least for himself. Underscoring this crookedness, the plane would ultimately belong not to the United States government, but to Donald John Trump personally. Once he leaves office, it will reportedly be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation no later than January 1st of 2029, and any costs relating to its transfer will be paid for by the United States Air Force. That's per ABC, in case you want to know my source. In short, a foreign government will give our president of these United States a $400 million personal gift. Not a bad haul at a time when Trump is asking American children to do with fewer dolls and pencils. A federal law...
And food stamps.
Thank you. Yeah, don't forget. Forget about the eating. I take blood myself, and in a worst-case scenario, I simply kill someone. But federal law allows officials to accept personal gifts below a certain amount, which is currently set at $480. That's 0.0001% the estimated value of this plane. Just how final this deal is remains unclear. A Qatari government spokesperson said it is under consideration, but Trump confirmed the arrangement on Truth Social. He wrote, and here I quote his T, and I will shout on the parts where he puts it in all uppercase. So the fact that the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction so bothers the crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. Now, that's because, Donald, accepting an aircraft from a foreign country, even a nominal ally, which in practice, these fuckers are not, they are the fucking enemy, raises many questions about national security. Who can vouch for the safety of this plane? Who will inspect every goddamn inch of this plane to make certain it's not microphoned or bugged in an even higher technology sense? By the way, in case you did not know...
Or sabotage, just in general.
Thank you!
That would be the ultimate. That would be anticlimactic if it just blew up while he was in it.
Oh, we can only...
From a remote switch, you know. Qatar could
Yeah,
blow him
like
up whenever you wanted to.
It would have been like, yeah, people would have been accusing, oh, those mullahs are all terrorists. But now it's cool, I guess.
Yeah!
Yeah, they're building better planes than Boeing.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if he was
those
a real
were all the ones that were blowing up with the bad nose cone.
He would be giving them out.
Thank you.
That's what the joke is.
Yeah, thank you.
But
Thank
you
you.
know, here we are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. The headline I saw today was that $1 billion to retrofit the thing for, whatever military specs it's got to have. So that means ripping out all those palatial features and golden toilets and all that wonderland it is up in that
Oh, they'll
747.
take,
You know what I
basically,
mean?
the Air Force is just going to take that money and just not do anything. We already know that.
Well,
Doug
yeah,
knows that.
maybe run a bug detector around the walls like a
Oh, I
beam
highly
finder,
doubt it. Ask Doug how corrupt the Air Force is.
Yeah, well,
Like, they literally just sit around.
I'm no
I knew someone
defender.
in the Air Force.
Okay.
Yes. Tell him, Brendan. Tell
I
him about
thought they
it.
had to make some kind of show of an effort. Send in the
Hey, no,
construction
not the
crew
Air
to
Force. Especially
Strip
not the
it.
Air Force. No, they're
Got
like.
it.
I mean, they like barely work.
Yeah.
Allegedly,
I believe you.
Allegedly.
Allegedly work. Yeah, don't forget, remember we had Derek Talley's father, who was Air Force, who
Yeah.
supposedly
And they
worked
just
at
go
NORAD.
into the office building in Cheyenne Mountain and
Yeah.
apparently did nothing
Yeah.
because he couldn't answer you.
Yeah, he couldn't answer any of
Up
my
in
questions.
Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah.
Huh.
What was that, honey?
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Up in Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah. 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 No, yeah. It never went near a plane in his goddamn life. And the worst part of it, Holly, you remember what happened when I asked him about the day of 9/11? And I said, NORAD doesn't have any defense of the American homeland's airspace. And he's like, oh, we got magic lasers, and you never heard of it because you wouldn't know because you don't have these security clearances. And I said, oh, but on the day of 9/11, nothing was launched.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, except one person. And you remember what that case was, right, honey? Holly, you remember my speaking
One
about
person.
this before? Yeah.
Tell me the one person.
It was basically Heather Penny. Does that name ring a bell with you?
Not really.
Okay, so what happened was on the day of 9/11, United Airlines Flight 93 was the only plane they were capable of interdicting because it was heading all the way towards San Francisco. They covered it up completely and lied and said that, it must have been headed towards the White House. This is beyond bullshit and it's offensive.
This is the Pennsylvania one that they couldn't find.
Yes.
It vaporized when it hit the ground.
Well,
Okay.
it didn't vaporize. It left a shall we say, a debris field.
A crater.
That was
all right.
Yeah, no, it left a debris field that was just miles and miles of debris. That's why they had to cordon it off. I knew security guards who worked it because all kinds of sick motherfuckers like Jambo the Reese Monkey wanted to salvage, just basically steal bits
Human
and pieces
fingers
of that plane.
and shit.
Yes, that's right, as souvenirs. But if you take a look at its flight path, the flight path clearly takes it over Pennsylvania and it's over the Great Lakes into a completely different state. When the civilians hijacked it and forced it to crash in Pennsylvania, they turned it around 180 degrees. So it was not headed towards the goddamn White House. And so then what happened was that it was on its way to San Francisco to take out the Transamerica Pyramid. And what happened was that because of that, they knew they could intersect it because they said they heard the radio and traffic, which they've since censored and screwed up completely. The radio traffic was, they said, we're headed towards the Transamerican Pyramid, the terrorists themselves. So what happened was Heather Penny was this young girl whose dad was an Air Force officer, and she always wanted to grow up flying fighter jets, and he allowed her to live out her dream, and finally she became a fighter pilot. And then on the day of 9/11, he personally said, come, to the office. He said he drove right down to the base, which he normally did not work at. He said he ordered her, come into the office, and he said, let me just personally escort you. And he brought her to the fighter plane, and he said, this is the only fighter plane that's fueled. It takes hours and hours to fuel and load up the weapons on these planes.
How did I miss Heather Penny? Huh.
Yeah, but
that's a hell of a story.
Yeah, and he said this is the only fuel that we have. That's the only plane that's fueled. He said we have no time to load weapons on it. So he said, this is the last time I will ever see you alive. And he kissed her and he said,
God.
He said, I'm giving you.
That was her name, Heather Penny?
Yeah, Heather Penny. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because last time you said something else, and I thought you were saying Penny Bradley, and I was like, no way.
No, not Penny Bradley. God,
Okay.
no. Penny
Okay.
Bradley
Right.
could never be a pilot because she's got glasses. She's subpar. She's not optimal for any kind of flight training or anything like that. But no, it was Heather Penny. So
In her mind.
yeah, in her mind. Yeah, that poor bitch. Yeah. And so what happened was he kissed his daughter and he
Okay,
said,
I got kicked off, but
yeah, yo, God, it wasn't by me. Jesus Christ, what the
Yeah.
fuck happened with that?
I
Yeah,
know, it just died.
yeah, Jesus. Well,
But yeah,
no,
so I heard what's her
Penny
name?
Bradley. Oh
Penny
God,
Bradley, and I was like, Doug,
Yeah.
there's no way. Like,
why did?
I should have said something. I should have came.
Yeah,
on and said something.
always feel free to say something. Yes, always
Yeah.
interject if you think I'm saying something like that, which I. We've got it on record. I don't believe I said that, but it probably there was background noise where you were at work or something, and maybe it came across
Yeah.
sounding like that because, I know I can fuck up sometimes, but it's hard for me to. The reason I wouldn't fuck up like that is because I hate Penny Bradley too much to fuck
Yeah, that's
up
what I thought.
like
That's
that.
what I
Yeah,
thought. I was like-
it's like.
I was like, that makes sense, but then she never mentioned that.
Yeah, no, she would never mention that. No, it would only make sense that she would take credit for it, yeah, because she's that fucking crazy and that would fulfill her psychotic fantasies, yes. But no, it was Heather Penny. And so what happened was Heather Penny, then her dad kissed her on the forehead and said, goodbye, this is the last time I'll ever see you alive. We have no time to load weapons on the plane. He said, my orders...
Did they give her a parachute, for fuck's sake? God.
No. He said that once you do what I order you to do, there's no chance of escape. He said to her, my orders are for you to bodily ram the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, and it will kill you and, of course, kill everyone on board that plane, but we have no choice. They're going to take down the Trans-American Pyramid. So she was ordered to rendezvous with Flight 93 and bodily crash into it to ram it and bring it down as well as kill herself. It was a suicide mission. So she took off and
No, they got 2-3 hours to evacuate the building, worst come to worst,
it's yeah, there you go with that. True enough.
Yeah.
But you saw the disaster. You saw the disaster with what happened with fucking the Twin Towers, because remember the orders, everybody was calling when the buildings were on fire and all of the emergency responders told them stay in the building.
Yeah, oh God.
Remember? They were all told stay in the building.
Yeah, don't chance it.
Yeah.
Coming through the hot floors.
Mm-hmm.
What was the point of that exactly?
If the stairs or the elevators, you couldn't use the elevator for fuck's sake, and you're 100 flights up.
Yeah, but Brendan's question is answered by, to the stupid dispatchers, in all fairness, who would ever dream the buildings would come down? It's like, seriously. So their thought was, the normal procedure, standard SOP or standard operational procedure is in a situation like that, you wait for the firemen to come and get you. And theoretically, under any normal situation,
Shelter in place.
Thank you. Shelter in place. And in any normal situation, that is what ultimately would happen, though obviously it would take a long time in a building like that. But this is the horror of the reality of what happened, is all these people were waiting for hours. And then finally, with many of them, they had to jump out the windows. We saw this. We saw people jumping out of the windows hand in hand. They refuse to show any of that anymore. And it's all scrubbed from the internet. But because the firemen never came. And then they pressed the button. That's when the Kike said, Super Kike said, bring it down. What's his name again? The guy who said, he gave the
Larry
order.
something?
Larry Silverstein. Larry Silverstein, Super Kike, brought it all down and made double the money. Yeah.
And that weird Building 7 shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's all on record. And so, and of course, remember, the security was run by George W. Bush's brother, who pulled all the dog sniffing, all the bomb sniffing dog patrols out 2 weeks before so they could lay in all the explosives. Yes. Yeah. Oh, it's just all of it's just damning. It's just, including what happened at the Pentagon, where the pilot who crashed into the Pentagon went through a training operation the year before on crashing into the Pentagon. Yeah. All that. Right. But go on. What were you going to say, Holly? What else?
Oh God. I forget now.
Yeah.
I forget.
No worries.
Something.
But bring it up if you remember.
It was just an aside.
Yeah. Bring it up if you remember it. Yeah, but when I brought up Heather Penny, with Derek Talley's father, Derek Talley
Yeah.
said, "Oh, yeah, I've never heard of such a thing. That's all bullshit and all this stuff." And I said, "But she's alive. She goes around delivering lectures. She's a real
Wow.
person. How can you deny the fact that you had no air defense?" And it's like, "NORAD, we have every inch of the sky colored by
There
magic."
was nothing.
Yeah, it was nothing.
There was nothing.
They have nothing. Yes.
All those billions back then. I mean, your mouth just hang open.
Yeah, yes.
Where was the response?
It- there was none. There was none. Yeah,
For all those billions.
yeah. And for those of you who don't know, the man who runs NORAD, 9/11 was his replacement's first day of work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the guy.
Shit like that.
Or he was the guy in charge
Security
of air traffic
guard.
control. Yeah, that's right. All
Yeah,
that shit. Yeah.
something else. All that shit.
It was either him or the guy who ran so much of the ATF, but I think it was NORAD. It had to be NORAD.
Okay.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
opposed to just the guy who was running the, not ATF, but the air traffic control.
Just
The
wacky. They put big balls in there.
that's right. That's
All
right.
set to go.
Yes. Yes.
Get ready, Iraq. Here we come.
Yes. Yes.
And because the building was supposed to be all riddled with asbestos and out of code and
Yeah.
losing all this money somehow.
That's what you were going to bring up, was the fact that Larry Silverstein
Yeah.
had it insured.
And it might have been half empty.
Yeah, it was. It was half empty.
Yeah.
It still had more than
Yeah.
enough people in it to make it a tragedy, but it was.
But yeah, it wasn't profitable anymore.
Yeah.
It was just dumb.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was always so out of proportion with anything to do with the city. I mean, it was just
Yeah.
always kind of offensive.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's a whole thing now. There's a whole thing going on in Manhattan and stuff, I understand. A lot of those skyscrapers are stone empty.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's
Empty.
no surprise. Well, since first COVID and now this shit. What do you expect?
And it's like the realtor shows them even residential ones. I mean, 50 floors, and oh, you get to be the only ones in the building.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's a sales pitch. Okay. Now, that's one of the scariest things I ever heard in my life, existentially.
Yeah.
You get to be the only ones in the building.
Oh yeah, there's so many places like that these days. There's so many
That's
places.
so scary.
Yeah, well, to say the least, it's eerie. You'd have to be
Yeah.
almost like
Ain't
somebody.
it?
Yeah, it would have to be. You'd have to be someone who's almost a pathological hermit to
Oh,
even
man.
appreciate that. But if you were in a skyscraper and you're told you're the only one in the building, all that means
Yeah.
is how alarmed you become when you hear noises. Why?
Well,
why-
and imagine what you could get away with,
yeah. Oh yeah, that too.
on
That-
the other hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And aside from all of that, so that's. Do you remember Derek Talley's father at all coming onto the show back in?
I do.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Anything
do.
else you remember about that? Anything else?
It was, I wondered if you were getting traction with him or not. What I heard was polite.
Yeah. Oh, of
And
course.
I
You know I'm
didn't
good
hear
at that.
you. No, and him too.
Yeah.
But I didn't. Somehow I missed the getting into 9/11 part where he got salty.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was salty throughout. You just didn't notice.
Was he?
it. Yeah.
Well, and
it's-
I didn't want to, I
Yeah,
guess. and-
Yeah, and by the way, it's just how should I put it? It was because he was there to sell a line, and his line was that, "Oh, it ain't nothing like War Games. It ain't nothing like the movie War Games." I kept telling him,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not talking
War
about
is
the movie
hell.
War Games. But remember, I kept talking. No, that's not what he was saying. There was the actual
Okay.
movie called War Games. Do you remember it? Where the kid hacks into NORAD. It's one of the first cyber hacking movies. Where
Yeah, way back.
yeah,
I don't remember it, but
yeah. I mean,
its existence, yes.
personally, I think you're not missing shit, but it was a popular enough film where they made a sequel to it. But the whole point is that when it comes to the movie, I was not addressing that at all and telling him so. I qualified
Yeah.
my opening statement saying I'm not going to be addressing that movie because I knew that he was going to deny anything. But for what it's
Right.
worth, that Ronald Reagan personally ordered a change to the standard operating procedures at NORAD because of that film. So for him to say that film was not
God.
realistic is
Right.
complete and total bullshit. So he's coming at you like, hey, it ain't nothing like this film, you know, and your commander-in-chief ordered a change to operational procedures.
Totally believable.
Yeah, so don't be giving me that shit, but I didn't come on him hard. And I was like, you know, going super easy on him like I do with all too many people. But, you know, he was trying to give me a line of shit every time when I was talking to him about, what about before you worked at NORAD? And I told him how I worked with conflict simulations and these board games. Remember all those board games I told you about that used to be developed by the Department of Defense? And I took part in a lot of them, and then they wound up selling privately. Remember that? And I was telling him there's one called NORAD, and it was all about a hypothetical Soviet bomber attack on North America, and it gamed out, you know, and this became available to your average American in the days when NORAD still had
I used to play them a little bit, those games.
Yeah, and I told him that, you know, it emulated NORAD's response with weapons they used to have, anti-aircraft missiles, anti-aircraft weapons, you know, and he didn't know anything I was talking about. It's like, you know, it's like he never worked at NORAD. It was like he never went, and then he couldn't remember the name of the computer. He said, oh, I worked with the computer, and I had to tell him the name of the computer. I said, UNIAC. And ENIAC. And he was like,
Dell 5000.
Yeah, and he was like that. He was like, oh, yeah, that one. And I'm like, really? Really? You worked with this fucker, and you can't remember its goddamn name? No, it's just so much that was so off. I mean, that had to be, if he really worked with NORAD, that was like a true DEI positioning where they just said
up in Cheyenne Mountain, no less.
Yeah, it's just
which
like,
I have seen.
Yeah,
I've seen the gates.
Yeah, there we are, and it's just so they could say they had a black man working at NORAD. It had to be it, and in exchange, he turned his son Derek Talley over for MK Ultra programming. That's what happened with that. Yeah, like we said, or like was emphasized by Holly Kiefer, so people understand she brought the subject up. According to Boeing, a standard 747 aircraft frame has 171 miles of wiring. So just imagine, as Brendan ẒOGHET and Holly articulated, how are they gonna debug this fucker? This is gonna
debomb it.
Yes. I mean, well, it's a flying bomb, but
yeah.
By the way, all of this assuming that the plane can be made operable at all. You know, so not a sure thing, as the Wall Street Journal reported in an earlier iteration of this entire story. So I reference people to the Wall Street Journal about this. If, you know, obviously I'm not going to read the article to you. There's no point, but when you read that, you know, it'll go into excruciating technical detail, what I'm not going to, you know, what I'm not able to articulate in this format. Now, all of this would be worrisome to the White House, except that, as I've spraketh before, Trump does not care about national security. In fact, earlier this year, the former national security advisor, John Bolton, said, Trump is the only thing he's interested in. There you go. Now,
not a whit does he care.
Yes. And if there's no such thing as a free lunch, as Einstein would say, there's certainly no such thing as a free fucking plane. The Qataris will presumably not give Trump such a plane out of the goodness and generosity of their foul black oil pumping hearts. There's a simple term for this. It's called bribery. The fact that we don't know what Qatar, or actually their colonial occupant Turkey, actually wants from Donald Trump doesn't change that. In fact, it's arguably scarier that we don't know what the fuck they want, because rather than consider the exchange a quid pro quo for something specific, Trump will slant any number of policy choices to benefit Doha, the capital of Qatar, which is but a satellite state of, well, Turkey, capital at Ankara. The Supreme Court has, in a series of recent decisions, made prosecuting politicians for corruption harder and harder, in fact, effectively impossible, but that doesn't preclude the rest of us from using plain language. In this case, there's a specific term in the legal sense: foreign emoluments. The Constitution is not a very long document, but it specifically forbids office holders from taking any gifts from any foreign powers. Trump realized this during his first midterm, that the ban is all but unenforceable. He accepted many foreign emoluments, including in the form of business at his Washington, D.C. hotel. But a court rejected a lawsuit lodged by Democratic members of Congress, concluding they had no standing to sue. Now, the first Trump misadministration also failed to keep a proper log of gifts, and some were missing at the end of his time in office. Imagine that. Now, the first Trump midterm was a festival of petty grift, but that was just a warm-up for the second midterm. In 2021, Trump described Bitcoin as a scam. Now he's decided to get in on the scam and has made, at least on paper, at least $1 billion from crypto projects. That's according to Bloomberg. So we know it's going to be a lot more. The president is openly using, or I should say abusing, his office to profit. In an auction that ended, wasn't it today? That buyers of his personal crypto coin can win a chance to tour the White House. As if that weren't bad enough, the arrangement has also drawn bidders who believe that the winner's access to Trump himself will provide a good chance to influence American imperial policy. Now, ahead of Trump's own Middle East jaunt this week, his family business has also struck billions in deals in the region recently. His sons have both traveled to or announced agreements with Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and what do you know? Qatar. Perhaps it would have been too brazen even for Trump to have his son Eric's Middle East trip come right after his own. Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, who, as I've explained before ad nauseum, is transgendered and identifies as female on government documents for years, and of course any children between her and Ivanka are all in vitro. A former top official in the first misadministration nonetheless, is also reportedly serving as an informal advisor on Middle East diplomacy, despite his/her business interests in the region. She's the one who ultimately suggested that the Gaza be depopulated so that it could be developed. This is the monstrousness with which we're dealing. Now, during his first presidential campaign, Trump presented his wealth as a guard against corruption. He couldn't be bought off, he claimed, because he was independently wealthy. Indeed, he boasted that he'd been the one doing the buying. Instead, his high personal net worth has only elevated his ambitions for corruption. Where a previous Republican president saw government of, for, and by the people, Trump sees the government as nothing more than the greatest opportunity for self-enrichment. The courts have effectively prevented prosecutors from policing official corruption. But if the United States Congress is willing to allow a foreign government to gift our president a $400 million personal bribe, what checks on his power even remain? What's the point of having a goddamn Constitution? Or even a motherfucking Congress, for that matter. The aeroplane may be free for Trump, but the cost to Americans will prove exceedingly steep. Because peak America is over. Trump's trade wars already started only months ago, and Red China has already won the trade war with President Trump, as Trump's trade war is driving the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire ever further into the arms of the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. Trump's trade war against communist China on the Asian mainland has totally backfired because Trump was never ready to ride out the inevitable spike in inflation or the consequent recession. Consider the fact that there's no such thing as a fully American-made car. About a third of budget vehicles for the American imperial market are built in Mexico. Trump indicated consumers could avoid tariffs by buying vehicles built entirely in these United States, but industry experts confirm that there's not a single fucking one with all domestic parts and assembly. So as the dream of an affordable car is dying, tariffs will only make it even worse. Matter of fact, Brendan, come on here and help us out. Your own car is being held up by parts that Cheeto Lord, the Orange God, has rendered inaccessible through his tariffs. Let me see if I can jump back on the call.
Well, and hold on, Douglas. I read today that the cargo container ships are being loaded again.
Yeah, I was pointing out last time, don't look at the fucking markets, look at the goddamn ports.
Yeah,
and, they were
so
all empty
now
before.
after 2-3 weeks of nothing, they're starting up again. And so that means that wink, wink, Christmas is saved, if you know what I mean.
By the Great Pumpkin. Yeah, by the Great Pumpkin. Go on.
Whatever surplus is already here will get through that 3-week nothing on the shelves deal. So
Yeah, apparently everyone's padding. I went to a shop earlier today and they said, oh, because of the 90 days, we can, make an extra large order. And then that way we would pad further if if he goes.
And still upcharge you in the
crazy
meantime because there's tariffs.
Oh, yeah.
So all the prices will go up. But the thing is, in the long run, it'll be everybody that thought this was a bad thing will end up looking like a chump to the base because there won't be any suffering.
Well, I don't know about that, honey.
No.
Brendan,
I mean,
help me
we'll
out here.
suffer, but there won't be empty Kmarts.
I don't know about that either, honey. I think it's a bit...
No,
because the ships are starting again.
You said, Holly, was enough that they're going to jack up the price. The same trip like they did during the pandemic, they'll say,
I totally believe that. But there won't be the specter of no bread.
No.
I don't know about that either, honey.
No.
Brendan, help me out
The
here.
ships are loading up again. It's only been a few weeks.
Yeah,
but these
such
are
an
going to be all
optimist?
sabotaged items. They're going to be sabotaged and useless.
Well, China's been doing that for decades, right?
Yeah, that's for fucking
it's
sure.
infinitely worse now.
Yeah.
Oh, ouch. Fentanyl for all. Toothpaste? Can't wait.
Yeah, or I just mean it'll be like the quality will be so bad it might as well be sabotaged.
Right.
That's what's gonna happen.
Right.
But then we'll be paying double, triple, anyways.
Damn straight. No argument there.
So there's no point. No one will be happy. I mean, if I already saw the guy waving the placard, then it's just a matter of time.
Tell Holly about that.
And if they cut
the
people
great
off of benefits,
I heard it.
don't matter.
I heard it. The great American characteristic is always blame the wrong people.
Well, you're not saying this
Americans
is wrong.
always
Trump.
blame the wrong people. So we're fucked. I totally don't expect a happy ending anymore.
Well, you sounded pretty optimistic there for a while. Christmas is saved. The shelves will be full. No one's going to starve.
That was the height of sarcasm for me.
Okay.
Remember, I'm not one of your happy, well-adjusted friends. I want to make that clear. We're all fucked.
It was a dark end. I get what you're saying.
Nobody wins.
Those people would be happy. Yeah. Which is a problem.
By the way,
they won't face no more plastic toys.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, Troy Bellamy says in
Why
the
is that even an issue? That's why.
Well, if you know, you
Well,
gotta
I'm
put
not
your
directing that at you. I'm talking about just everyone in general. Why was that
because
even on the list?
society's based
Like, we
on
need food. We don't
consumerism.
need plastic.
Society is based, capitalism is based on buying more.
Hey, when I was a kid, I would have gladly given up food for plastic toys. Happily.
And candy.
Well,
Yeah. 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 I don't know about the candy. I never really had much of a sweet tooth, but then again, I'm a quarter
Okay.
vampire, but still.
Right.
Yeah.
right. I mean, well, also your toys were probably expensive. They're probably some premium like
Yeah, there you go.
board games or something.
Yeah, something like that. It's
Some
oh,
like
Well, and
primo
hippies
shit.
wanted everything wooden.
yeah,
Definitely wasn't the rifle from Christmas Story or
Yeah.
something, Red Rider.
Yeah, really.
Why?
Vintage guns,
Oh God,
rusty
when I was young, it was
pistols.
just I just wanted so much. I mean, because I was like, I would see catalogs, and they just
Yeah.
didn't exist in my world. None of this
Sears.
was available to me. Yeah, that's right. We had
Sears.
Sears. Yeah, we had Sears. We had
You
Sears
got the
catalog.
Sears.
Yeah, we had that when we were young. It was like that and
And
other-
we sat down and looked at that Christmas one. Rest
Yeah.
of the year didn't matter. I
Yeah.
didn't need lawn furniture or a tiny house.
Yes.
Yeah, different times. Now people just want video games.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
God,
really.
That's for sure. No,
Really.
but that's
And
sick.
so quickly. The
Yeah.
change is so fast.
Oh yeah, too fast.
And one big CME and it's all gone. But damn.
Hey, Troy Bellamy says,
It
thank you for the shout out for my B-Day, Brendan and Douglas. Me secondarily and Brendan first. Oh, that's because you guys share your birthday. That's yeah,
Mhm.
that's
My
right.
birthday month. My birthday month.
Yeah, that's right. Get
Get
down, motherfucker. Well, you can.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
But I
gonna have
appreciate
to.
that, Troy.
Yeah, I was about to say you need to rephrase that, Brendan, so that people won't think that's racist. So that people don't think that you don't want to have the same
No,
birthday as a
no,
black man.
I like Troy. I think
No.
Troy's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Troy's great.
Yes, there we are.
No, it's for some other reasons that some people can't get there around there.
Yeah.
Some people are oversharing. It's called oversharing in psychology. Some people around us that we won't mention.
Yeah, this comes from the guy who talks about the quadriplegic illustration. Yeah, I remember that one with the
Yeah,
chick with
yeah.
no legs. Yes.
Yeah, well, lucky I didn't go into detail because you'd be like, forget about shadow ban. You'd be super banned. Yeah. Irredeemable. shit, yeah.
But you can confirm. I always tell the story from the perspective of the victim, and it's to show the suffering of.
Okay,
the victim.
yeah. After the shock and awe, yeah, then you can read the story. But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just the visuals are enough to scare anyone.
Yeah. Yes.
But yes, that part is valid. I agree, but it's definitely not. We're not comparing it to Q's like artistry. I'm just saying, not everyone can handle that. That's
It's
all
true.
I'm saying.
Yes, no, it's true. It's true. Yeah, and but thank you, all of you, for your support. And so this weekend, the United States struck a deal with the Communist Chinese Empire that will see American tariffs on Beijing's exports come back down to manageable levels again, while Red China will lower its levies on imports to these United States, or I mean to say from these United States, imports from these United States. China on the mainland will lower its levies on imports sourcing from us. The giant container ports, which Holly was referencing on both sides of the Pacific, can now be reopened. The factories across mainland China can get back to work, and Walmart and Target can start placing orders again. The global economy can start moving once more, but significantly, it will very quickly become clear who won the tariff war.
Mm-hmm.
The Communist Chinese. The deal that was announced this morning in Switzerland, where negotiations took place by the United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, appears very simple. The American empire will reduce its tariffs on communist Chinese imports from 145% to 30%, while market Leninist China will cut its from 125% to just 10%. For now, it's just another 90-day pause, but it already looks likely that over the next 3 months, a more permanent agreement will be worked out. Stock markets around the world celebrated the news, with equities jumping in Europe, and with the main indices on Wall Street expected to rise 2% or more when they open. And of course, the yuan has soared along with the markets on the mainland. If the deal sticks, the tariff war between Donald Trump and the Communist Chinese Party is effectively over. Sure, a 30% levy on the American side is still significant, but there already appears to be negotiating space for it to come down to 10%. Chi-Com manufacturers are so competitive and make so much progress in productivity that they can absorb that without too much damage. In reality, the world's most important trading relationship between its 12 largest economies can get back to normal. The most significant point is surely this. Communist China on the Asian mainland made very few concessions to get this deal. It has not opened up its market to the American techno giants or agreed to ship fewer goods. Nor has it agreed to ship fewer goods across the Pacific or to buy more planes or pharmaceuticals from these United States. Indeed, it will purchase none. Nor will it ever scale back its attempts to move into higher value industries such as automotives, artificial intelligence, and ultimately aerospace. Instead, President Trump has looked at the potentially devastating impact that cutting these United States off from Communist Chinese imports would have on our economy, and he blinked. He was not ready to ride out the inevitable spike in inflation or the consequent recession. For the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, that is clearly a victory. The United States needs Communist China more than Red China needs these United States. With that becoming increasingly clear, the American empire won't restart the trade war anytime soon. And the People's Republic of China can resume its long-term plan of turning itself into the world's dominant economy. Trade between Russia and Red China is no longer booming as it was immediately after Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 3 years ago. In 2024, annual trade between the twain was up 1.9% from the previous year to $240 billion. That would be about 182 billion pound sterling, if I'm not mistaken. But in the first 4 months of 2025, it fell 7.5% from the past year to just $71.1 billion, which I believe would be about 54 billion pounds sterling. That's according to Chinese customs data, of course. Now, Communist Chinese exports to the Russian Empire are down 5.3%, which would be about $30 billion, $30.8 billion to be precise, which would be about 23 billion pounds sterling, which I can only approximate. While Russian deliveries to Red China are down 9.1%. That would be about $43 billion. No, $40.3 billion. And that makes it roundly 30.5 billion pounds sterling between January and April. Now, the drop in Russian exports can only partly be explained by the decline in oil prices. Communist Chinese buyers are becoming more alert to the threat of American imperial secondary sanctions against Russian oil buyers, who transport their goods using blacklisted tankers. The decline in Communist Chinese exports to the Russian Empire, on the other hand, can mainly be attributed to the overall cooling of the Russian economy itself, including consumer and investment demand. However, despite this decline in trade, with sanctions against Russia still in place, and the trade war between Red China and the United States only given temporary respite on Monday, Moscow and Beijing need each other more than ever before. Trump's trade war is now further increasing the interdependence between Moscow and Beijing. The latest nod to the no limits partnership between the twain came yesterday, that's last week, when Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping was Vladimir Putin's guest of honor at the Victory Day celebrations in Moscow, which I deconstructed to a exhaustive extent in my latest episode before tonight. Did you get a moment's chance to review any of that, Holly? I'm just curious. If not,
No.
Okay. If not, please indulge me and do so. I look forward to your
But
review.
yeah, like you've always said, Russia doesn't make anything.
Yes, thank you.
They got nothing to export but grain.
Thank you. And gas and, natural.
And
they
gas.
rape beer. They rape
Oh,
beer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, it's, as I said, the dictator Xi Jinping towered over Vladimir Putin physically and in terms of power presentation, his support having been indispensable to Putin's war effort and his government's ability to keep the economy going amid the avalanche of Western sanctions. Without mainland China's eagerness to buy Russian oil, its readiness to export everything from cars to microchips to the Russian Empire, and its sometimes lackadaisical observance of the sanctions regime itself, Moscow would have suffered far, far more. Xi and Putin exchange visits annually and spare no superlatives, praising the friendship without borders between the two empires. However, this friendship is deeply asymmetrical in Communist China's favor. Soon after the invasion of Ukraine, Russia found Europe, its traditional oil export market, all but closed. It was Red China that came to its rescue, becoming the largest buyer of Russian oil. Largely unperturbed by sanctions or moral qualms, Communist Chinese firms are keen to buy Russian oil, preferably at a discount. And with other export options limited, Moscow is ready to sell its oil cheaper. Russia would like to increase hydrocarbon sales to mainland China by building another export gas pipeline in addition to the already existing Power of Siberia pipeline. However, Communist China on the Asian mainland is reluctant to follow the European Union's bad example of becoming over-dependent on Russian energy and has yet to agree to its construction. Moscow relies on Beijing not only for oil exports, but also for the import of goods and technologies. From microchips to heavy machinery to clothing, Communist Chinese goods have replaced all the Western ones. Although Red China restricts the export of advanced technologies, cooperation between Moscow and Beijing is growing. The Kremlin has to replace Western technology and components, and China eagerly assists in delivering automated warehouse processes, robots, and automatic quality control technologies.
And cars.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Cars. Yeah. Sorry.
Not that Russians drive many of them, because most Russians can't afford to buy them or even fuel them up if they have one. But yeah, your point's well taken.
But I guess everybody wants a Chinese car over a Tesla now.
Yeah, but that's everywhere else in the world. Outside of Russia. I mean, the Russians would want
well,
them.
I figure.
Yeah.
How long could it take?
Yeah. I mean, the Russians want them, but it's not like they can afford them. And if they had them, they couldn't afford to gas them up, or alternative,
Right.
or even fill them up. I mean, honey,
All
there's
the
no
infrastructure.
Yeah, there's no infrastructure for battery charging cars in Russia.
Got it. Well, that's a ripe market then.
Oh, not really, because then they'd have to build the infrastructure from the ground. You know what? How that would be right? They'd have to hire Chinese technicians to do it.
Exactly.
There we are.
And all that Chinese tech, not Elon.
Yeah. But Putin doesn't have the money for that. So
Probably not now, especially.
Yeah,
Jesus.
he's got a war to fight. So
Yeah.
but
He needs some Chinese immigration.
Yeah. Well, that'll come soon
Open
enough.
border.
Oh,
Yeah.
that'll come soon enough, honey. Yeah, that's Now, after Western companies left Russia, Red China's share of robots imported into Russia quadrupled. So that's something a lot of people don't know. What you've got in Russia are a lot of Chinese robots. Now, similarly, since 2022, communist Chinese automakers and chemical and polymer manufacturers have expanded their presence in Russia. 8 of the 10 leading automobile brands in Russia are now Chicom, or Chinese Communist. Under normal circumstances, it would take us years and billion-dollar marketing budgets for Chicom companies to win the trust of Russian consumers. But the Kremlin's geopolitical choices made this job much easier. Western companies exiting Russia left a big void, and nature, as well as economics, abhors a vacuum. Okay, so Troy Bellamy says, how can I join the call to listen? Brendan's going to explain to him how to
Push
jump on
the
the
little
call.
phone. Yep.
Yeah, push the little phone. Press the phone button, the click call on the prompt.
Top right.
Yeah, and so let's see if we can bring Troy on. I'd like him to do more than listen. Hopefully he's reviewed some of what I've said about South Africa and is willing to share his own wit and wisdom on that subject. Till he's able to do so, I want people to understand that Russia also relies on Red China for the procurement of Western goods and components restricted by sanctions. Officially, Beijing has always adhered to the West's red lines regarding sanctions. Major Communist Chinese banks cut their ties with Russian companies, and Communist Chinese regulators have recently tightened their controls over transactions and exports of sensitive materials to Russia significantly. Tightening compliance and the threat of secondary sanctions have dented Russian trade with Red China in the past several months, adding to the declining consumer demand in Russia itself. However, the flow of such materials has not stopped, and the repeated punishment by America of Chicom companies for breaking sanctions is testament to that. Over the past 3 years, the United States has uncovered several sanction evasion schemes that Russian and Communist Chinese companies have established, including abusing proxies to deliver dual-use equipment, relying on intermediaries in other countries, and the ever-growing abusage of cryptocurrencies. Russia wants more Communist-Chinese cooperation in the latter in particular, and the United States trade war with Beijing will only help Moscow achieve this. If Red China's current trade war with Trump intensifies again and bilateral trade collapses without any prospect of revival, Beijing will change its mind about the observance of sanctions. Being locked out of the American market for sanctions violations would not look as bad for Communist Chinese companies. Moreover, Red China would seek new markets for its goods. Russia would become a mass market for Chicom Electronics, offering second and third tier manufacturers a broader mass market. On the exporting side, Russia's foreign ministry has already stated that the empire is ready to compensate Red China for its possible future shortfall of American imperial oil, gas, and coal. Communist China on the Asian mainland is also watching closely how Russia develops its own financial and technological infrastructure, independent of the Western ones. The two empires cooperate closely in implementing technologies that can replace systems from the West. They rely less and less on the global financial infrastructure. Moscow and Beijing are now using their national currencies in as much as 90% of cross-border transactions. Of course, Red China cannot solve all of Russia's infrastructure and payment problems, and Russia cannot satisfy all of Red China's economic needs, especially if the American imperial increases on tariffs against Red China. Well, especially if the United States simply increases those tariffs against Communist China on the Asian mainland for years to come, which may yet happen due to Trump's mercurial, or shall we say, sociopathically erratic behavior. Let's just put it bluntly. He's psychotic and he's crazy, so we cannot logically predict whatever he'll do next. But at the moment, Russia and the Red China, as empires, are being driven further into one another's arms, realizing the Sino-Slavic synaxis. This thwarts the reverse Nixon strategy some have suggested Trump might be trying, an attempt to decouple the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire from Red China, similar to President Richard Nixon's move to split Red China from the greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics half a century ago. Unlike then, Moscow and Beijing are now more interdependent than ever and are not competing for supremacy in the non-Western world. To separate them would demand a bigger stick and a sweeter carrot than anything on the menu today. Now, let's see if our man Troy Bellamy has joined the call. I don't see him. So, is he not understanding the directions from Brendan Ząghет?
No, he said it's late. He's gonna get some rest. That's what I was talking to him in the private chat.
Okay.
So but now he knows how, so he can get on later, another day.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, Brendan. I appreciate that update. Always important. Thank you. See, this is why we're Team Dietrich. Yeah, go on.
Doug, I'm half dead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I gotta get going, but I don't want to leave you in the lurch.
Yes, so thank you for letting us know.
You're okay?
Oh,
to keep
maybe
going?
I should take a short break first. Will you talk with Brendan?
Will Brendan talk to me?
Yeah. Well, Brendan, will you talk?
I'm dealing with some things. I just came on to say that.
Okay.
You know.
So will you be free in a few minutes, or this looks like it'll take a while? What you're dealing with?
I could take a little time, but I need to charge my phone, so just bear with me here.
Okay, take your time.
It'll take a minute.
Take your time. Let us know when you're ready, and then Brendan and Holly.
And also, the whole place is crawling with bugs.
The roaches. You keep mentioning those.
Giant roaches. Well, they're getting bigger and more frequent.
Yeah.
Giant spiders, just crawling. I mean, it's horrible.
Is it some kind of bloom in the spring?
No. Tell her about the campus. Tell her about the campus and how they just let it go to shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I want to hear all about it. Charge up that phone. You go, Doug.
Yeah. No, wait till he charges.
I don't even have the energy to even say anything about it. It's just, the fall of Rome, but like Caligula. It's getting to the Caligula time. It's just like people are just having parties and just throwing their food on the ground.
Dude, literally. Trump is a combo of Caligula and Nero put together. We can call him.
No, that's giving him
too much credit.
Like he doesn't.
I don't
to do what Caligula or the other guy did.
True. Yeah.
Probably doesn't have the energy anymore.
Also, both of them were more charismatic and likable than him. They were both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They could play an instrument.
Yeah.
Exactly.
At least.
Like this is like the nadir, like the the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
Like you thought Caligula was bad, now we're at this,
Right.
Well, all he knows how to do is just swoop money and be a weirdo. It's just like the bottom of the barrel here.
Tell people how you saw him just repeating himself on a loop
At least
the other day.
hedonism makes sense. Like kind of, if you're like as a crazy person, that makes sense. Being falling into hedonism, but
yeah, there's a certain charm. You mean there's a certain charm at least to the hedonism?
Yeah.
Where, that's.
But this is just like madness. I mean,
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least the hedonism, you could say, oh yeah, they're possessed by the spirit of Dionysus. But then this is like.
Right.
Just pathetic.
Yeah, he doesn't even
that's
seem
the
to be
only reason
enjoying himself. He's not even enjoying himself.
Oh God, no.
Right.
The only
There's no
reason he's
pleasure.
functional at
It's
all
fake
is because he doesn't drink.
Well, we don't know that,
Yeah.
but probably so. Yes,
I think he gets cocktail injections and vapes of all manner.
Actually, maybe he needs them. He would probably be
He's
better off
not-
if he had them. He'd probably be better off if he did drink. But go on.
Oh, you know that? Yeah, he's not a lifelong alcoholic, by all accounts.
Yeah.
Drinking ain't his thing.
Yeah, but God, we got.
So can you imagine being him and stone sober?
I can't.
How
begin to
scary
imagine.
is that?
Oh, it's awful. It's just awful.
Yeah.
I'd be in constant pain. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just. That's his punishment.
Revenge. I must get revenge.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Yeah, it's constantly.
Oh man.
Yeah. Strike this person down. Strike this person down. Yes.
So make a run for it while you can, because like I say,
I can't till he's charged his phone.
ruined.
I can't till he's charged
Oh, he's charging his phone. Okay, sorry.
his phone. Yeah, no
Keep
worries.
on. You're blazing, man.
Thank you, honey.
Blazing hot.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that, honey. You're an angel.
Truly.
And yeah. And we'll and of course, try and listen for as long as you can. If
I will.
If you can't stay awake,
If
then,
I can.
yeah, if you can't
Yeah.
stay awake, then later on, when you get a chance, review it, of course, because I'll get
I
it. I'll
certainly
continue.
will. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, so Chinese group chat and microblogging apps like Weibo and QQ are usually filled with videos of popular social media influencers and the latest trending memes. That wasn't the case earlier this week when all the chatter focused on President Trump's surprise decision to abandon his failed trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire. After ratcheting up tariffs on Commu Chinese goods to 145% and grinding trade to a near halt, Trump announced on Monday that he was lowering tariffs back to 30%, while the Twa empires figured out a date for a future meeting. The Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping never did satisfy Trump's macho demand for a phone call. Trump blinked anyway. The tone shift in Red China's social media conversation was brief, but it was a clear indication that Trump's trade war is a hot topic among the collectivized Chinese public in a way that his first midterm trade war was not. His failure to extract any concessions from communist China is now a potent and highly visible symbol of American weakness. If Trump backs down so easily, as all our Pacific allies wonder, what good is an American alliance at all? For decades, Democratic and Republican secretaries of state have pursued an active role in the Pacific as a means to counter mainland China's efforts to politically and economically dominate the region. Trump's sudden backpedal undermines a core part of that work, and Xi didn't miss a beat in seizing the moment. In a speech less than a day after Trump paused Red China's tariffs, Xi outlined mainland China's messaging strategy to the other nations in unusually blunt language. Xi said, "Bullying and tyranny will only lead to self-isolation. There are no winners in trade wars." Now that's pretty fucking goddamn rich coming from Xi Jinping. No stranger to abusing Red China's economic might as a weapon to pressure his neighbors into doing whatever he wants.
And it
But-
sounds pretty darn capitalist.
Yeah, thank you. But if many Asian leaders are aware of Red China's capacity for turning the economic screws on misbehaving nations, they also see that between America and the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, only America has repeatedly backed down when pressed. If they are weighing which superpower to upset, Trump's lack of resolve makes the calculus easy. Let's be clear, however. Trade wars and sky-high tariffs are bad. They make little economic sense and, as we've seen, mainly produce economic chaos at home. Trump's quick surrender, however, has also sent a clear message to foreign capitals that the White House doesn't have the grit to finish the fights it starts. For European countries considering whether to negotiate with Trump on tariffs, his weakness to Chi-Com pressure will certainly harden the European Union's resolve. The irony of all that chaos is that Trump's trade war has actually left America less influential on the global stage. The Southeast Asian countries that were for decades the centerpiece of American imperial foreign policy in the Pacific are now abandoning these United States at an alarming pace. In our place, those nations are forming new security and economic agreements that exclude the American empire from the conversation entirely. Even the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, once a close American partner, hinted this week that Trump's economic protectionism and unreliability would force the 10-state body to go its own way on trade policy. Communist China, the Empire of Japan, and North Korea also signed on to ASEAN's warning. A not-so-subtle reminder to America that our Pacific allies could easily turn to other, much closer economic powers if Trump's demands become too burdensome. It only took Trump a few short months to dismantle decades of valuable work in the Pacific, while also offering Xi and the Chinese Communist Party a free assist in undermining American influence. It would have been bad enough if the damage from Trump's trade chaos was limited to pushing the American imperial economy into a near certain recession. Instead, he now threatens to give the monolithic communist Chinese superstate an even stronger hand in undermining American imperial foreign policy. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party might not feel it yet, but Trump's mounting losses come at a heavy cost for our country, our empire, for the world. Trump and the Red Republicans who enable him are failing our country by handing Xi Jinping and his Communist Chinese Party easy propaganda victories that make it harder to align the world against Communist Chinese illiberalism. Do they even recognize the problem? Now, to quote his Hamlet, or rather to paraphrase him, escalate to de-escalate. In fact, that's what Trump devotees claim has been going on with his tariff wars. It's the art of the deal, and shows just what an outstanding negotiator he really is. Well, that's one way of looking at it. But another is best described by Macbeth's soliloquy. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. More than a month of abject chaos, during which we've seen one climb down after another, has culminated in almost total capitulation. By Trump, that is, and not, as the U.S. president sees it, by the Empire of the East to these United States. You never know with Trump. He might by next week be dialing up the trade war with Red China all anew. But for the time being, he seems to have backed off almost completely, and has instead turned his attention to Europe, which he characterizes as nastier than communist China. If Chi-Com experience is anything to go by, all the European Union has to do is sit tight and call Trump's bluff. Given a few weeks, the United States will pause whatever actions it intends to take against European exporters as well. The bottom line is that Trump cannot be taken seriously. But let's not be churlish. It's good that Trump has retreated from some of his more extreme flights of fancy. The question is whether all that sound and fury has already done irreparable harm to the United States dollar and to America's attractions as a safe haven for international capital. What soon became abundantly clear with the escalating Chi-Com tariff war was that nobody was winning. Yes, if things had carried on as they were, Communist China on the Asian mainland would have lost millions of jobs. But by the same token, the American empire would have faced empty shelves in its shopping malls, and the prospect of many American imperial manufacturers having to halt production because of a lack of Chi-Com components. Once again, it all fell to Scott Bessent, the United States Treasury Secretary, and one of the few members of Trump's cabinet to ever talk any sense, to clear up the mess. Trump claimed that as the deficit nation, he held all the cards. It turned out to be the other way around. After only but 2 days of talks in Geneva, within a mere 48 hours, the United States seems to have caved into virtually all of Communist China's immediate demands. As a textbook study on why trade wars benefit no one, they don't come much more tellingly framed than what's happened over the past month. In any case, Trump has retreated in the nick of time. Much more of the previous nonsense, and things would have turned doubly ugly. Now, our man Brendan is sending us a notification. Let's see if I can read it. Are you with us, Brendan? You're charged? You charged up? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or did you send me something in a private?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
I'll keep going then until you are. Let us know as soon as you are.
Can you cover us for 5 minutes?
You poor dear. Oh, yeah.
I need to go get something to hydrate myself, and then
give him a chance, Holly. Give him a chance.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, take your time, Brendan. Take your time.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 11:30 sound good? Because I have to finish my my route.
What time is it now?
It's only 9:47. No. It's 9:47 p.m.
Yeah, well, I have 5 hours worth of work left to do. You know.
All right. Well, I don't know, D.
Well,
if you need a trip now, I mean.
I'm
like
just trying.
Right now?
I'm trying to give Holly a little bit of. Tell you what.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Can you hold us on a trip? I can take a trip for about 10 minutes. Can you hang with Holly for 10 minutes, Brendan? Right now.
Well, I gotta go get this drink real quick. And then
okay. Just let us know when you're ready. Just let us know when you're ready. And so just
10 is stretching it.
You're delightful.
You might have to pee in the mug.
Oh, yes. I've done that in the past.
I know. Yeah. I respect it.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And, I do hope our listeners do as well. It may be gross, but it shows that I'm dedicated to maintaining the bandwidth. And but to keep you awake, honey, tell us a little bit about something that will keep you awake. something that makes you angry?
No, I was following with what you were on about, and that was just fine.
Okay.
So I say march on.
Okay.
On your deep financial analysis here of the big picture.
So as it is, as I said, Trump stopped in the nick of time. Much of more of all the previous bullshit. If that kept rolling, things would have really gone to shit. We would have sunk in the sewage. As it is, American imperial stock markets have recovered all the ground they lost after Trump's Liberation Day shocker, and are now almost back to where they were when he first began his latest presidency. The United States dollar as well has recovered some of the ground lost to Trump's economic vandalism. It also now seems likely that these United States will escape the Great Depression that the tariff chaos at one stage threatened. For now, at least. To some European leaders, this all may come as a bit of a disappointment, really. They'd hoped to claim the mantle that Trump seemed so determined to throw away, and topple the United States dollar as the world's preeminent reserve currency, with the euro. For them, Trump's economic self-harm seemed like an opportunity. Much of the capital that flooded out of these United States in the wake of April 2nd Liberation Day found its way into euro-denominated assets. Mm-hmm. There may also have been some central bank reweighting of reverses to euro assets. But it's astonishing how fickle markets can be. Less than 4 months ago, all the talk among the grandees of finance gathered in Davos for the World Economic Forum's annual shindig. And it was all about how Europe was finished. Trump's promised mix of tax cuts and deregulation would further enhance the attractions of the almighty American imperial dollar assets. And it was almost universally agreed. The threat of tariffs was scarcely mentioned. Few believed that Donald Trump would be so stupid. They'd plainly not been listening to what Trump had been saying on the campaign trail. Either that, or they had cynically assumed that, like most politicians, he would not go through with his threats. As for Europe, it was viewed as a dysfunctional ruin of squabbling jurisdictions that would never get its act together in terms of industrial competitiveness and properly functioning capital markets. Its continued decline relative to these United States seemed a foregone conclusion. But that view turned on a sixpence when Trump embarked on his tariff wars. The idea that Europe offered a possible alternative to these United States was further encouraged by the appointment of a neue deutschen Kanzler, a new German chancellor committed to reforming his fatherland's debt brake and spending hundreds of billions of euros more on defense and infrastructure renewal. There have been other signs of change as well. Ursula von der Leyen, the presidentress of the European Commission, has sought to capitalize on the Trump misadministration's anti-science signaling, including the freeze in federal funding for universities, by announcing an additional 500...
Ursula von der Leyen.
Yes!
Sorry, I have
Thank
to.
you. Thank you. Say it again. Say it again.
Ursula von der Leyen.
Bless you.
And
Bless
she's
you.
actually related to the Napoleonic bloodlines that are still extant in that region. The French region of Germany.
Excellent. Excellent.
Those
I'll
are
say
the Marshall
Lorraine.
people that...
I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Literally.
So go on. Please continue.
Yes. No, the family you just said, that's
Yes.
literally her bloodline. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So are you ready to...
And they still...
Yeah.
They,
Go on.
yeah, we can carry on and do that.
Okay, you can do that now. Yeah, and they still what? Before I go, I want to know. They still what?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, they cut you off. Dude, we need to be able to hear you if you're going to be talking with our girl Holly here. Jesus, what happened to him?
Is it audible or what's going
Yeah,
on?
you're finally audible.
Now it's better.
Okay. Now it's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so please continue. Yes.
Is it
What were you
okay?
guys? What?
Mhm.
Oh shit!
Is this better or worse?
It got worse all of a sudden. Yeah, do whatever you were
But
doing.
now it's back perfect, so it's confusing.
Say something a full sentence, please.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like we're talking through. Like
You're echoing. You're distant from. Go back to what you were doing before. Put your ear pins in or something. Whatever.
Well, I can't. I'm still charging. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Ah.
I
I
see.
was just chiming in on her name because you didn't follow the Deutschensprach.
Okay. Okay. Well, I definitely thank you for that. So, yeah. So let me take a short break, and I'll be back. But you two keep talking. You seem to be holding well enough with technology. Let's hear a full sentence from you again, dear Brandon, before I do that, and let's check and see if.
Yeah. So I was just saying that her bloodline is part of the group that runs all the military in Europe.
Okay.
Still to this day, from like the Napoleonic.
To this day.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
World War Zero.
That's
Yeah.
why she's been the defense chief for basically the whole time the EU's been around. It almost seems that long,
Yeah.
10, 15 years.
Wow. Yeah. That's right. It's that's a long time. And so I'm definitely glad that you brought that up. Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes, like 10ish, and keep everyone entertained. I know both of you can do this, and Aristides, feel free to join in, as well as dear John T Tank Berry, if he's still awake. I know he gets up early in the morning. Okay, all right, and I'll be right back. Go on mute.
Okay. Hi.
Yes.
Oh,
Did
okay.
you get your
Yeah.
veggies? Did you get your veggies, Holly?
You know,
Hey.
I did.
Right. I'm checking
How do
in.
you
Hey
feel?
guys, I'm checking in. Just to let
Yeah.
you know I'm here, but keep going. Go ahead.
Thank you, Aristides. Because of both of you, I fucking did and said, fuck that.
Right.
And like I say, I've never, I'm a weird thing with poisons against health food. You know what I mean? I try and strike a balance. But yeah, I did.
Have you thought
And
about doing using baking soda and vinegar to like cleanse it or anything like that? That
I
helps.
do. And peroxide.
Yeah, that'll all help.
Huge with peroxide. Yeah. And use that. I keep it at the sink. And peroxide and Blue Dawn half and half will take out any spot and makes your glassware shine. I can tell you that. You put it in a spray bottle. Yeah. But yeah, now I'm back on a third day tomorrow. Kale, chard, carrots, celery, a couple of beautiful strawberries, and a little sliver of pineapple. I didn't get the beets this time, but I do a lot of beets.
Yeah.
And magnificent looking fucking produce here. I'm telling you.
Oh, no doubt.
And like San Rafael Farmers Market and shit, or some of those ones up there. My God. And so yeah, it's back in the saddle.
Nice. Great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Well,
and you
you
really
travel
did
all the
put
way
your
to-
foot up my ass and get me back to it, because it was getting kind of comfortable making those oat milk protein powder shit.
Yeah, I mean, it
I've
got you
discovered I
feeling
love
good.
oat milk because it's like, sweet milk. Whoopee. It can't be
Yeah.
healthy.
It depends on the brand. It's neutral. I would say it's neutral.
Yeah, I could do worse. And it's not out of a cow tit.
Right.
So
Are you more of a vegan type person?
I am omnivore. And for, decades of my life, it's all been about convenience. If it falls out of the sky, I'll eat it. And I will always eat what's served to me. That's my other rule. But for myself, it's not like I'm cooking burgers and steaks and, and I don't cook a whole lot for myself, but I have been a caterer for many years and got into it and got some pretty good reviews. And so it's not that hard to learn how to cook any thing, from raw to paleo to keto
Right.
to the whole gamut. I used to go to the library to plan week-long menus and shit. But now you don't have to. It's right there on your phone.
Right.
So, yeah, food turned out to be a thing. It wasn't a career I chose, but it was given to me. And I found a lot of grace
Right.
and stimulation in it.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
pretty neutral. Like, everyone's got to eat, all that stuff. You don't have to scam people and all that jazz.
No, and
That's
for
why I like.
event, yeah,
That's
the
kind of
the professional angle. And if you do have to cook for family, which I didn't do as well as I wish I had back when I had one, but I tried even then. But to do it, to make money at it in fun, amazing, weird, even political situations was, I found, to be a way to go. It was the way that opened. And I took it, man. I took it, and everything written down by hand. Shopping lists and menus. There were laptops and all kinds of shit by then, but I just liked doing the pencil on the paper and the clipboard, and it was quite a time. So, and on the weird fruit topic, the Buddha's hand. What do you do with it, right?
It's a citron. It's just for
Yeah,
like zest.
it's all skin. Yeah, well,
Zest.
I don't know if you take alcohol-based tinctures, fabulous.
Yeah, you can make bitters out of it. Yeah, like you're saying.
Oh man, no, I'm saying like limoncello is
Yes.
lemon peels, the Buddha's hand. It's like it's the palest shade of green. Think of limoncello as black tea, but it makes the palest shade of green tea looking liqueur. I mean, you soak it in vodka. I didn't even pour out the pulp. None of this careful zesting.
Yeah.
Just chopped it down, threw it in a jug of vodka, and hit it with, I confess, a cup of a little bit of some kind of simple sugar, just to take the bitter out. It's sublime, and you could take it with an eyedropper for all kinds of peace and love. And I'm not real sensitive about stuff like that, but I'm a believer.
Well,
And
it's
so
something like you said, a mixer, right?
it's oh boy. But it's so subtle, you want to preserve it, like soda water and maybe a little squeeze of lemon. Yeah. Um, it's hard to find, and I won't do it with like stuff you get in the Berkeley Bowl, or the Whole Foods or whatever, because, it's just too much. But I had a place, my friend backyard grew it for a while, and so I could totally use it with complete confidence. And his
Yeah.
tree up and died, so I'm fucked.
Yeah.
But that
What
was my
was
little
it?
weird
Was
fruit.
it a quince?
No, the Buddha's hand.
Oh, citron. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes us a wonderful liqueur / tincture. Because you used to talk about weird fruit, which I
Yeah.
appreciated.
Oh,
Yeah,
I still
that's my
do.
weird
Have
fruit.
you ever heard of
Yeah, you do.
loquats?
Oh, yeah. And they
Yeah,
are supposed
loquats
to
are
be
coming out.
fabulous.
Oh yeah, they're brilliant. Brilliant. One of my favorites.
Why? Oh, for flavor and what all? You get them fresh?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the
Ah,
only way to really get them. They don't store well, so you got to get them like super ripe.
I've seen them dried, like baby ears.
Ooh, yeah, no, don't. Not
No,
worth it. Not
I
worth it.
wasn't into it. But a fresh loquat's pretty good, huh?
Oh yeah, amazing. One of the
All
best.
right. Really? And so do you chop it quarter it and peel it? They're not very big, right?
Oh, they're like plums. You can just eat. You can just eat it straight, and there's like a pit inside,
And
like
the
a small
peel is
seed.
fine. It's good for you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, cool.
Just make sure you
No, I'll
wash
look
it.
out.
If it's like in
Yeah,
a pesticide area, you want to like treat it with like
yeah,
baking soda, soak it in baking soda before
righto. And the
you mess with it. But
peroxide.
it's just, yeah, the fruit is great.
All right, good to know. Good to know. Oh, there's something else about that, but I forget. So, okay, so I get that Western astrology, the astrological ephemeris they'll sell you in the New Age bookstore, does not match the night sky, right? And Vedic does.
Yeah, sidereal.
Sidereal.
Yes.
And so the sun is off by about 30 degrees because of precession and all that. But the other planets must be really knocked out of whack too, right?
No, but what they do
No?
is they just no. But what they do is
Okay.
they apply that whole 27-degree difference is just they just
Yes.
apply it to everything. It's almost really nonsensical.
Yeah.
So Western
So
astrology is
every
called
single
tropical.
yes.
Tropical. Yeah.
Yes.
So the
Or
tropical calculation is different. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So it does affect every planet equally. From where a tropical epidemic ephemeris would have it be 27 degrees back.
23 and a half.
23 and a half, you're saying. Okay. Yeah.
So it just
Huh.
depends on what you're using as the as the lugna, the rising and all that. Like in the
Yes.
full zodiac sense. So just
And
there
where
are
you are
different
on the earth.
systems and how they divide it.
Yeah.
Where you are on the earth is not relevant because you're just using the whole star map as a whole, 360 degrees.
Okay.
What they're measuring is like the the line, the point.
Yeah. Of based on the time of day or night that the inquirer is investigating.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
So
hold on. I'm
that's
gonna look up the exact measurements here.
okay.
So just bear with me.
Yeah.
But you can, if you have anything else, you can add now.
I heard that sun takes 2 minutes to set from bottom to top out of the
It depends on where you're
360
at.
degrees because the sun is 2 degrees wide, and that's why it takes 2 minutes to set.
Oh, yeah. So if you're
Yeah.
measuring, like astronomically.
Yeah. And the wacky thing with the sun being the same size as the moon,
I mean, that's
so
observable.
wacky.
That's observable. Yeah.
But the odds of it.
I mean, it has to be.
Yeah.
Like the sun and the moon have to be in balance, like for anything
That's
to work.
so crazy.
Yeah.
How delicate that is. But still. And so with all this political stuff, the only refuge I can find is to try to examine it from a mythological perspective.
In what context?
The whole thing. I mean, because
Well, it's the changing
everything's
of times. We could see that, like everything's
right. There you go. No. And there's been lots of millennial panics. And, 1,000 years on,
it all
I guess
started in 2000. I mean, it did astrologically. There were these like
the
different
clumps.
alignments,
Yeah.
different alignments in Aries, and now we're getting different alignments in Pisces. So it's basically gone through.
Yes.
I found a robot, by the way.
So it's going backwards from Aries to Pisces or Pisces to Aries now.
No, it's completed a full, like the planets have completed their full transfer.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is that like 30,000 years or something?
It's hard to say. At least 5,000. 5,000.
5,000. Okay.
Yeah, one.
Not
one cycle of
6,000.
precession.
It's more.
Closer to 5. It's closer to 5,000.
Yeah.
Because that's
All
like
right.
one cycle of the precession.
Yeah. I was just thinking of an even number more.
Yeah.
Matching with
5
360.
5 is even because it's 2,400.
The whole thing is 24,000.
Yeah, because
to
5 goes into
2400.
360. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
So
right.
it fits. It fits. Because it's
All
like
right.
it's not exactly 2300, 2350. Like there
Okay.
you can divide it. Like you can divide it.
5 fits.
But
Yep.
it's approximate. It's an approximation because like no one can stand on Earth for 5,000 years measuring it, right? Like
Sure.
we can use like astronomical principles in math to extrapolate it, which it basically is 24,000 years. But
Okay.
things, the universe isn't so set in stone. so to speak.
Necessarily orderly. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So
but
mechanical.
It's intelligent as well.
It is
So
mechanical, but
it's not mechanical. It's not mechanical. That's
I
that's the
say
trick.
it's like half and half.
Yeah, like it's designed to work as a system, and it worked. It does its thing, but it's also intelligent. You can see how that could change easily. Like it's a big structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One great teacher I had used to say, it's chaos to 49% and order 51. So you only get a fingernail shaving of balance, but that's enough. That's enough. That fingernail keeps it all in order. And I've seen that to be true in my life, which is why I don't believe I create every bit of my own reality.
Right.
There's plenty of room for chaos. It's a big universe, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's
there's
been
an element.
kind of poisonous of a philosophy, or at least misused. I mean, yeah, attitude's everything and blah, 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 but still.
Right. Well, order and chaos go together. I mean, like,
Yes.
the whole the Taoist
Yes.
philosophy. Like they can't be,
And
you can't have like 100% order because then people go, just drive someone crazy or life wouldn't be worth living. And then if you have total chaos, it's unlivable. So
that's right.
there's a balance.
That's right.
There's a balance.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm just back for a few minutes.
Humans,
That's what
just
lost.
one more sentence. Humans live in that fingernail shaving.
Yes. That little
Yeah.
sliver of the crescent moon.
That little,
Of
tiny little sliver.
difference. Yeah.
Isn't that something? I
Go on. Yes. I'm not back yet. I just
Carry on.
I'm not back yet. I'm just letting
Oh.
you both know I'm steeping my tea. Okay. My tea is steeping, so I got to go get my tea. But
Okay.
I came back to let you know that.
Okay.
Yeah, and but you're both doing great. Yeah. What's that?
It's been delightful.
Yeah, honey,
whole
stay with us for a few more minutes. Like I said, I got to go grab my tea. Got to go grab my tea.
I understand.
By the way,
just had to move my phone.
Understood. Carl Lindbergh in the chat says the screen image is terrifying.
Oh, it's a good one. What's the story there, Doug?
I'm a mermaid. I'm a beautiful mermaid. And I like go there and I'm like, dude, this is a yokai. This is not a mermaid. It's a Japanese demon, not a mermaid.
Or it's, what do they call it? The water horse.
Oh God, you gotta go.
In
Okay,
England.
we love you. We love you. What? I think they're called kelpies. Something kelpie or what's the name?
Yeah, the water horse.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be really fierce and vicious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's indeed it is. And I definitely
Maybe there is an underwater vampire species.
Well, that's what you would think if you were listening to the people talk about kelpies. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And
it would make a good comic book.
Well, I am certainly reflecting that in what we did on this was taken on Mother Ocean Day. So I I explained last week, and I don't know if you had any chance to hear it or caught it. I said that Mother Ocean Day was established by the
Yes.
Kayakers Club in South Florida to be on the same weekend as Mother's Day. And therefore, on Mother Ocean Day, I presented myself as a mermaid with the help of some of the female staff at the estates, whose
Yes.
hands you see behind me. My hand, actually, those are real fingernails.
Yeah, a
but
kappa. You're trying to say you're a kappa. I mean, that's come on, man.
Was that in the pool in the backyard or what?
Oh, you're delightful. Actually, no,
Like,
we.
okay, I'll give you that. It's better looking than a kappa. Okay,
Yeah.
Or is the water made up?
but
And you're
but
not
it's
in
no
the water.
mermaid.
You're high and dry.
No, we're in the water, honey. Honey, we're at the sea. We
Okay.
took the kids to the beach. It's Mother Ocean Day.
In the ocean? Wow.
Yes. Yes.
You got it up to your neck? Impressive.
What do you think? I'm pathologically afraid of the water or something? She can't believe I can take
No,
a
but
bath.
it's cold. It's San Francisco.
No, it's not
Hey, he's
San
never-
Francisco.
Cold.
He's never bathed before.
Oh shit. At any rate, so what happened is today is Navy Day of Armed Forces Week. There's an actual United States Navy Day, but this is actually Navy Day of Armed Forces Week. So Trump is mobilizing and militarizing America. So it's not just Armed Forces Day, which almost nobody knows about, which takes place on Saturday, but he's made it Armed Forces fucking Week. And so Army Day was Monday, Marine Corps Day was Tuesday, today is Navy Day. And so there you go with that. So it's appropriate
But
to
this
show.
isn't Flight Week, is it?
No, you're thinking of Fleet Week. Fleet Week, which is when the United States Naval Fleet is in San Francisco as their port of call. So that's
Flying their planes.
yeah, flying their planes and driving me nuts and everybody else. Yeah, so it's it's definitely something that and by the way, hopefully when I start pronouncing her name again later, our man Brendan will back me up. Like I said, I'll be gone for just a few moments, like literally moments. I just gotta grab the tea, and of course, basically, oh god, I gotta refill the teapot. That's gonna it's only gonna be a few minutes. I just gotta grab a bottle of water, refill the teapot.
Be fast.
Yeah, it'll
And
be
you
fast.
heard about Trump's birth parade. All right.
His birth parade. What are we? What are you?
Birthday parade.
No, I haven't
Tell
heard
it
about
when you
this at
come
all.
back.
Oh, okay. So tell me when I come back. I'll go get the stuff
Yeah.
now. So,
All right, all right,
are you going
all
to be able to talk without Brendan?
Oh man, I don't know.
Aristides,
Ah.
you still with us, Aristides? Aristides, let's.
Somewhat.
Poor guy.
Yeah, there we are.
I'm still here.
It's
I'm
late.
still
Oh,
here.
Brendan's still
I'm
here.
still
So I'm counting on three. You
Just
guys.
get the tea. Everything
I'll
is
get the
fine.
tea. Okay, I'll be
Thank you,
back.
Brendan. We'll
We
maintain.
love you, Aristides. Thank
But
you.
you were
And
doing
thank you,
fine,
Brendan.
Holly. You were
Yeah,
doing all right.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking much, so
Cool.
Yeah.
it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be
Well-
back. I love you all. I'll be right back.
All right.
So did you have any
Right.
follow-ups
So-
on what we were talking?
No, it kind of tapered off there at the end, the fingernail slipper. But you must have heard about this extravaganza he's got planned coming up for it's April 14th or something,
we'll
his
wait
birthday.
for Doug to get back and tell him.
All right.
Yeah.
But I'm not crazy. It's pretty crazy and out there. Anything of you from before, existentially speaking,
In
mythologically
what sense?
speaking? I don't know.
Oh,
Just
I don't know.
anything
I
you
don't know
didn't
the
say.
exact date. I don't know the exact date. I just know it was his birthday. It coincided with Armed Forces Day, so he's gonna.
Oh,
have a
no,
huge
no, no.
parade.
What we were talking about before, I thought.
Oh, Sidereal Tropical.
Yeah.
We can go there. I mean, we can get there. So it's
Mm.
just
Yeah. No, it's all right. He'll be back any minute.
I'm actually gonna pull something up. So just give me a second here.
Okay.
It's the actual measurements. I'm looking for. Yeah. Here
Very
it is.
good.
So
Very good.
the difference between the two zodiacs. Meaning
Yes.
Tropical and sidereal.
Yes.
So there you go.
Oh, great. Is
So
it in the chat?
Western tropical.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna
Okay.
say it. I'm gonna say it out loud.
Okay.
Western tropical marks
Yes.
the sun passing through the first degree of Aries is in our calendar March 21st, right?
Okay. Which is
first degree of Aries according to tropical. But
Isn't that
on the
equinox?
sidereal, yeah, spring equinox.
Okay.
But on sidereal, the
Yes.
actual New Year is April 14th, 1 month later, because that's when the sun actually in the sky visually goes into
Yes.
first degree of Aries.
Because
So
it slipped
it's
like
just on
by a
different,
degree every 10 years or something. Slipped
yeah,
backwards.
1 degree is
Retrograde.
72 years.
72 has been it. So the sun is in permanent retrograde?
The stars behind it. So sidereal means the sidereal,
Yeah.
meaning the stars behind the planets and everything.
The fixed stars.
The fixed stars move backwards
Okay.
in precession,
Yes.
and that would be the precession of the equinox. Yeah.
Because that's what I could never figure out. How are all the little planets
The stars precede or move
engaged
backwards by a rate of about 50.3 seconds per year,
against
about
the
1
planets?
degree.
That makes sense. It's to get the stars move, the planets don't in that way.
Yeah. The luminaries and the grahas are all there, but the stars behind them move through
Got it.
the entire system backwards.
And that's what
through the
sets the stage for the whole thing.
Yeah.
The
So
fixed
like,
stars.
so like 3,000 years ago, Aries was there. That's why like the Egyptians had like the Aries symbol in the sun and all of that. Then it became Taurus. That's when you got the Taurian
Yes.
goddesses and the Minotaur. And then you
But
got,
Jesus was Pisces, right?
yeah, then you get Pisces, right? So there you go. Because it's moving backwards. So
Moving backwards.
so early, like Minoan Greek, like the very early times, it's called, the Minotaur, which is
Yes.
Taurus Gemini. The man and Gemini is the man. It's like the twins.
Yes.
And then Taurus is the one. So then it's moving to Taurus. Then as you get closer to modern day, you have Aries 3,000 years ago. Then now Pisces is almost concluding. The next 200-300 years it'll conclude. And that's what we're going through currently, is the conclusion of the 12
of Pisces.
into Aquarius,
Still.
into 11. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
That's
you
the
hear
same.
all kinds of it just happened, or it's going to happen in 200 years, or all that.
Well, it's already there because we have electricity. We already have
Because it's in the vibe of it. The turmoil
second.
of the changing. Okay. La 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 la. Where'd he go?
Yeah, so that's the
Okay.
situation. Yeah.
Oh,
We basically
okay.
explain that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So was there any other? Did you have any other observations about that? About the precession and the tropical versus sidereal and all that?
Was something, but I lost it, and it was pretty good too. But it swam through my head and kept going.
Yeah, we were talking about like the Aquarian ship and all that. So it's like the fact that we have electricity and all this technology. It's like it's already Aquarius.
Yes.
Because Aquarius is an air sign.
Got it.
So the fact that we're using the electromagnetic spectrum is already like so even if it's not like manifest visually, it's like we're already in the age of Aquarius, because it's just that's the techno.
I get you. We're wired up. They're laying the cable. Yeah.
So that's the situation.
So do the yugas comply with these astrological events?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of when they start and stop?
No, yugas are an independent phenomenon. So you can have
independent. Okay.
Yeah. So you can have yugas inside of the precession, just at different times. And just because, so this dark age is Piscean when the last dark age was something else. So it had different qualities.
Right.
But
but it was all in the same yuga.
It was
so long.
It was a different timing, but the yuga was the same, where ignorance reigned. Or vice versa, you could say the golden age, like the age of truth, was at a different point in the precession on Earth. Stuff like that.
Okay, but not necessarily astrologically plotted.
No, no. That's where like
Okay.
people it gets convoluted. People like think it's like, you know, somehow it's connected to that, but they can
It was
be
last
independent
week, or it's
systems.
200 years from now. Yeah. Okay.
Or just
Okay. Yeah.
or that
yeah.
it somehow
All right.
connects. Just because we're ending Pisces doesn't mean that the last Kali Yuga ended in Pisces or something. Like it
Got
doesn't
it.
have to.
Yeah.
It's not like
It
not like a
doesn't have
machine.
to.
It's not like a clock.
Okay.
It doesn't just happen. Like that.
Interesting.
It happens as per like what's going on and what beings are present and stuff. It doesn't just
Yeah,
go.
and not just
like a
to
clock.
Earth, right? It happens at least in our whole solar system.
I mean, this system is definitely like Earth, centric in that way.
Yeah,
Or centric.
definitely.
Because like the fixed stars and the way they are like our plane and the sun and the moon.
Mhm.
Like, and then there's reflections in other planes, but pretty much this is
Okay.
like its own. This is its own contained unit, as far as I could tell. I'm
Yeah.
no expert, but
The Vegas of this end of the universe.
yeah,
With all our throbbing rays going out. Jesus,
yeah,
it's
this isn't
Vegas.
like
The whole
I
thing.
mean,
A
Vegas is
throbbing
like,
ball.
That's demeaning life a bit much.
I got back in time to hear
Well,
that.
no, I'm not blaming the crickets. I'm blaming Elon for making a throbbing ball of.
What's
That
going on?
gets into that.
He has like zero power. I mean, he has like zero power.
No, but in terms of like sending out all this, it started with the telegraph machine, and then radio and everything since has only been like 100 years. An atmosphere free of electronics.
Yeah, but
And now is bristling.
There.
It's bristling.
Yeah,
so
the amount
aliens,
that
if
we
there's
release
aliens,
and the amount that the sun releases is just, I mean, we're talking like infinitely more.
true. But I know this will be the last thing I say. I love that one couch scene in The Simpsons when Homer starts it as like a cell and ends up all the way into space, and apparently you can hear Simpsons forever.
Yeah.
Drifting through space forever. That's
Whatever
how
civilization,
bristling.
if they have that subtle of a technology, then they would be disappointed to see that.
They might not. It might be Hands Across the Universe. Everybody loves Homer. They just might not.
Well,
they might be
I'm just
impressed
gonna,
by
not say anything about this.
No, that's fine.
Just like, you can have your thing.
You got, yeah, I do. It's my thing. Do you have your tea, Douglas?
I have my tea with me. Yes, and
All right, dudes.
yeah, you can probably prepare to retire yourself for the night.
That's
But we
what I'm
love
gonna
you too.
do, and I'll talk to you all next Wednesday.
No, yes, we look forward to that.
Okay.
Stay safe and be well.
And now it's this Zoom thing we got going here is going to straighten right out.
Yeah, because now you're
And
used to it.
support Douglas.
Thank
Now we
you.
know the little phone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah,
And
Yes.
support Douglas with all your might. It's
Yeah.
important now more than ever.
thank you.
I'll try not to.
Yeah, right. As little as possible.
Everyone else is
All right.
welcome, but no.
Shut up. You do. Shut up. And so does Aristides. Thank you both.
Yes.
All right.
Both
Believe
of
me,
you.
it's not by choice.
No, we know.
That's true. That's true. He tried.
If you ever really hit it, you'll buy him a beach house.
Oh.
no.
Yeah, you will. He'll keep it all nice for when you
Not
visit.
if someone's coming out of the water looking like that.
Yeah, no shit. I wouldn't
The
want him in my
property
beach
value-
house
The
either.
property value would tank.
I wouldn't
Like,
even
there's
let him
some
in the
creatures out
bathtub.
there. It's like, oh no, it's just the vampire that lives here. He's just swimming, Just,
He might get along real good with the neighbors. You never know.
good God.
Oh, delightful.
Night.
Definitely couldn't sell it to a Japanese. They'd be like, yo, like, Kappa, we saw Kappa, and I'm like, no, it's actually worse. It's a vampire.
Yeah. Yes, the kappa is more My mother used to make jokes calling my dad that because the kappa has the hole in the head where all the memory falls
Yeah.
out from. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be her joke about it, but the kappa, of course, needs to maintain water in its skull. But basically, the kappa looks like that Homo testudinis, or the turtle people that I showed you that were the U.S. government produced sculpts of based on their encounters. Yeah, so those are more of the kappa. And I mean, turtles, they've survived the dinosaurs and the fucking crash of the meteorite, so they'll survive anything. But and they're
Right.
yeah. So other than that, dear Brendan, thank you for helping me with that. And how are you doing right now? How's your thumb doing? How's your thumb going? How's the pain? Like
It's terrible. It's horrible.
I'm
It's
sorry.
like,
Oh,
what do you mean? How are you asking me? It's just like I've been working, and then I don't even want to even go into it, but it's horrifying. Just know that it's a never-ending sea of horrors.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. I feel so
And
bad.
then things just keep getting worse, So it's like things will have to change,
Oh,
But I'm gonna do what I can for my birthday month. Not
please.
today.
Yes. I mean, you owe it to
and-
yourself. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So that's it.
In terms of what else you see on the, just to warm myself back up again where I go back into monologue, just help me out here a little bit with what you see in current events that bears some attention. That would be appreciated, of course.
Well, just what Holly was bringing up before you left the second time, that
Mhm.
dude is doing the Armed Forces parade, but it happens to be on his birthday.
Oh God.
So it's going to be his birthday parade as well.
When is Trump's birthday? I've forgotten. It's the same. I know it's the same day as John
I have
Warrington's.
No idea.
Okay. So we
And
just
I don't really care. to know.
understood. Understood. Well, it can't be May. It can't be because the Armed Forces Day is in May, and that's not John Warrington's birthday. John Warrington, help us out here if you're listening. Well, actually, we just looked up
then
Trump
maybe
birthday.
his accusations of fake news are real. Then
Maybe
maybe we shouldn't be so hard on the guy.
It's
Yeah.
June 14th. June 14th, 1946.
Yeah.
So that's not Armed Forces Day. It's June 14th.
Okay, so it's maybe it's the Army's birthday. It was some other military.
some other
holiday
military
that
branch.
They're
Yeah,
organizing
that makes
a
sense.
parade for, and it happens to land on his birthday.
Yeah.
Somehow. Convenient, right?
Yeah, conveniently. Yes. Okay, that makes
And
sense.
so they're gonna do this huge shebang, party, and
Yeah.
he's gonna do the whole, Kim Jong Un and watch all the people marching and stuff. So
Yeah.
there you go. Like, have any other presidents done that? I mean, I think actually they used to, right? That's the whole "Hail to the Chief." That's why they have that.
I actually, I would, to be honest with you, I would have to look that up. I don't believe
I think
any
they
president has ever been that monomaniacal, but it may be the case that, Hail to the Chief. There's true. We do have that tradition of a lot of, like I said, the office of the presidency.
I can
is-
hear that horrible piccolo in my brain.
Yeah.
From that song or that tune.
Oh.
Yeah, and it happens to coincide with what's it called, macaroni? What's
Oh,
that tune?
that was horrible.
Yeah.
It was Yankee Doodle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got that just off the one phrase, but yeah, Yankee Doodle. It happens to be the same as Yankee Doodle for some reason. She
Hail
like
to the
speed
Chief.
it up or some shit.
Hail to
Yeah,
the Chief.
isn't that not the case? Or am I just am I mistaken? But at this point, it's valid. Whatever. Might as well just use that.
Yes. By the way,
Yeah.
El Nemo put this in. So El Nemo, please join us on the call so that I can share screen with you and show you my calendar. If not, then please do that. If not, then join me as soon as the show is over, and then on the private call, and I will show you my calendar. So there we are, and let me give him a nice big thanks here. And I can't remember whether Carl Lindbergh was one of my contributors or not. So Carl, do remind me. And El Nemo, let's see here. Thanks so much, El Nemo. So much. There we are.
What did he say?
He put up the
Nemo
please
said?
contribute. He put up the please contribute into the chat box. Yeah, El Nemo, and hopefully he will join us here because his presence is always appreciated, and and as well he might have heard me talking about South Africa earlier, and I'd like his input on that, and or maybe I wouldn't like his input on that.
Who knows?
But like I said, we should have talked to Holly about. What was it? So she brought the birthday parade for Trump, and I do believe he would do that. He's obviously insane. I don't know about the history of other presidents doing that. I'll look that up. I doubt it because it just seems like it'd be so cheesy. For those of you who don't know.
Didn't they used to do where they would show off the nukes? I'm pretty sure I saw that somewhere in school.
America.
Where they would roll out the ICBMs just to show them off. Pretty sure.
It's really strange. They may well have done that. It wouldn't surprise me if they'd done that sometime. America, of course, not really famous for that. It's the communist nations do that all the time. The communist nations, they just bring out these big fucking empty dildos and they say, we've got the power to destroy the world, and just, put them on these flatbeds and,
That's what I'm talking about.
The Americans may have done that a few times, but I really doubt it because most Americans had a real genuine, they were just, it would have almost have normalized the nukes, and the American powers that be, the military junta that effectively runs the United States, has always tried to keep the nukes very much mystique ridden, hidden behind. So it's if they did it was in the really early days and never really followed up again with it. They might have had a few missile trucks that they might, because that had to be like that. I mean, maybe in the 50s, there were a few parades that did that, but after that they never did. Certainly not in the 60s, and after the 60s and the 70s, that shit they kept it all hidden away from the public, and we just tell the public.
Because originally the peace movement was the ND, nuclear disarmament.
That's right. That
was right.
Or actually, in all fairness, it may seem that way because of the year you were born in, but the reality was that originally the peace movement was just stop bombing in Vietnam. And then what happened was it became and mutated into total nuclear disarmament, the impossible dream. And then
the original shit they gave was that, our parents go to work and we don't know what they're doing and they're making bombs to kill these people. That was how the hippies started, allegedly, but that's just like some psyop shit.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it sounds like a load of crap to me. I mean, most of the time the hippies weren't ever that coherent. It was that requires like some kind of like somebody who's trying to organize a dissertation or a presentation for the sake of logical argument.
That was like the early days. We're talking like 65.
Yeah, maybe at the very beginning when it was just, academics tuning out, dropping out. Yeah, that degenerated really quick along with all the acid trips. That it just became more and more of like.
Well, they were distributing it for free.
Yeah, they were.
Like Ken Kesey.
Yeah, like candies. Yeah. Literally, it's
electric Kool-Aid acid test.
Yeah, have a tab, man. It was.
Yeah. Or they would just pull up in a bus and then they would just be like, "Here, try this." They wouldn't even tell anyone what it was.
If we get her back in a more conscious state, Holly could go to town on the weird shit that there was specific fans she would talk about that went all over California passing out drugs, and so she actually kept up with that.
Yeah, that's true. But it all sourced from one band, Ken Kesey, because he was the person synthesizing.
There you go.
Like him and Leary, and they all they were all at Harvard, and they got set loose. And Alpert, Ram Dass, and they all got set loose.
Yeah.
And they sent, they sent Ram Dass to India, and then he became the Be Here Now guru.
Yeah,
who I'm quite fond of, so don't. Think too hard on him.
How come did you meet him?
No.
Okay.
It was just my introduction to that kind of scene of like that. It's not just blowing your mind out on drugs. That it can be something else. You know.
Interesting. Thank you. No, I appreciate
before
that.
I even did any of that.
Yeah. I appreciate and respect that. I did my bit of research on these guys back in the day when I was
like the book Be Here Now was like my original, stepping stone of sorts.
Got it.
Other than like the mythological sector. Yeah.
Got it. Excellent. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I met Ram Dass's brother, who was all fucked up. So Ram Dass's brother was making the claim. He was making the claim that there was millions of dollars that his brother stole from him, or something like that. So, this was, what you would call he's not necessarily anyone to take seriously. He was obviously mentally disturbed.
Right. I was gonna say that doesn't add up because this dude was getting tons of money from selling that book and doing all these be-ins and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the Ram Dass Foundation and whatever they were running at the time. It's called the Remember, Love, Serve, Remember. That foundation is still around.
Yeah.
They had money since the 60s, since the 70s when they released the book.
Yeah.
So it's hard to imagine. He was so spun out, I doubt he could steal anything. He was like in another dimension.
Well, his brother was completely, he's what you would call an untrustworthy narrator. It's like in short stories where at the beginning of the short story, they introduce the narrator in, the classic is, of course, The King in Yellow. And The King in Yellow was the famous American short story where they first introduced the concept of the untrustworthy narrator, where you are given the narrator's saying things that sound like they're logical, but then you understand that he's just been discharged from an insane asylum about, within a few paragraphs, and then everything he says after that is in doubt. So that's what Ram Dass.
So the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest kind of motif.
Well, the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was different. The One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was different because the narrator is institutionalized, and yet you get every hint that he's perfectly sane. You get every
until the end, right? That's what I assume.
No, you're thinking of the main character portrayed by Jack Nicholson, but the narrator is not really the main character. He is in the book because he's the narrator, but the main focus in the film then becomes Jack Nicholson, who's not the narrator in the book. The narrator in the book is the Native American. So
exactly.
Yeah, so the Native American at the end of the film, it's not that he goes crazy, it's that he's simply tired of pretending he's insane or assuming the role of insanity. So the narration as it's delivered in the novel is that he kills Jack Nicholson, or the character, as an act of mercy. The Jack Nicholson character, whose name I don't remember, Murphy or something, as an act of mercy. So he kills him as an act of mercy and then escapes.
I thought he killed the Ratchet. Nurse Ratchet.
No.
Am I remembering that wrong?
No.
She dies in the book. She dies in the book for sure.
No, she doesn't actually. You probably wanted her dead, and she effectively died.
Maybe it just made me insane, and I thought of a whole
No. I mean, you can look at the end of the book. She effectively dies because she's disempowered. She's completely disempowered. Okay. So what happens is she's deformed. Basically, I forget who does it, but it might be, I think it's Murphy, actually. It wasn't her. It was not the Native American who did it, but the character who's being electrocuted.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. She doesn't die. She's physically incapacitated. So she becomes impotent. Yeah.
Yeah. She's rendered impotent. Yeah. What happened was Murphy effectively kills her because he damages her so terribly that she's unable to.
Oh, but Murphy gets lobotomized.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Man, there's a reason I never rewatched that.
Of course not. No. It's a film that supposedly was one of the factors leading to the second renaissance in mental health care. The first was this woman who was the Molly, first female reporter, first famous female. I did an illustration of her once that, what's her name? Laura Lee Solomon absolutely loved and used as kind of like her symbol for her little radio show, which later on Mike Ringley erased all episodes of.
Nurse Ratchet?
No,
Oh, I was
silly.
gonna say that explains a lot.
No, the first famous female reporter, Nellie Bly. Nellie Bly.
Okay.
Yeah, so Nellie Bly, I did an illustration of Nellie Bly that Laura Lee Solomon
Got
fell
it,
in love
got it,
with and
got it.
used as
I was
her.
gonna say, I was
Yeah.
like, that explains so much about Laura Lee. Otherwise,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, and no, Laura. But of course, Laura Lee was no Nellie Bly. I mean, the illustration I did of Nellie Bly
No,
was
she's
up.
a Nurse Ratchet. That's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. No, got it. No, I get it. I get it. I got it. Yeah. Yeah, but with Nellie Bly, the illustration I did was of a very svelte, panther-esque type female from behind. The only thing that Laura Lee Solomon glommed onto was she wished she was like that, and that I didn't show her face. So since it was a faceless woman, because she was shown from behind, then she was able to take that and abscond with the picture and make that her own image, saying,
Oh, God.
yeah, it's sad, just sad. But then every episode she ever did was erased by Mike Ringley. He just scrubbed it all completely, which I knew he was going to do with all of us. So that's why I got out of
Well,
there.
he also died.
Yeah, and he died, but that's his karmic price, right? That's karmic, like
Right.
you said, karmic blowback. He's it's
Well, he wasn't according to you. He was drinking like what are the not 40s, but those 2 liters and shit with diabetes.
it's like, let's put it this way: the idiot.
Either way,
The idiot
hold on,
had.
Doug, I gotta go.
Sure. Understood. Yeah. And so with that, we'll probably have to return to monologue. And I want to thank all of you for being with us. And I'll encourage our man Brendan ẒOGHET to interject whenever he feels like it. And hopefully he hears that. Other than that, all right. Now, he pronounced her name correctly. I'm going to do my best to try and emulate his pronunciation. And what I had been discussing before I left was basically the fact that the world was convinced that Europe was moribund, headed for death. And so everybody was betting on the American empire, that the 21st century would be American. All that turned on a dime when Trump embarked on his latest tariff wars. So the idea that Europe offered a possible alternative to American imperium was further encouraged by the appointment of this neue deutschen Kanzler, this new German chancellor, committed to reforming his Vaterlands, or his fatherland's debt break, and spending hundreds of billions of euros more on defense and infrastructure renewal, and that there were other signs of change as well. Again, I'll try and pronounce her name the way that our man Brendan ẒOGHET, our resident Deutschensprach, our German speaker, would say it. Ursula von der Leyen. I guess that's it. More like Ursula Dandelion. Ursula von der Leyen, the presidentress of the European Commission, has sought to capitalize on the Trump misadministration's anti-science signaling, including the freeze in federal funding for universities.
Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you, von der Leyen. Von der Leyen.
Yeah.
Thank you, bless you.
Ursula von der Leyen.
Yeah. Ursula von der Leyen. Bless you.
Yeah, Ursula von der Leyen.
Von der Leyen. Okay, good. Is that okay? Did I do okay? Thank you. Thank you. That reminds me of the time that, oh God, his name was Chris something. Chris Wallace? Something, I think it was Chris Wallace. Poor bastard. His brother was in the Secret Service, so he thought he was, in the line. He thought he was connected. But poor bastard was just subject to some kind of MK Ultra programming. Poor son of a bitch. Love him dearly, though, and he tried to support myself financially with some contributions, which I encourage you all to do. Poor kid had a child and then wound up somehow fighting the state of Florida for possession of his child. He was considered unfit to be a parent, along with his wife. Something was going on there. And it was just sad. But what happened was, Chris, one time when I was trying to remember the name of Michael Ramirez, Richard Ramirez, actually, because Michael Ramirez was his uncle, who I actually had to contend with at the Presidio military base. But I said, yeah, his nephew was the Night Stalker. What was his name again? I was like racking my brain, searching around in the recesses of my mind when Chris Wallace, who had been lurking, came on the call and said, Richard Ramirez. And he came out of nowhere with this incredibly ghoulish voice tone and my response was, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. As if Ramirez himself had spoken out of the blue. And and he never responded to that. It's just like he came on just to say that. And then withdrew. It was really weird. But then again, what else would we have on Revolution Radio? Those were the days. Okay. And they were not pleasant days. No, there was nothing pleasant about it. And that Robert Lacey kept referring to him as your boss when he kept talking to me and saying, Mike Ringley, Mike Ringley was never my boss. If he were my employer, that would imply I was being paid. I never was paid. And of course, I stood up to him and I would not pay him. He was demanding that everybody there pay him. How does that make someone your boss when he's demanding everyone else pay him, which I never did? So he never paid me, I never paid him, and we stayed at that threat level of mutually assured destruction until we parted ways because we couldn't stand each other. But when Brendan was bringing up his alcoholism, yeah, oh God, we could go on about that. That's a long story. There was a story he was telling, and there's reality. But we can get back to that whenever Brendan returns. Such being said, okay, so when I was talking about Ursula von der Leyen, or von der Leyen, Ursula, I think he pronounces it more like the Ursula von der Leyen, the Presidentess of the European Commission. She sought to capitalize on the Trump misadministration's anti-science signaling, which includes, as I've said, the freeze in federal funding for universities, by announcing an additional 500 million euros, which would be about 420 million pounds sterling for you Brits out there, of incentives to lure scientists from these United States to Europe. By caving in on tariffs, Trump has again partially reversed perceptions. We no longer see quite the same United States dollar flight, or what we would say simply was dollar disempowerment, as we did in the immediate aftermath of Liberation Day, and dollar assets have regained some of their appeal, but the seeds of doubt have been sown. The euro doesn't yet pass muster as a credible reserve currency alternative to the United States dollar, but the recent mayhem has reinforced a number of long-held concerns about the attractions of these United States as an investment destination. Chief among those are worries about the United States' fiscal sustainability, with the prospect of 6% of gross domestic product plus deficits stretching as far as the eye can see. Despite the cuts Trump's making to federal spending, nobody believes Trump is capable of making serious inroads into America's propensity to borrow to spend. With the latest climb down on tariffs, the claim that tariff revenues alone might be expected to plug that shortfall have strained credulity to the breaking point. Decades of capital inflows have also left American imperial assets seriously overvalued relative to almost everywhere else. The United States is just 27% of global gross domestic product, yet American imperial equity markets account for nearly 60% of the total value of global equities. American imperial companies are some of the most advanced and cutting edge in the world, but they surely cannot justify a premium as massive as the one I've just articulated. The same is true of fixed income, where the United States is again utterly dominant. For how much longer can these United States keep hoovering up such enormous allocations of globally available capital? The euro is still too disjointed, its capital markets too shallow, and its entrepreneurial spirit, well, its entrepreneurial enterprise, well, let's just say its entrepreneurial spirit is simply too downtrodden to be a viable alternative to the United States dollar. As for the American empire, or rather America itself, more reasonable voices seem finally in the ascendant in Trump's White House. Yet the damage has already been done. And I fear that peak dollar supremacy has already been and gone. Whatever the case may be, Trump and Xi Jinping are both selling pain, but their people aren't buying. Trump's attempts to make America embrace austerity mirror Xi Jinping's campaign to battle harden, even to the point of nuclear conflict, his own population. But neither effort may be politically feasible. Let me breathe, center myself here, and press forward with that fact. American imperial and communist Chinese negotiators announced a surprise truce to the trade war between the two strategic rivals after meeting in Geneva, or Genevieve, over the weekend. Both sides agreed to a 90-day pause on the prohibitive tariffs they had imposed upon each other following United States President Donald Trump's announcement of draconian duties on imports from many countries around the world in early April. The respite gives Washington and Beijing breathing room to continue talks toward resolving their outstanding differences, which include Trump's own hostility to the American imperial trade deficit with the Communist Chinese Empire. While Trump quickly suspended any tariffs above 10% on all countries besides Red China in April, he has also repeatedly signaled to the United States population since then that short-term pain is necessary for the long-term changes in the American imperial economy he envisions. These include an increase in manufacturing and a reversal of the United States' astronomical trade deficits, not just with the communist China on the Asian mainland, but with all other countries as well. Curiously, however, much of this conversation has somehow centered around the appropriate number of dolls that should be owned by children, presumably girls, in these United States. On April 30th, for instance, when, or perhaps I should say as usual, my usual Latin phrase, exempli gratia, on April 30th, when Trump was asked about the impact of his tariffs on toys, many of which are made in China, Trump noted that maybe the children will have 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls. And maybe the 2 dolls will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. More recently, when the chief executive officer of Mattel Toys noted that a return to doll production in these United States was extremely unlikely, an angry Trump lashed out with a threat to put 100% tariffs on Mattel products. And if you're in the market for a cheap new car on this side of the world, it might feel like automakers have given up on the affordable vehicle market in these United States. While a recent Edmunds survey found nearly half of new car shoppers are looking to spend $35,000 or less, per Kelley Blue Book estimates, the average price of a new vehicle transaction in 2024 was around 48,000 United States dollars, more than 100% above where it was a decade ago. There are almost no options left under $20,000, and those hoping for a cheaper electric vehicle got jolted when Elon Musk declared late last year that developing a $25,000 EV or electric vehicle was, in his single word, silly. Plus, the new batch of Trump tariffs will only make the budget car shopper's road even rougher. Musk's blunt dismissal of a budget EV appeared to be a reverse course on years of promises that just such a car was in the works. But he is now promising a $25,000 robo-taxi by 2026. Though there's...
Also, by the way, I told you that they had to retire his ketamine-fueled rage ass.
Tell me about this. Tell me again. Yeah, our public...
They mustered him out of service. They put him out on his butt.
Oh,
they're getting a new leader of Doge.
And what about, is he also voted out by, has there been a stockholders or shareholders rebellion?
They're trying, but obviously, like I said, he owns the majority share, so it's impossible.
Yes, he makes certain to keep
and
that.
And also, people like his brother and stuff own a big stake, so they could just sell it to him and override them anyway. So it's just,
disgusting.
Yeah, it's
got it.
But they're on the losing streak as far as quality control. Like that whole Cybertruck fiasco ruined their image. I mean,
thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
It went from like a funny joke to now it's just like no one's going to trust them. You can't. After that, you can't introduce a new product unless it's like stellar, amazing.
Thank you. Which we know
like
can never come
changing.
from. Yeah, we know can never come from him.
Well, apparently they were at the whatever this latest fiasco was in the in the peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula. They were saying we're going to mass produce robots. That's what they were dealing. Those were the deals they were signing with the Arab.
Musk, Tesla people. Yeah, good fucking luck.
He said it out. Yeah. He said we're gonna invest in making robots, mass producing robots for the workforce instead of whatever else they were doing.
Yeah, well, none of those.
Which is why they need NEOM. This is why they need NEOM to have the labor to do that.
Have the labor so NEOM's just a giant assembly line where they're going to install robots.
Yes, that's why it's a line.
Okay. Yeah.
You go to work and then you turn around and go home, and that's your whole life. Doesn't that sound logical, or am I being too am I simplifying too much?
No, I agree with your logic, and but I also agree it's a giant concentration camp for Palestinians. So are they the slave labor that maintains the robots? Exactly. They're the slave labor.
Basically, the Arab countries that don't have oil will be the labor force, or whoever they want to bring in.
Right. Well, they bring in Pakistanis and shit. It's Pakistani Filipinos to do the scut work, like maids, Filipino maids, and Pakistani labor.
Which
on
makes
construction.
What about the whole thing? What about the Malaysians? That's a huge population base, and they're Muslim, of course.
Yeah, but they're not the same kind of Muslim. It's really a different world. But nevertheless, what I definitely foresee would be, first off, the robots would make sense because you can't get an Arab to work to save their fucking soul. I mean, you could tell an Arab, Allah will not let you in the heaven if you don't work, and they'd say, let me burn in hell. They wouldn't give a shit. Yeah. They can't work. They can't work worth a shit. And it's why, anyhow, we could go on about that for hours, but you know what I'm saying is true. But all such being said, so they have to have the robots. That goes without saying. And so they think...
I can't even translate half the shit my grandpa was saying about them.
Oh, God. Yes.
It's just straight up.
Yeah.
Or there's there's all kinds of slurs that I can't translate. It's just funny.
So we know why Musk would have to build robots for them, but I don't believe Musk can. I think whatever he produces is going to be shit. Yeah.
Well, then what are they giving them money for? I mean, they're signing these deals allegedly.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean they'll get a good deal out of it. Basically,
elongated muskrat.
But that's right. But I mean, you know as well as I do, the Arabs are famous for misspending money. It's like they're famous for these stupid projects that go nowhere. And paying Elon Musk to build robots is another one of those dead ends. That's all. It's just they're going to be throwing money to this son of a bitch who's then going to, you know.
Yeah, but they have, yeah, but you got to realize they have trillions. They have so much that's nothing to them. I mean, it's meaningless.
Yeah, I get it.
It's like if you have $5,
yeah,
but you're a millionaire, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
and people can't imagine that they're that frivolous, but it's like literally that's how rich they are.
Oh, yeah.
People, when you've bought everything, what else are you gonna do with it? You're just not gonna sit at home.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
but
they have like a garage full of Ferraris. They have entire countries of people.
Yeah.
What else they can do with it?
Yeah, but the problem is their own people. The Arabs aren't worth a shit as a labor force, so they got to have robots, and so but Musk can't.
Which is what, yeah.
But Musk can't deliver those robots. In other words, whatever robots.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
Oh, I can guarantee you that whatever he delivers.
I mean, he can't. But they, these people don't work. They don't work as they appear to work. Right? Like they could have technologies that are not being revealed.
Maybe.
But it's obviously not going to be under his auspice. He can't even function.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah. If it's him that's in charge.
Like normally I agree, I'm on the same page with the cynicism.
Yeah.
Or whatever it's called.
No, I believe he'll deliver something, but it's going to be shit. It's going to be robots that just don't work. Yeah, that's what I mean to say.
I totally agree, but I'm saying but when the point comes when they actually implement, when they dust off the shit from the basement, then it's too late for all of us, essentially. So that's the problem.
By that you mean like some kind of Terminator Dawn or something like Starlink?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
that's their ideal. That's the ideal.
What was
more humans working?
Yeah. What was the guy? What was the Skynet? That was it. Skynet.
Yeah, that's the ideal, and that's what they want, and that they probably have something that's viable, but. Look at the people they have trying to implement. It's just useless.
Well, that means it won't go anywhere. I mean, they're going to try and dust something off from the basement, but it's a joke. In other words, sure, all kinds of things are in the works where they've got all these black projects where they're experimenting with gravity bombs, just outrageous shit that you can imagine. It's whatever you can conceive, they're trying to achieve. It doesn't mean anything. There's no mass production to make it. It's like, there's no... remember when I told you that one guy knew...
But their inspiration's like the Borg, where it like builds itself. That's what they want.
Yeah, good fucking luck. I mean, you got to have something that works to get to that point. And it's just...
Well, I mean, I'm not advocating. I'm just,
but you remind me...
It's like a thought experiment.
No, it's important. It's important. You're reminding me that I have to tackle that in monologue. So I'll try and tackle what kind of visions these technophiles have. So it's an important point. And I thank you for making it.
Because like all the Star Trek shit, all we have is the communicator or the whatever that thing was called.
It was a number of things.
That's all we have.
You got the replicator. Remember, they can make anything in the replicator theoretically, except maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying in real terms, all we have is the communicator, the phone.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
So far.
So they have a lot of stuff on the back end still that they haven't finished.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's
the replicator would be ideal, but that thing they may have, it's just you can't implement all those, cost too many resources to give it out to the public,
Well, if they, would solve all of our problems, and who wants that?
Yeah, you can't have that. Yeah.
I mean,
problem reaction solution doesn't work when everything's solved,
I mean, that was supposed to be, that was, by the way, the one, though I never argued with him personally, that was the one big difference I had with Gene Roddenberry. Whenever he would call the library and we got into these long discussions about the research he was doing, but far more than talking to myself, he would spend longer hours talking with Michael Aquino, albeit this was just concepts. He was not a fan of Michael Aquino, and he expressed that to me. He did not like Michael Aquino, but it was like, where else could he get valuable information other than from an egomaniac who was willing to leak a lot of information? And besides, Michael Aquino knew about his encounter with the occult in Taiwan and was certainly interested in that. But
Right.
when which by the way, I think is probably the woman I was dating, whose name that our man Brendan knows, but he's probably forgotten already. But the woman I was dating for a period of time there, may date her maybe one more time and see if something
The
works.
biblical name? The biblical name?
Yeah. She was the
Okay.
one that, V insists I try one more time, and I'm like, don't want to.
Wasn't she a fan of muskrat, elongated muskrat?
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
Well, that's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
It's first off, she's German
Maybe their
descent.
tune has changed. Maybe their tune has changed as of late, like everyone else.
Maybe-
Because everyone before this whole fiasco, they thought, oh, he was, gonna
God.
fix everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But now
again,
it's like,
yeah. She's a German who's proud of her heritage, and the way she deals with that is she feels that Germany is burdened with a guilt that shouldn't exist, and she's a Holocaust denier. And
wow,
it's
that's interesting.
yeah. So here she is dating the son of Adolf Hitler, and yet refuses to help in any constructive way. So it's like kind of like, obviously when you're dating,
What do you expect?
yeah, you're both trying to seek out, okay, how can we form a coupledom that would be mutually beneficial? And she flat out tells me, "Oh, I can't help you." It's like the opening line. It's like it's like afraid for her own quote unquote reputation. So it's like, okay, where can we go with this? And then beyond that, she was saying Peter Moon. It says, "Oh, your work's completely identified with the Radu Cinemar now. That Unterland is what Peter Moon's describing through his Radu Cinemar books." I said, "My Unterland has nothing to do with anything Radu Cinemar says, and anybody who hears me talk and reads Radu, they're not getting the same message." And she says, "Oh, Peter Moon's seen to it that it's totally identified with Radu Cinemar now." That's by the way,
Well, in his brain. Yeah.
yeah, maybe in his sick, twisted, dead brain, which is dead now, we're pretty sure. But no one else
And
thought.
they've got him in a jar.
Yeah. Oh, seriously.
Like his essence, his soul essence.
Yeah. We actually. Yeah, I want people to take that seriously. We think he's in, the head in a jar, like the fucking Simps. What was it? Futurama, like Futurama, the head in
Futurama,
a
yeah.
jar. Yeah.
And they just keep him around to juice up the spells when we talk shit about him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like his hatred, like it's the dark side of the force. It just like carries it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
hate them.
Yeah, his hatred's eternal. It's just a eternal force all its own. That's all he has. But that motherfucker was trying to. He told Aaron Tice. One of the last things he told Aaron Tice before he went totally off the edge and they flipped the switch and he just became overtly hostile, was that the most important thing out of meeting myself, which he felt all of his life had been towards meeting Douglas Dietrich, and then he said, and the most important thing out of Douglas Dietrich is the Dietrich Artelect. And yet, remember the time he tried to say the Dietrich Artelect was the hologram that Radu Cinemar encountered in, his little Hollow Earth fantasy?
God, no.
Yeah,
oh,
and
God, no. I don't remember that because it was so crazy. I didn't.
Yeah, he was trying to.
And a lot of the times when he talked about that shit, I really didn't listen. I literally clicked off.
Anyone would. Anyone with any,
No, it's just-
yeah, it's so.
Especially after what you told me about Radu Cinnamon or Rape Cinnamon.
Yeah.
I was like, every time I heard that name, I was like turned off. I was like, nah.
Yeah. Yeah.
First of all, I thought it was just totally a fake persona that he made up,
Yeah.
saying he was writing as him.
He may actually have experimented with that narrative for a while, but it was definitely another person. And he was just, his life was dependent on income from the books his young wife, Paula, translated. But he was making all the money and she got paid nothing. And he said she was going through an internship. He said, "Oh, it's like her internship for learning English is to translate, and just another reason for all of us to hate and despise him." But when obviously there is no similarity between anything I've ever said about Unterland and the bullshit in the Radu Cinemar books. But so this chick is telling me, "Oh, he's equated you with that now," and it's like, that's impossible, I told her, because nobody other than this very small cult of readers even knows about Radu Cinnabar and what the fuck he's saying. So, and certainly even less people have heard about myself. So the equating of the twain is just not happening. There's no work that equates the twain. You know what I'm saying with what this idiot is saying. But there you go with that. But, you know, there was another trip she was on. And but all that being said, you know, we've cathartic invented about that to the point where I guess people get what we're saying. But why did I bring her up? I was bringing her up because you know, it was there's several things going on here that just were relevant there for a moment with what our man Brendan brought up: the assembly lines, the robots. Musk is not going to deliver. Well, like I was saying, Musk is promising a $25,000 robo-taxi by 2026. Obviously, there's plenty of skepticism about Tesla hitting that timetable, while instead there's lots of agreement about the lack of appeal the United States budget has in terms of any market for EVs or electric vehicles. Peter Rawlinson, the chief executive of Lucid Motors, the maker of $90,000 electric SUVs, or sports utility vehicles, has named the Gravity. You know, that's what it's named, the SUV. It's called the Gravity. Yeah, and it costs $90,000. And Peter Rawlinson told the Wall Street Journal, that market sucks. This is the CEO of Lucid Motors, people, who said that the EV market fucking sucks. To the Wall Street Journal, no less. In short, the argument so goes, achieving even thin margins on budget vehicles requires a mass scale that the current market simply cannot deliver. Because there's no infrastructure to recharge these fucking vehicles. It's an abortion. In addition, the Trump misadministration is expected to end, or at the least curtail, the $75,000, or what was it, $7,500 federal tax credit designed to help bring EVs within reach of more consumers. In fact, I believe that they cut that. And that inescapably is, well, that's the terminal hit. That's the killing blow to already slowing EV sales, especially among the budget conscious. At least in these United States, that is. It's worth noting that Commu-Chinese EV makers such as BYD, which has lately caught and even passed Tesla in unit sales volume globally, sells plenty of budget and EVs and hybrids in communist China on the Asian mainland, as well as the European market and elsewhere. One of BYD's popular models sells for around $12,000 in mainland China. These are effectively kept out of the American imperial market to date by tariffs and other regulatory policies. President Biden had accused Chi-Com EV makers of unfair trade practices, and it's not entirely clear to what extent Hongzhonghua, or Red China's government backing, has aided its EV industry. But they're all state-sponsored. Everything that's industrial in communist China is. And it is clear, regardless, that their EVs have found a global market of budget buyers. So the car industry in these United States, beyond EVs, has become steadily less focused on budget vehicles in general. The portion of new vehicles purchased in these United States that are priced at $25,000 or less has fallen from 40% to around 10% in the past 10 years. Now, some of the most popular cheaper cars may be affected by threatened 25% tariffs on vehicles manufactured in Canada or Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States. About a third of budget vehicles for these United States market are built in the United Mexicano states, and tariffs will most certainly drive prices beyond the reach of many, if not any, target consumers, meaning all of them, if not the majority. Honda Civic sedans, now priced just under $25,000, are made in Canada. Kia, the Korean company, manufactures its Forte and K4 cars at about $20,000 and $22,000 respectively in price in Mexico. Plus, there are parts made in those countries that get assembled into vehicles in these United States. Most of those costs will be passed on to consumers, potentially adding $3,000 to the cost of all new vehicles at a barest minimum, by the most conservative of estimates. And again, that boost would be toughest for budget-constrained shoppers, already squeezed by higher prices for cars and for most everything else since the pandemic. Of course, the professed objective of tariffs is to incentivize new domestic production. But much like Tesla's promised robo-car, that will take time if indeed it ever actually happens, which I can guarantee you it will not. Until then, the day that, the tomorrow that never arrives, the already squeezed makers of both EVs and conventional cars may, like many other consumer goods companies, simply shift the focus on more well-off customers to keep driving profits. In other words, everything is going to go luxury. And it's just going to become inaccessible to the little guy. By the way, Brendan ̔OGHET, if you're with us, if you can help the Real Tech Geek says, Douglas, where are you streaming now? Didn't get the email, I think. I keep checking. Let me see. How do we get him onto the call? We're Microsoft Teams. Download Microsoft Teams. Did you download? Okay, so let me ask him. Did you download? Okay, Microsoft Teams. Okay. At the Realtek. Okay. There we are. Okay, so hopefully he gets the message there and downloads the Teams, and then knows what to do after that. Otherwise, we'll make it work. We'll make it happen. Now, of course, consider all I've just articulated, and understand that the automobile industry will look a lot more like the airline industry if the manufacturers don't rethink their offerings. You see, there be two important characteristics of the airline industry. Just two manufacturers produce 99% of the world's, all the world's aeroplanes for airlines. And everyday passengers have a hard time telling those aerocraft apart, and mostly don't care anyway. Weirdly enough, however, these characteristics are important to the future of cars. Why? Because the present of Boeing and Airbus could be the future of the automotive industry. There are already indications that automotive is following aviation's path toward a future in which there are ever fewer brands and models. The exteriors of many autonomous vehicular prototypes are similarly shaped mobile boxes. See examples from Muji, Ali, Transdev, and yes, Teague. The interiors of autonomous vehicular concepts are also very uniform, evident in examples from the likes of Audi, Mercedes, and Volvo, with lie-flat seats and tables for working and meeting among the common characteristics. This uniformity inside and out points toward a future of mobility that is based on utility, which is very different than our history of using cars as transportation as well as expensive expressions of our personalities. There is, after all, no logical reason to own a Lamborghini. Retrospect, then and now. Upon the Nazi car we came to love, mine own biological father's own conception and design of the Volkswagen. Hitler dreamt of a people's car to boost Nazi Germany's national pride, and the idea that sourced from Hitler would become the best-selling car of all time. Porsche's 1930s design laid the groundwork for a people's car, or Volkswagen, that would captivate millions, offering a durable, economical car with excellent performance. In February of 1938, Adolf Hitler, my biological father, unveiled the prototype at the Berlin Auto Show, the VW Beetle. In 1945, at what most Westerners perceive to be the end of the war in the Atlantic and on the continent of Europe, a rare and curious Volkswagen car was shipped from its bomb-damaged German factory to England. There, a commission of leading British motor manufacturers, chaired by Sir William Rootis, inspected this small, streamlined saloon. Said commission reported that it would be quite unattractive to the average motor car buyer. It's too ugly and noisy. While to build the car commercially would be a completely uneconomic enterprise. This damning judgment, or should I say misjudgment, proved as ill-founded as that of the Decca record bosses, who in 1962 declared, "The Beatles have no future in show business," and turned the mop-tops down. Since then, global sales of highly lucrative Beatles' albums have topped 12 billion. The Volkswagen Beetle, meanwhile, with its friendly styling by the Austrian engineer Erwin Kommenda and innovative engineering by Ferdinand Porsche, became the best-selling car of all time. Production of the Beetle even outstripped that of Henry Ford's Model T, when the 15,007,034th car rolled off the line at Wolfsburg in 1972. The very last Beetles were made in Mexico in 2003, by when more than 21.5 million had been built worldwide. As its name made clear, the Volkswagen was truly a people's car. And although many modifications were made between 1945 and 2003, the first and last Beetles were clearly peas in the same mechanical pod. So, in order to contextualize why I'm going in this direction, I need to tell you a little bit about Carl Benz, as in Mercedes-Benz, the pioneer behind the first gasoline-powered car. Mechanization was reshaping the industry in 19th century Great Britain, France, and Germany, Imperial Germany at the time. In this climate of innovation, Carl Benz, a skilled engineer, found himself at the heart of a region booming with entrepreneurship and heavy manufacturing. When Benz created his patent Motorwagen in 1885, he could not have foreseen that it would mark a turning point in history. After years of working on fuel-powered engines, this was the first time he successfully integrated one into a vehicle capable of transporting people independently. Interestingly, the founding for his groundbreaking work is said to have come from his wife Bertha, Benz's dowry. A pioneer in her own right, Bertha undertook a bold 194-mile journey in 1888, the year before my bio-sire Adolf Hitler was born, driving the Motorwagen number 3 from their home in Mannheim to Pforzheim to visit her mother, or maybe it's pronounced Pforzheim, if I remember correctly. Completing this trip without Carl's knowledge, she demonstrated the viability of the automobile. Her ride, undertaken in a slightly modified version of Carl's original vehicle, remains a defining moment in automotive history, proving that the Benz Motorwagen was not merely an invention, but the dawn of the future. Now, in the book titled The People's Car, subtitled A Global History of the Volkswagen Beetle, the historian and author Bernhard...
Yeah, der Volkswagen.
Thank you.
Volkswagen, yeah.
Thank you. Volkswagen. Volkswagen. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's your biosire's
legacy.
Design.
Yes. Yes, it's his design and his legacy. Yes. Yeah. And the joke was that it could fit a lot more people than you think. Yeah. What was the joke they used to tell? 2 Germans in the front, 3 in the back, and half a dozen Jews in the ashtray. Isn't that awful?
Oh wow, that's wild. Where'd you learn that one from? That's an old school.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's yeah, that was from my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich.
Yeah, it sounds like an old American bar joke. That's what that sounds like.
Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it was a lot more than half a dozen. It was, yeah, but yeah. Actually, people produce a large amount of ash, so it's yeah. The ashtray.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my cat produced like a fat amount. Yeah. So
Jesus
imagine
Christ.
a human.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. And you had a fat cat, yes or no?
He was big. Yeah, he was big.
There you go. He was a Garfield.
Yeah, exactly.
So the Real Tech Geek says, yes, I have now trying to log in. Thank you. Okay, so good. Let's give him a thumbs up for that. And
is he on the teams?
He's downloaded the teams apparently. But
he's interfacing through the teams. That's not the case.
No. He's leaving these messages in the chat on YouTube.
Got it.
Yeah. So you can tell him what to do now that you're back, if you wish. Just by the way,
so if you're on mobile,
yeah.
Press the phone in the top right corner,
yeah.
And then it'll say, "Do you want to call everyone in the chat?" Which sounds like not the right thing, but it's actually the right thing. So you click call, and then you'll be transferred to this meeting, where Doug is the administrator. There you go.
Thank you. A way to say that is that it's counterintuitive. It's counterintuitive.
Yeah.
So it's 11.
That's almost giving Microsoft too much credit. The way I say, like, as dumb as it is, it's just.
Holy shit!
Yes. Like, why would they design it like that? That's what I don't get. With all those, like, they're getting like top dollar, designers theoretically, but they can't figure that out.
He says he's in. He says, I'm in. Okay, cool.
Okay.
We don't see him.
But we haven't added him. So that's
okay.
The thing.
Well, we did, though. We did. Oh, but maybe he didn't have an account. So our adding him was a dead account. It's probably the dead Skype account that we added. Yeah, we can add him, I guess. Yeah, and so I'm happy to do that.
Don't put it in the YouTube chat so people don't hit you up, randos and bots.
Right. Okay. Good point. Say that again. Say that again so that I understand.
I was telling Realtek, don't put his Skype handle into the YouTube chat because it'll get a bunch of bots will copy it and swoop it.
Oh, got it. So
because it's a public. So anything you put in that YouTube chat is a public item. It's like anyone can access it.
So how do we?
It's not secure.
Yeah, good point. No, true. So how do we get him to send us something? I guess what? I mean, so how does he send us? He has to email us. Email us his like handle. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, so email us your handle. You've got my email, Real Tech Geek. Everybody's got my email. So let's give it to him because, people write this on bathroom walls. So let me give him the email address, electronic mailing address. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. Gmail.com. Okay, here we are. Oh, then he says hello. Okay, great. So here he is. So he's in. He's in. All right.
So yeah, real quick. If you want to talk, then you click on the phone.
Yeah.
And join meeting, and you will be there.
Okay.
Top right corner.
Now, so that way I don't need to enter my email, and it's great that he found us, and so there we go. We'll just wait to see him if he follows up on it, and oh, so such. Was that?
I said no worries. It can be serendipitous.
Yeah. So in the book titled The People's Car, subtitled A Global History of the Volkswagen Beetle, one of the books I assigned to my tutés, the historian and author Bernhard Rieger notes, when Karl Benz died in 1929 at the age of 85, a German car journal celebrated him as a genius who had given the civilized world a means to conquer time and space. And that brings us to the star vehicle. You see, the remarkable thing about the Beetle is not just the sheer number of sales, but the fact that a car developed from an idea of my biological father Adolf Hitler's was to become as loved by Californian surfer dudes, college kids, and free-loving hippies as it was desired by fervent Nazis. Herbie.
Oh yeah, I bet they predict that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be shocked.
Yeah. It truly is a universal people's car. Herbie, you remember that? The Disney franchise? Herbie, the anthropomorphic star of 6 Hollywood movies, beginning with The Love Bug in 1968, was the same car German families had saved up for before my father's invasion of Poland dashed their hopes. And that brings us to the interwar period, from between the 1920s through to the 1940s. You see, during the period between the 2 world wars, America's dominance in the automotive industry became clear. By 1927, Americans owned 80% of the world's cars, and Detroit in Michigan set global standards in manufacturing, design, and marketing. German visitors to America in the 1920s saw a stark contrast between these United States and the Weimar Republic's automotive industries. After the 1929 economic collapse, which left 6 million unemployed in Germany, only a national revolution was seen as a solution. So the Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler, my father, aimed to replace Marxism, liberalism, and capitalism, which they had proven prioritized class interests over the nation's unity. So to strengthen Germany economically and militarily, the Nazis enlisted experts in various fields, emphasizing the need for industrial productivity. They promoted a modern lifestyle, epitomized by Hitler's own use of cars and aeroplanes. And this gave us not only Adolf Hitler, the driver and the pilot, but also birthed the people's car. And in the 1930s, Hitler oversaw the construction of Germany's iconic motorways, using them as job creation projects to instill national pride and dignity in a country still scarred by the war. He also tasked engineer Ferdinand Porsche with designing a car for the masses, a true people's car, or Volkswagen. Volks meaning people, or folk, and Wagen meaning car, or wagon, really. Porsche's 1930s design laid the groundwork for a vehicle that would captivate millions, offering a durable, economical car with excellent driving performance. At the 1934 Berlin Auto Show, Hitler, having been in power for about a year, called for Germany's automotive sector to expand dramatically to match Great Britain and the United States. He promised affordable products like the people's car, the people's refrigerator, the people's television, and the people's tractor to bring a new era of technological progress and prosperity to Germany. In February of 1938, as he unveiled the prototype of an affordable family vehicle at the Berlin Auto Show, my father Hitler predicted, "This model will open up the automobile to millions of new customers on low incomes." There was little joy, however, in rival engineering camps. The Czech car company, Tatra, claimed that Porsche had infringed several design patents, notably those by Hans Ledwinka, an Austrian engineer much admired.
Yeah, I was surprised to learn about the Czech car companies. That was a surprising thing.
Yeah,
because you don't get them as much out here in Europe.
Yeah.
Like Skoda and stuff. Like I was like, what the fuck is a Skoda? Like we rented one. It was trash, but definitely not a German car. That's for sure. Yeah. Like nothing worked, but it was cheap. You know? Whereas a German car, like especially like a VW, was cheap but works. You know.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, believe it or not, the largest automobile manufacturing hub in Europe today is in Czechia. It is. It's definitely.
How did they get into that? That's just,
actually, you know what?
It almost seems obscure.
Yeah,
it seems
it's not-
obscure because we don't hear about it.
That's right. It's not in Czechia. It's in Slovakia, really. And actually, this kind of triangle of industrialization in that area. Yeah, you don't hear about it here at all. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. And it's also one of the reasons why I've said in the past that these places need to be integrated directly into Germany. And that Germany needs to become a far greater nation than what. Yeah.
I know they tried. I know they tried once and it didn't end well.
Well, let's put it this way. It ended well enough. I mean, the European Union was everything my father Adolf Hitler had asked for. That's why the Brits were so, saying they wanted to leave it.
But it's under the auspice of the Napoleonic dynasties, which obviously I don't think he would have wanted that.
No, he wouldn't have wanted
necessarily.
that, but it's all going in the direction it should be going in right now. Really, it is. History will correct its mistakes. Or rather, history will.
You could say he had better foresight than all of us, I guess, or everybody nowadays.
Absolutely. But you all know that. Everyone knows that, and so here we're going to send our man our email. Let me open up my email to send him this. The Real Tech Geek guy.
Oh.
He says, I don't see it in YouTube link. Well,
it's not on YouTube because we're not going to invite every bloke on the internet.
Yes. So, we're loading up.
Or at least, don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there we are. And so here, let me give him my email. But everyone knows my email anyway. It's
on your website.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
can't do that.
That's why I get weird emails all the time. Yeah. Gmail.com. Here we are. So now press the send button.
I'm a Nigerian prince. You have to help me.
Yes.
Remember those?
Yes. Oh my fucking God. Yeah.
If you send me $1,000 right now, I will give you $1 million. When I'm free.
It's incredible to me how Americans are so naive. I can't even begin.
I don't understand how that works. Like any of the scam texts, because they're so lame and obvious.
It's thank you. None of it makes any sense to me. How can people be this stupid when Americans get calls from these fucking Pakistanis and Asian Indians saying we're the IRS and in this horrible accent? This accent's so thick you can cut it. Claiming that they're the IRS and
I told last time I got these guys, I told them I was a Brit. I'm like, I'm a Brit. You can't call me like this, and they stopped calling.
yeah, there you go. Well, I just laugh in their face and tell them I'm going to send them bacon burgers, so that way I'll insult all the Hindus with the cow meat and all the Muslims with the pork. So
Bacon burger.
yeah, as I'm saying.
They did that to one of these loser kids that was doing streaming and just being a total jackass.
Yeah.
And they found out he was like, they couldn't figure out if he was Indian or Muslim or Hindu or Muslim because he was Indian, like Paki looking. They couldn't tell, so they kept spamming his house full of bacon cheeseburgers, just like you said, to hit both.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And
cover all sides. It was just so offensive.
Yeah.
But he deserved this Brad deserved it. He was just. And then he later claimed, it was just a persona for clicks or something after the police kept, threatening to arrest him because he was just some nuisance.
Got it.
He was getting swatted like every couple days.
Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So here you go. I'm sharing screen right now. Can you see this? Basically, what I described in one of my essays here, that basically Bratislava is the capital and motor city of Slovensko or Slovakia. That's anyhow, it would be Germania's Detroit, if I can help it. Slovakia's powerful car production represents 44% of its entire industry, and Slovakia now has the world's highest car production per capita, by which it can be claimed that the constituent state in confederation, in and of itself, an automotive superpower, the triangle between Czechia, Slovensko, and northwest Magyarország, or Hungary, producing about 2 million cars in that region with a flourishing industry for parts as well. But my point here is that Slovakia was created by Adolf Hitler. Slovakia never historically existed until Adolf Hitler created Slovakia. It existed as an ethnos, but it was always part of a greater empire, such as Bohemia and Moravia, etc.
And the Habsburgs or no?
It was in the Habsburgs originally. Yes. Yeah. But Hitler made it an independent Slavic nation that was Roman Catholic. So it's an independent. He made it like a Roman Catholic Slavic wedge, a buffer state between Germany and Hungary. And so they love Hitler, and they're Hitler lovers, and they produce all these cars, and they need to be integrated into Germany, and that's so Germany will be a automotive power once again. But like you said, they're just making cheap shit that's affordable but doesn't really work. The Škoda was in Czechia, which of course is separate from Slovakia, but the Czechs, the Škoda. They're much better at weapons. They made better machine guns than they ever did cars. For what that's worth.
Yeah, I can verify.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me get back into this and stop sharing. And so I emailed.
Oh yeah, here's a funny update. You remember the Downey guy at the work?
Yeah.
He's sending me this. He's like, I have to go to the city. I gotta leave early. And he means SF. That's the city. He means he's driving all the way to SF after work because he's on who knows what. And then he's driving out there, and he sends me this thing. He said, "Look, this is what I'm going to eat tonight with my friend for my friend's birthday." And it's freaking Uyghur. First of all, what restaurants open at midnight? Second of all, Uyghur cuisine? Really? How the fuck do you find that?
Yeah, that's
like so obscure. Like, what are you talking about? It's like.
That's really bizarre. I mean, I'm pretty impressed. It's like I'd like to try some of that Uyghur food because that's the persecuted white Caucasian Turkic Muslim minority of northwest China. So it's like, god damn. Yeah.
Well, maybe when you're sick of blood, you can get them to take you out.
Yeah, I guess. Get Mr. Mushroom. We call him Downey Mushroom.
Oh, not him. I'm talking about your entourage.
There you go. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to hang out with this guy. He's causing all kinds of scenes and shit. He's just like exploding and taking. He keeps taking those. What are those stupid things like the the Ozempic and then going on like rampages, like freaking tripping out, starts tweaking on Ozempic.
Roid raging. He's like roid raging.
Yeah, because it's like it's fucking with your hormones, and he's like,
yeah.
He's like, I have to lose more weight. And I'm like, dude, you're already like, you know, like they already gave him like gastric bypass. It's like, how much more weight do you need to lose?
God
dude? Chill.
damn. Tell him to get his wife to use that shit. Yeah,
right.
Your wife is the one who needs to lose weight, motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh, he would agree to that. And oh, believe it or not, he's, what is it called? What do they call it? Polyamorous. He was showing me something online the other day, and he's like, this is my channel, and it said polyamorous something. And I'm like,
God damn. Yeah,
like, why is it always the ugly people?
Yeah, how is he getting laid all over the place? He's retarded. It's the mushrooms. It's got to be the mushrooms.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. So Coco,
like how can that? Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
So our German lady from the fatherland, Coco Schreijveld, am I pronouncing that correctly, Brendan? She says, "Love to hear you guys talking about facts about the region I am from." Yes. So let me give her a nice big kiss and welcome her aboard. Love you dearly, Coco Schreijveld, and so. What I don't get is, okay, so I thought he just wanted my email, so then the Real Tech Geek says, it's empty. Yeah, well, the title was the email. You wanted my email. You've got that now, and you got that from my email. What is it that you want? Does he think that we need to send him a link? Like, remember how Troy thought it was like Zoom? He thought we had to send him a link or something? Is Real Tech under that impression? And she tells us, Coco Schreijveld says, she says, we had an advertisement, Skoda for life.
How did that work out?
Yeah. No, she just said that they used to play that ad in Germany, Skoda for life, because Skoda was trying to sell its product.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm saying, like, how did it work? Like, long term, I don't think they have a big market share in Germany, do they?
I doubt it. Yeah. It's I mean, why would the Germans want that shit? But
and this dude's saying he's trying to. This is the latest from the crazy shroom head. Yeah. He said, I'm going to go to French Laundry, which is like the 5-star restaurant near SF.
Yeah,
I'm sure people have claimed it gone.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm going to be the first ghetto person to go there. And I said, dude, hood fools do this a lot to show off. Like when I was in Hawaii, I saw these guys.
Yeah.
And he said, and then this is like his comedic timing. I don't think he meant to do this, but he said, Obama was just there. I was just like, oh God. Like that's not what I meant when I said hood fools. I meant like actual hood fools, not Obama.
Yes.
That's what the other people would say. That's what the MAGA heads would say, or whoever these people are. But.
Yeah, there you go. Coco Schreijveld says, concerning Skoda and the success of its advertising campaign, Skoda for life, she says, depends on your lifespan.
Exactly, literally. Yeah, so, you won't survive a crash in one. That's a whole lifetime right there.
Yeah, that's your life. Car. Yeah, that's your life right then and there. By the way, so we got some feedback from our man, the Real Tech Geek, and he says, yes, I thought you would send me a link. It's complicated. Tell him what to do.
I can't help him.
Oh, shit.
Oh, update. He said, not that Obama is hood. Okay, so he didn't go that far.
Okay,
so
there you go.
Thumbs up that.
Yes. So
I'll try and help Real Tech. Let me see what happens here.
Yes. Let me see if I can open this. No, I can't open that, or I'm reluctant to play around too much with it myself. But okay, here we are. So let's see. Real Tech Geek. Okay, yeah. Thought that you would send me a link, or do I call you? I'm sorry to complicate it. Well, I guess. Yeah.
Just give me a second here.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
Nemo's joke. I'm gonna thumbs up, or maybe I shouldn't thumbs up that one. I'm gonna acknowledge it, Nemo. That's pretty funny. Okay, so let's see here. Real Tech should be on here. Is that not the case?
He's in my private messages. So here I'll show you.
Okay, so Amy, Aristides, Doug, Heather, Nemo, Sammy, Troy, Victoria. Yeah, he's not on.
His handle is the Real Tech Geek, so it shouldn't be hard to find. You just look him up and click him on.
Yeah, but was he? Yeah, he was on Skype. So can you? Okay, so copy and paste his email into the search bar,
Okay, so let me do that.
and then add him to the call.
Okay, so here we are.
Share screen if you have to, and I'll show you where to go.
Sure. Well, I'll just jump back into our proper call here in a second. Let me see if I can do that. There we are. And let me cut and paste this. And that's his email. But let me share screen. Give me just a second here. And we'll do that.
Okay, so then click that. See if that does anything.
Click.
No, don't click it.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe not. So let me screen share first. Okay, so I'm screen sharing with you, and what we're going to do is go back on this call. So we would add people like here, right? No, that puts them only in the chat from what we remember.
Wait, let me see. Where you at? Okay,
Here.
so yeah, you're in the call. So
Yeah.
go to
Not that, for participants.
people. Yeah, go to people.
Okay,
Click on that.
yeah.
And then add his email there. Copy, paste
okay,
the email
that is
there.
email there. Okay.
And
then
this should.
there you go.
Yeah,
There we
it is.
are. So we brought him on.
It's calling him. So
It's
if you're
calling.
there,
Yeah, if you're there,
you're
right?
active.
Yeah, just pick up the phone. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so if it loads the chat,
There
you
he
can
is.
also.
He's on. He's on.
Okay.
Yeah, how are you? Status report, situational update.
I finally went out, did my laundry, and talking about big fat cat. Yeah, I got a nice big fat cat.
Yeah.
But it's too expensive.
Yeah, it is. You know what they found out is that, oh God, what is the statistic? It's outrageous, and of course it's no surprise whatsoever to any of us. But they found out. Let me look it up. People spend more on their dogs than they do on their children. That's the.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's outrageous. That's, I mean, spend more on their dogs than on their children. Let me look that up and see what comes up. But here we are. Yes, in the United States, spending on pets, including dogs, has surpassed spending on childcare. In 2023, Americans spent.
It's all superfluous. Not that the dogs are bad, but it's like.
Oh, it's horrible. No, this is
they're spending it on like hair trainers and
this,
strollers.
I don't care what they're spending it on. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's a crime. This is a crime. This is not. This is outrageous to me. So
I remember when.
Oh, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'll
continue.
I remember my grandmother dog got diabetes, and he was just going downhill like crazy. And I told her, just euthanize the animal. You're wasting so much money on him.
Yeah.
It was like it was like $5,000 a month or something. It was crazy.
Yeah. So here we are. Look at this study. 43% of Americans prefer pets over children. According to a recent Harris poll, fur families are the preferred lifestyle. And here we are. In 2023, Americans spent $186 billion on their pets, exceeding the amount spent on child care. This trend is driven by factors like the humanization of pets, where they are increasingly seen as family members and treated as such, whereas children, I guess, are dehumanized and dispensed with. There is little, it seems, that people won't do for their pets. Americans spent $186 billion on them last year, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, covering everything from food and vet visits to toys and grooming. That is more than they spent on child care. Catering to pets has become big business. People are splurging like never before on their pets. This is outrageous. This is like a crime. These people need psychiatric care. Intervention.
Well, that's the problem. Is it's normalized. People think that's the epitome of normal is having this weird thing that you dote on. It's just
it's awful. But yeah,
it's not normal. It's not normal.
This is from the pet food industry. Pet food industry puts this out.
They're loving it.
Yeah, pet food industry source. A study: 43% of Americans prefer pets over children. New report from Harris Poll said many Gen Z and millennials feel pets are easier to care for and come with fewer financial burdens. The hell they do. The hell
I
they
was
do.
gonna say, doesn't that contradict the last thing?
Yeah, they all get sick, and you spend all your fortune is spent on the veterinarian. Veterinarians.
Yeah, I'm this guy.
Yeah.
What was it? It's a random guy who started following on YouTube with Pokemon cards, his business, and the fucking cat had cancer or some shit, and he asked for his audience to pay for the fucking cat and shit, like $10,000.
Yeah.
And motherfuckers paying for that shit, man. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. Again, this is another pet food industry source.
GoFundMe.
Yeah, there you go.
You know?
There you go. And this is another pet food industry source. Again, Americans spend more money on pets than children. Americans are spending more money on their pets than children in the United Kingdom as well. This is according to a blog of but
it's across the Western world.
Yeah. What are Americans spending on their fur babies? The average consumer spent $876 on pets in 2023. So a stunning stat.
I have in China or Asia.
Yeah.
The acceptance in Asian countries for the pets have become a lot more what's the word? Decidedly accepted. So I mean, Chinese eat dogs anyway. They still have the festival for that every year, but it's becoming less and less of an occurrence, though, I think.
Okay.
It starts with a Y.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, anyhow.
Allegedly, of course.
Well, here we are with Market Watch. Pet spending trends. Market Watch. What are Americans spending on their fur babies? Market Watch guide team analyzed anyhow. So there we go. It's just outrageous. It's just all of this. Pet-related spending has increased 90% since 2013. When the average amount was $460. But what were they highlighting here? They were highlighting that. Where was it? According to investing. Anyhow, it's obvious that there's millennials waste money on pets. I think this is Reddit child free. Yeah. So I mean.
So this happens in Yulin, Guangxi.
Okay. Yeah.
That's my wife is from.
Okay.
Interesting.
And
she's admitted to me. Yeah, she's admitted to me before. She's had dog.
Yeah.
She's ate dog before. So
Well, there you go. Well, pet parents say
doesn't do it now. But
okay.
This is wrong now, but.
At any rate, People.com says pet parents say pets are as costly as kids. The average pet owner spends over $4,500 on their pet's basic needs every year, according to new research. So, I mean, it's like, why not just have kids, you dumb motherfuckers, instead of having all these fucking pets? It's like, it's at least the kids get potty trained and they take a shit in a toilet that they flush. So you don't have to, clean the kitty litter box and get the toxoplasmosis parasite infecting your brain, which enslaves you to your fucking cats. And,
Really?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
I don't like cats. I know that shit.
Oh
my God.
The cats have evolved a toxoplasmosis parasite that women are particularly vulnerable to, but men also can get infected. And you see that with cat-loving men who are hermits who rush into fires to save their burning cats. And these motherfuckers are the guys who walk everywhere stinking of cat urine. And everybody calls them the local cat man. The local cat man who just...
Yeah, like that guy in California.
That poor bastard died. That poor bastard died.
Yeah. What, are you kidding? This is like everywhere. It doesn't matter that one of them died. This happens every day where some motherfucker runs into a burning home to rescue some fucking cat.
The sanctuary. You remember the cat sanctuary? It was like 1,000 cats in there, and he ran in to save them, and he burnt alive.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's
probably horrible death. Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is a case of Darwinian selection, if ever there was one. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct, Douglas.
Thank you.
I completely agree with you about that.
Yeah, but the fact that people are now having pets instead of children that they're spending more money on than they would even on their children, this is these are end times. This is end time shit. This is like you talk about a pathological displacement of priorities. I mean, certainly both you gentlemen put in your thoughts. We'll see if I can meander back to, of course, my father's car, because Coco Svejvelt was much happier with my talking about that than about this. But yeah, again, gentlemen, however you feel, go ahead and cathart and vent. Real Tech, of course, was talking about the exotic nature of a certain kind of cuisine in China, but it's obviously not really the norm anymore. Chinese are pretty rich now, and they probably taken to. El Nemo says, "Here we are." The version of that joke was, "How do you?" Yeah, okay. Let me put a ha on that. He says, "Can you thank those stupid movies like Air Bud?" This is El Nemo. He says, "You can thank those stupid movies like Air Bud and 101 Dalmatians for brainwashing people being obsessed with dogs. Dogs are only supposed to be used for hunting and working." I'll thumbs up that. I mean, honestly, it's one of these things where I do think it's not healthy. It really has gotten pathological. Honestly, people, I can understand why Brooke loves animals, and you want people to what is this about Aeon to sell California grown rice in Japan? Here we are. So that's a nice link from our man Brendan. At any rate, he went on mute, so probably Shroomtard probably abducted him or something. So Real Tech, here's how about a little updates?
Shit, no, I've been talking this whole time and just didn't realize I was on mute.
Happens, don't worry.
So,
you're gone.
The Cal Rose rice is supplementing
Okay.
Japan.
Okay.
Because Japan has a rice shortage right now.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I'm glad we're able to help them out.
So
I didn't know that.
California's got all this. Yeah. I always wondered what we did with it. It's like no one here eats that much rice. So they just produce tons and tons of it. And it was actually a remnant, Doug, of when the Japanese lived here.
Of course.
This Cal Rose rice was actually developed by Japanese immigrants.
Oh, thank you for that. That's important history. Very important history. Thank you for that.
So we actually make the best rice outside of Japan as far as sushi rice goes.
Yes.
And Asian style rice, more sticky rice. So yeah, there you go. Because of Japan's influence. So now that we get to help them, that's really, I think, positive. That's really nice.
Absolutely. I agree. Boy, I'd really like to eat steamed rice every day. I don't, of course, because when I'm back from the States, it's Meals on Wheels for me. But I never
get a rice cooker.
Oh,
God, rice isn't that pricey to make.
Yeah, I'll have to, and I'll have to learn how to use it.
Yeah.
So our man Brendan,
a rice cooker.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so dear Real Tech, so tell us a bit about, again, situational update, status report. So your wife doesn't eat dogs anymore. You said there were some other problems, however.
Other problems? No,
I thought you said that. Oh, okay, good. Glad to hear that. I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Okay, and so what are your thoughts? You seemed anxious to get on tonight, so share with us your thoughts on current events. Anything in particular you feel we should be paying attention to? Before I get back to my historical narrative.
Yeah, I would say pay attention to Georgia, Moldova.
Okay.
And something's going to happen with Turkey with these peace talks.
Okay.
And of course, Japan with Russia going to try to maybe attack them again, like I told you before.
Say that again.
Hokkaido.
Okay, so
Hokkaido.
So Russia may try to attack Hokkaido in Japan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. That would be.
And India.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you said?
I said that would be. I swear to God, I would like to see that happen. I would love to see Russia start a two-front war and attack Japan in Hokkaido. I would love to see that. Russia would just be signing its own death warrant. It would and then if China gets in on it and we have a world war, all the better. I'd love it. I'd like to see what Trump would do. He'd break down. He wouldn't know where to turn. He might say slave circuit it to Russia and China, but he'd be torn still. He'd be torn by all kinds of bullshit.
He would be.
Yeah.
I mean, he fucked up with his trade war stuff, even though it was very interesting that, just the recent Consumer Price Index report this week, the egg prices are the lowest they've been since 1984. They've completely crashed. And the inflation is the lowest in 4 years, and he's constantly bullying Jerome Powell to lower interest rates.
Mm-hmm.
It's calling him too late pal. I mean, I call him yawning pal, but and another one I like to also call is Janet Yellen. I call her Gremlin Yellen. But I wasn't really paying attention to her back then anyway. Mm-hmm. But it's definitely a possibility. Or even or even both of them attacking Japan,
China and Russia. That would make more sense. Yes. Nevertheless,
and North Korea.
Yeah,
and North Korea too, because and China is in Ukraine. I mean, the Russians finally admitted it.
Yes,
that there's troops there.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
the Chinese troops participated in the Victory Day parade in Moscow, so that would make sense.
Yes, and he was there anyway. So
and Xi was there personally. Yeah,
that piece of garbage.
Yes.
He's losing his grip, man.
Good.
He really is.
Good.
What?
I said good. I'm glad he's losing his grip. Yes.
Bad for him.
Yeah.
Other things. This thing with India, I don't think it's gonna last long.
Okay.
There's too much bad blood.
You mean India and Pakistan?
And of course over Kashmir.
Yeah.
Yes. That's been going on for as long as the end of the Second World War.
But we have to remember that obviously it has culminated in wars that are significant in the sense that these are the largest tank battles in the world since World War II have taken place between India and Pakistan.
Yeah.
At least before maybe what the Americans claim was a large one in Iraq or something like that, which it doesn't even really count by my standards because it was like...
Well, the Highway of Death?
Maybe that's what the Americans are talking about, but it's...
which is a fucking... A-10 Warhog, shotgun run.
Yeah.
I mean, like that bullshit they fucking that the Americans revisionist history want to go on about what they call the Marianas. I'm sorry,
Marianas.
The Marianas turkey shoot, which is just fucking dumb.
Oh yeah, Marianas turkey shoot is what they call it.
Yeah, just fucking stupid, man.
Yeah. So it's the Battle of Shawinda, Shawinda, that was between Pakistan and India the year before I was born. It became known as the graveyard of Indian tanks. But I've gone into this before into some detail. But such being said, the Americans were claiming the largest tank battle since World War II took place in Iraq and shit. And it's they're lying, of course. It's their own. They've got their own rationale or measurement by which they're revising history. But also being said, we're very glad to have you join us.
Turkey is going to commit troops to Ukraine.
Is this something you're reading somewhere, or is this just what you're receiving, kind of like?
No, I just saw it right now. No, it's just not the story.
You mean like you're remote viewing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something's gonna piss him off. I'm sorry. Something between Zelensky and Putin is gonna really, really, really piss off Erdogan.
Okay. So you feel okay, go on, continue.
Because you know that I mean, as you know, I don't know the audience knows, but as you know, that they are the largest military in NATO. So
Yes, Turkey. Yes.
Turkey.
Yeah, so
Yes.
Turkey, for those of you who don't know, Turkey has changed its name back to, they're using their own language for their nation, which is understandable. And Turkey was a horrible name anyway because everybody thinks of the bird. So the Turkey is the proper
Yeah,
name.
exactly.
Yeah. So Turkey is the proper name for their nation, and I'll certainly begrudge them that. But such being said, Turkey is an expansionist, aggressive military power that is on the side of pure raw evil and has a genocidal history and must, of course, be contained. But they are naturally allied to Russia and communist China, and it's a and Israel, of course. So in terms of Israel supplied many of the killer drones along with Turkey, which is a major drone power in the world, and both of them supplied killer drones to Azerbaijan, which invaded and decimated the eastern half of Armenia. A genocide that happened just the year before last. So the fact that they would wind up deploying troops in
A
Ukraine.
decade before last.
No, it's a year before last. Dude, it was only a few years ago.
Wait.
The conquest of East
Which
Armenia.
genocide?
The latest one, the one.
Oh
where,
yeah, new one. Yeah.
Nagorno-Karabakh. You were there. you were there in Georgia. You were like right across.
Yes, I
all the-
was. Yes, I saw that. Yes,
Yeah.
I was paying attention to the news. Yeah, and I was really shocked that nothing happened when I was there. But
Yeah.
I was very nervous about it.
Yes.
I was very nervous about it, and I had a bunch of meltdowns because I was really.
No worries.
I could feel the energy. It was really bad.
Yeah, I hear you.
And it was horrible, but I just.
Yes.
I just was worried that something actually was going to happen there.
Got it. Yes, thank you. And what Real Tech Geek
Well, I
is?
was there, and I.
Yeah. Go on.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say the Real Tech Geek is expressing the fact that when he was in the nation of Georgia in the Caucasus Mountains was when everything was going down, both in Ukraine and in Armenia. So he was rightly concerned that something would happen in Georgia itself. Nevertheless, he got out of it okay, and we're all happy for that. So yeah, any other things you wish to?
Speaking of that, yeah, my wife wanted to go to Ukalan, so that's Chinese for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Okay. Ukraine, and I said,
Ukraine.
"You're crazy."
Yeah, that's right.
Ukraine.
Yeah, well, and she wanted to go because it was considered in the past the best place to go for what she was looking for, right? Or was there
Yes,
other
it's
reasons?
surrogacy because of the law that they're still working on. They didn't pass it, so maybe we should have did something there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But it just was going to be too inconsistent because they're so extreme that if the child was born in that in Georgia, we couldn't leave the country.
Yeah.
So there's too much uncertainty.
Yeah. And thank you for sharing that. And and thank you for sharing some of these kind of remote visions that you have. They're always appreciated. And certainly I agree with you. It makes perfect sense. There's nothing that you've said that is particularly outlandish. For those of you who do not know, one of the intelligence agents who defected to the United States reported that Vladimir Putin's original invasion plans were for Japan, not for Ukraine. He actually changed his mind. Yeah, this is true. Yes, yeah, and there was plenty of evidence provided for this because, again, for those of you who do not know, Japan and the Russian Empire are still legally at war. They are legally at war. So Putin was simply going to try and prosecute hostilities in a proactive sense. I was watching today this fourth season of a fantastic anime,
which is about Hokkaido and the turn of the 20th century, and it's called and the Anu people. It's called Golden Kami.
Golden Kami, Golden Gods. Yes, Kami,
Yeah.
Kami. Yes. Go on.
Yes. So, and it's a fantastic anime. I'm sure I'm so shocked that I really haven't seen too much people cosplay it either. It's not very popular, but it's very accurate with the Anu people. It's a professor that actually has consulted with the creators of it. Of course, it's a manga, but it's about it's of course it's about the battle part author, and I don't actually know I don't actually follow the entire history of it. But it's about looking for some type of treasure, and they did tattoo skins on people and in this prison, and they go back and forth to Russia and Hokkaido, and I haven't watched it like in a long time, so I'm kind of like more confused. I do a recap, but I highly recommend it though. I definitely do.
Great.
It's a very adult. It's very an adult show. It's very adult like show.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, in terms of I've even as a teenager, I never really got too much into like the high school uniform stuff or the tropes, all that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like probably the only one I liked the most probably was like High School of the Dead or Vampire Bund.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or Face Day Night, of course, the original one, not the fucking 100 times branches of ones they made. Except for like the one I liked when I went back in time in Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one. Which one? But anyway, no, I'm sorry, I went on a tangent. I'm just saying about Golden Kami, and I do highly recommend that.
Golden. I found out it's actually pronounced Golden Kamui. That particular one, it's different from Kami, which means gods. So Kamui is more like, I don't know, some kind of colloquial pet name or something. By that I mean a colloquial name perhaps for the character.
Actually, Kamui is the Ainu word for Kami.
Got it. Thank you.
It actually is the same thing.
Okay, bless you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And by the way, I believe the pronunciation, because the Ainu, it's sad. They've got a name that sounds distressingly similar to anus when mispronounced. So, or it can missound like anal when you slur it. So I always pronounce it Ainu. Ainu. So I give it a bit more
Inu,
of heft there.
Like Shiba Inu.
Yes, thank you. Or Inu, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like Akita.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and for those of you who do
those dogs are also a fucking pain in the ass sometimes, like the Siberian Husky.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just a lot of things. They're not meant for warm climates either. They really have a coat of fur on them, so they're just very hard to keep in warmer climates. I do want people to know that.
I mean, they're good animals. But
they're beautiful. They're beautiful.
I like.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, I especially the one in black. Yeah. I think they're gorgeous, but you're right. They aren't meant in warm climates. Or even a place, even like worst four seasons like here in New York. Not really.
And just so people understand, the Ainu people of Japan are the Caucasian race that originally inhabited the archipelago of all of Japan, and the Japanese gradually drove them further and further north. Of course, the Japanese have their own Caucasoid blood strain, but it became even more Caucasoid with the interbreeding with the Ainu as they drove them further north, where the most purebred among them are now on the island of Hokkaido specifically. But there were also Ainu in Sakhalinsk Island, perhaps some of the Kurilsk Islands to a degree, but these were known as Tsushima in Japan for the Kurilsk Islands, and Karafuto, I believe, for Sakhalinsk. And hopefully these islands will either be split again or divided. Obviously, the Japanese can regain them if the Russians start another proactive phase of hostilities. As I said, they're still at war, and that puts a lie to what you see on YouTube. You can find this easily about Russia beat the Japanese in World War II, and they stormed into Manchuria and all this bullshit. And it's like, but there's no VJ Day or Victory in Japan Day in Russia. There's no VP or Victory in the Pacific Day in Russia. That's
No.
because they're still legally at war with Japan, so they obviously did not beat Japan, and we've gone into that, ad nauseum. So all that being said, we're glad that you came on, and you're now part of Team Dietrich once again. We're all here back together again on Microsoft Teams, and interject whenever you wish, and I'll just proceed.
I don't know why they got rid of Skype, man. I was just so stupid. It was working fantastic like last
So
5
they
years.
could charge money. What do you think? I mean, so I'm paying $10 a month now. So obviously,
Sons of bitches.
yes, I need people to help me because now my expenses have gone up just to continue with this program. And
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot.
well, that's not a lot, but it's more than I want to be paying them just to produce this program. I'd rather not be paying, obviously. So I'll have to at some point kick in and subscribe to save money, which would cost something like $99. It may be a while before I even have that money available to do that. So just stuck paying $10 a month until I have that kind of money. So everybody bear that in mind. And again, we cannot do this without your funding.
Well, Microsoft also has overstretched themselves with investing into artificial intelligence.
Well, hasn't everyone? Yeah, everyone's doing that. Yeah, and everyone seems to have overextended themselves.
It was crazy today, man. Fucking CoreWeave, man. I mean, I totally forgot about that damn stock.
Oh,
and
tell
what you said?
Tell us about it. Tell us about this.
Yeah, CoreWeave is NVIDIA's darling.
Okay. And
they were an Ethereum graphics card miner. So that's all you got. All you need to know is that they're a scam company, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And they rent out the graphics cards, do cloud AI mining or research or things like that. And they had earnings today after hours, and it went from 69 to 74, and then it just fucking dropped like a rock.
Wow.
16%.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to the guy Jose. He was talking about he bought it after the tariff chaos, so at $47, $40. And he was saying the CEO is just really bad at communicating and talking, and it was like a really bad call, and the analysts weren't so good either. So it was just like a mishap, mishap of just bad news, and it was the first earnings call too. But people were talking about how it's gonna be like ARM and this and that. And I don't know, man. ARM has been around. ARM just had a milestone of selling 250 billion chips in the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a long-term company, and thank God the EU blocked NVIDIA for not buying ARM. Thank God. Oh my God, that'd been fucking horrible.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that analysis of that world. It's always welcome. And so, dear Brendan, are you still with us? I was just curious. I'm going to, of course, continue on with my historical narrative here. And again, everyone is welcome to interject. Are you at home,
I'm here,
Brendan?
but not forever.
Understood. Did you make it home? Are you at home?
I mean, I'm like at a place. Yeah, I'm space in a place.
Well,
we
we love you dearly, and I want you to stay safe and be well. And I again, just make certain to hand me a list of what else I should avoid besides chamomile and lemongrass when it comes to my allergies, and as well, a few of
Bee
those
pollen?
names. What?
We tried bee pollen.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'll give it a try. I mean, my mother used to buy stuff like that. Royal jelly. She
tried chickweed.
Wait, why are you talking about these things? Are these just random thoughts coming into your head?
No, man, no, not this, man. No.
What I mean to say is, Brendan was going to give me a list of what else I might be allergic to or what else to avoid. But you're bringing up stuff. You're asking me if I want to try.
No. I'm asking you. No. I thought you would.
Oh.
No. I'm saying that's just telling which herbs to take that will help you with allergies.
Oh, well, I appreciate that profoundly. So I'll check into bee pollen. And
But I don't know what you're allergic to begin with, though. So
Right.
that's another thing.
What
too.
was the other thing you brought up? Chickweed? Chickweed, you said?
Well, another one you could try too that can help you is Japanese knotweed.
Japanese what?
Knotweed.
Knotweed. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll look into these things.
Resveratrol.
Okay, I'll look into these things. Wow. Well, you know much about this stuff, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah, of course he does. He's the medicine man.
That's very constructive. You notice his response is just a
Yeah,
voluminous response of academic,
Yes.
verification for everything you've said, Real Tech. Yes.
Yeah.
So Brendan, yes, don't forget those names I'm looking for the planets. Yes. Other than that, we love you dearly. If you happen to feel the need to interject, just do so, Brendan. In the meantime, Real Tech is invited to do the same thing. And I'll get back into trying to relate the history of my biological father's legacy. That was something that, of course, our dear Coco Schweizwelt appreciated. So I will cater to her. And as I said, when it came to the success of the Volkswagen, the Czech car company, Tatra, claimed that the engineer, Mr. Porsche, had infringed several design patents, notably those by Hans Lidwinka, who was an Austrian engineer much admired by Adolf Hitler himself. And so Tatra, the Czech car company, took legal action. But Hitler invaded Austria, seized its factory, and banned Ledwinka's VW-like prototypes from public show. In 1961, however, VW made a substantial payment to Tatra through an out-of-court settlement. By then, however, Volkswagen had conquered the world. So ultimately, the sheer quality, along with the affordability, reliability, economy, and distinct look and feel of the Beetle, ensured its success. It had, however, been touch and go for Volkswagen in 1945. Although the car had been on the drawing board since 1934, following a meeting between Hitler and Porsche, the Volkswagen failed to get into production before the war. The idea had been for a small saloon that could carry a German family of 5 flat out at 100 kilometers per hour along the country's new Autobahnen. It was to have cost 990 Reichsmarks, which represented 31 weeks' pay for the average German worker in 1936, making it cheaper than the £100 sterling Fords being manufactured in England, which would be about 31 weeks' pay for the average British worker in 1936, which was about £100. In other words, the average Briton would work about 31 weeks to earn about £100 that they could buy a Ford with, that was manufactured in England. To buy one, however, members of the Volk, the folk of Germany, had to join a special savings scheme run by the organization KDF, the Kraft durch Freude, or Strength Through Joy program, which later, of course, brought us the Lebensborn program of state-sponsored child production. In other words, women who would serve as broodmares, but of course be rewarded handsomely for their work. And this, of course, enabled children who would be born in service of the state to help, reinforce the state by their growing numbers. More like children raised by the state than by the traditional family. So it was the same program, Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, that also provided vacations for Germany's workers. Vacations paid for by the state. In other words, kind of like a state-sponsored vacation for everyone who was a citizen at some point in their, well, basically annually. Now, from 1938, the Volkswagen was officially named the KDF, or Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy Wagen. In 1945, factory and car had been saved by Major Ivan Hirst, a British Army officer and engineer. Hirst had witnessed firsthand the sheer quality of VW-based military vehicles during the war and believed that, once in production, a peacetime Beetle would have an appeal well beyond Germany itself. And it's all because size matters. You see, it was sold to these United States in a brilliant Think Small advertising campaign launched in 1959 and devised by the New York agency Doyle Dane Bernbach. That's how the Beetle became the biggest selling foreign-made car in America throughout the 1960s. It went on to sell in various guises as a soft top, a sports car, the svelte, if unhurried, VW Karmann Gia, and as an interminably fashionable camper van. A new Beetle, based on the floor plan of the VW Golf, the Beetle's replacement, went on sale in 1998. Although this was always something of a mechanical dress-up doll rather than the real thing. Now, I'm so sorry, you just sent me something, Real Tech. What was that? Is that my private messages? Or is it here? It's not in the text box, so I guess you put it in my private messages. Let me take a look at that and see exactly what you're saying.
I didn't send you anything right now.
Oh, somebody did. Okay. That's right. You didn't send me anything.
I was listening to you.
So, this is Brendan. Oh, there we are. Brendan sent this. There we go. So he's sending me the names. There we are. Goddess bless him. Love you, Brendan. Yes. Peace and light. Okay.
Peace and light and pass the vegetables.
Yeah. Yeah, he is a vegan. He is a vegan.
Yeah, it's a vegan. I've never done vegetarian. A vegan. He doesn't eat eggs.
Yeah. And, or cheese.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So, at any rate, now, where was I? These days, and despite the global recession, no less, there is a lot more money in the world. So the elemental nature of the honest-to-goodness Beetle will seem a little too severe for those who dream of buying, let's say, a Bentley. But in an almost comic turn of events, Volkswagen now owns Bentley. However impressive, an elite Bentley can never be a people's car. Few cars since have ever really lived up to the name. One devised by a brilliant Bohemian engineer and a brutal Austrian-born German messiah 70 years ago and more than 20 million air-cooled cars ago. There we are. Our friend Brendan has a nice response for me. He's giving me the finger. Oh, yeah, love you dearly, Brendan. There we go. And today, for the first time in its 87-year history, Volkswagen, a cornerstone of Germany's automotive heritage, is considering closure of at least 3 of its domestic factories and laying off thousands of staff. To reiterate, founded as it was in Wolfsburg in 1937, Volkswagen not only drove Germany's after-balance economic resurgence, but also cemented its place as a global automotive leader. The current situation reflects a critical juncture for the iconic car maker as it grapples with intensifying competition from Asian rivals and shrinking profit margins. through, or should I say, although World War II delayed the project, the idea endured. And after 1945, even the British occupiers saw its potential. VW, Volkswagen, and its headquarters in the newly established car city of Wolfsburg survived, with the VW Beetle emerging as a powerful symbol of West Germany's economic recovery. Here we are. So, providing myself some links. Thank you, dear Brendan. Yes, he's the man and the source for much. Aside from that, of course, checking the numbers, they're holding up good. We're doing well, and we're proud to have an outstanding member of Team Dietrich back with us, our remote viewer, the Real Tech Geek. Now, at Volkswagen's headquarters, the focus remains on refining the Beetle's core design, making continuous improvements to address flaws and meet changing market demands. The aforecited automotive historian Rieger so observest, and here I quote his T, "The Beetle thus provides a striking reminder that, long after their initial invention, products retain their attractiveness as a result of unspectacular technical adjustments. It's easy to see where this is headed. In a world where ride-hailing companies are now incentivizing people to give up their cars and rethink transportation as a service rather than a piece of hardware, we will only need a couple manufacturers to make fleets of urban taxi bots. The century of automotive brand building that produced the 911, Golf, Landkreuzer, or the Land Cruiser, the Mini, the Mustang, the Wrangler, and thousands more will give us way to a new era of boxy autonomous pods. This future isn't inevitable, however. There are at least 12 alternative futures that are each possible, but the onus is on car makers to start imagining and designing the vehicles we'll be using in 2030 and beyond that are more than boxes on wheels. Advisedly, I'm making new cases for new models. Enter the unautomobile, the next big thing in transportation, the biological son of Adolf Hitler's unautomotive concept. The unauto. At the time I first invested intellectual energy into vehicular conceptualization, in January of 2020, on the precipice of COVID-19 prohibiting all of our personal pursuits aside survival, Ford was planning for its 2020 North American product portfolio to consist mainly of trucks, SUVs, or sports utility vehicles, and commercial vehicles, and GM, General Motors, has a similar vision for its near-future lineup. This all makes a lot of sense when looking at the present state of vehicle sales. However, designing and manufacturing fewer kinds of cars moves the automotive industry toward a future in which fewer car makers are required to meet our needs for four-wheeled vehicles. So, if car makers want to avoid that scenario, at some point they actually need to stop contracting and make new cases for different kinds of vehicles altogether. By the way, I'm going to check into whatever it is that our man, the Real Tech Geek, has just sent myself. Now, in this case, you did send something, correct? This is, so he sent me...
Yes, correct.
Okay. One is a link to editorial, Japan, West face test as Putin warps World War II history to justify Ukraine invasion. Thank you so much for this. God bless you. I
You're welcome.
this profoundly.
But yeah, it's in.
And
Yeah, but it's interesting. I saw that last year. I know I shocked the hell out of you, and I messaged you one time about that.
yes, and here's another link sent by the Real Tech Geek. Russia trained officers for attacks on Japan, and South Korea leaked military files show detailed plans for strikes on civilian infrastructure in the event of war. Thank you. Appreciate this profoundly. And of course, they'd be using.
Yes, as always.
Yeah.
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 Spiel for really quickly, but as always, folks, more than ever, since he's got to pay $10 a month, just one person, $1 each person, can pitch in, because you're not going to find information on mainstream media or fucking bullshit X, which is owned by that dumb fuck Elon Musk. Only gonna who's undeserving of what he has, and it should be completely liquidated and given to us, and especially Douglas Teacher, because he is tip of the spear. So please support Douglas Teacher.
God bless you. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Perhaps a bit over emphatic, but that's okay. That's it's cool. It's cool. It's yeah. And again, my thanks to everyone who does support us. So in terms of let's check the numbers, see if it's worthwhile moving forward tonight. Looks like it is. Now, there is a way forward here. If car makers believe they'll be selling fewer cars to individual drivers and passengers, which seems certain, then the next most logical touchpoints for the industry's well-honed brands are likely cities. This potential is already visible in city and state-based data for vehicular sales. Seattle, Denver, and Salt Lake City especially love Subarus. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, loves muscle cars. The greater San Francisco Bay Area and Silicon Valley and Biotech Bay's Metroplex region loves hybrids. Oklahoma City does not. Porsches are comparatively rare in most cities, but are the least rare in Tucson, Arizona. Cities are similar to consumers in that cars express the values, desires, and functional requirements for the both of them, which is why cities really do have souls. The reason Seattle loves its Subarus is because Seattleites love the outdoors, small carbon footprints, and multi-sport adaptability, making the Outback and Forester models popular. From a business and design standpoint, this potential is thrilling because we haven't yet explored what a vehicle designed specifically for a certain kind of city and its citizens looks and feels like. The vehicles we need in a city like Addis Ababa, which, in case you did not know, is in Africa, are likely very different from those tailored to a place like Zurich in Europe. No? And for those of you, again, who are unfamiliar with Addis Ababa, it is the capital of Ethiopia, one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. While we don't need a unique vehicle for every city on the planet, our diversity of cities and their social characteristics, size, terrain, weather, and so forth, is an opportunity that would require more rather than fewer car brands. So this is what I'm conceptualizing. Expanding cars beyond our existing conceptions. Because there's another way forward for car makers wanting to make more than mobile boxes for us. Understanding this way forward starts with understanding that while autonomous vehicles will operate very differently than our current automobiles, our conception of these future vehicles still borrows a lot, and likely too much, from existing vehicles. It's very similar to why we put a motor at the front of the car. There's no reason to put the motor at the front of the car. The motor could just as easily propel the car forward from behind. Why do we put the engine block in front of the window when all it serves to do is obstruct a more efficient view of what we're heading into? It's bass-ackwards. And yet we do this because the horse and buggy did it that way. The horses could never effectively push a carton or a carriage, so the horses always dragged it behind them. The very term horsepower, which is integrated into our concept of engine motivation, the motive power of our cars, betrays the fact that the entire car is modeled on the horse and fucking buggy. So you're still thinking along the lines of a horse and a carriage when you put the engine block in front of the car to drag it, rather than more effectively propel it from behind so that you can have a clear, unobstructed view of the road before you. This is the kind of obstructive, retrocessional conceptualization that is going into...
But Douglas, I have a question about...
our robo-taxis. Continue your question.
Yes. That's what I was going to ask you. You were going to mention that.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think about that, basically? And, is Tesla really making it, or is it a pipe dream?
Well, I'm when I was in the now I'm going to presume that the one thing that the Real Tech Geek, this is for our listeners, your way of expressing yourself is sometimes it needs to be articulated a little more jointly. So let's try and rephrase what I think is your question. I believe that what the Real Tech Geek is saying is that the question is, do I feel that these robo-taxis are just a dead-end, abortive dream that's not going anywhere, or whether this is the wave of the future? This is essentially what you're asking, correct? Or am I wrong?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And
because I also, NVIDIA has been developing that the technology since 2015, 2014, and of course, Tesla's been developing FSD, full self-driving. So, and I was listening to Rob Sultan and his live stream recently on YouTube. He was saying that it's fantastic how the algorithm works extremely accurately. So, and looking at back to stocks, but Uber was crashing a lot last February.
Okay,
because of the
okay, go
what?
On. Oh no, continue. Because of the Uber was crashing a lot.
Robo taxi.
Yes, It was because of the
emergence of the robot taxi. Eating into their revenue.
Oh,
the company still has issues.
Okay.
Yes.
But go on. Continue.
So, because the company still has problems with being profitable, and they did invest $1 billion in the DD once, and the CCP wasn't happy about them having an initial public offering on the U.S. stock market, and it was all fiasco with that. So, I just...
Well, since we agree that I understand your question, what I will say to respond to what you're saying, and I appreciate the further details you supplied to add context to your question, I appreciate that. And so, that being said, my answer to your question is that when I was in a car with V the other day, I basically pointed out to her about there's another robo vehicle, another Waymo, and I of course said something that would be the average thing a person would say, saying something about I'd be hard pressed to be found riding one of those robo vehicles. It would be disconcerting, and she said, we'll all be riding them someday. And I had to concede that present trends being taken into consideration, Yeah, she's basically right. This is this is inevitable. So you know, it's something that
It
I can.
is inventable, yes, I do agree with that. But what I do find interesting or heard, I haven't really looked it myself up. This is a guy on YouTube about it. I'll look it up now, I guess. But basically, Walmart and Target, all these companies, they've all started to take away, especially Target. They lost so much money, especially with the rejection of people with transgender clothing. Anyway, they've taken away the self checkout and bringing back regular cashiers. Also because of stealing, but you know that was going on for more than a decade, and I always avoided as much as I could, and I just went to a cashier. But you know, it could be like where it's a brand new fad, and then it just goes back to regular cars, vehicles too.
Okay.
Yeah. Does it make sense?
Yes, I appreciate that. And I, so anything else that you want to add to that? Because I appreciate your expressing yourself here, and I just want you to kind of get some of these facts out for our listeners, so that I can give you my answer at length. I want to make sure that yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, but am I making? Am I
You're
being
sense. You're making sense.
for
You're making
both
sense.
or?
Yeah. You're
Okay.
you're coherent. You're coherent. Okay. I understand that. I want you to get more used to expressing yourself, because I don't believe you get enough opportunity to do so. And
Well, it's a lot easier now when I went on that fucking piece of shit Peter Moon on this fucking taking a lot of the air and taking up all the air. So,
sucking up all the oxygen. That's what you mean to say.
yes,
Sucking up all the
yes,
oxygen.
sucking up all oxygen. Yeah.
That piece of shit. Oh, that piece of. Tell
He
people
dead
what.
yet?
I think so. We think so. We're willing to make a bet on. He's not. Yeah, he's probably very likely dead. I'd be very surprised if he were not. There's nobody going to.
What was your question before that?
Oh, you might tell our listeners some of the experiences you had when you tried to speak while Peter Moon was still among us. Just the kind of how he would just interrupt you. So he was terrible. He was just a terrible human being, and
pick on Brooke also and me, and say we spoke very fast, and
yeah,
I probably was speaking over his head really, and. Yes. Watches too much fucking Fox News anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Hope he's dead, man.
Yeah. But, yes. Well, that would almost be a mercy. I hope he's alive and suffering, but yeah.
Yes, of course, but probably yes. Almost there. But it was interesting. We did say one time with that's why you got to buy the goddamn book and support Douglas Teacher, because most of the time all you have is the enemy, the crazy parasitic relationship you have.
Yes.
Because he was another operative.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
But it was a lot of interruptions. It was a lot of short attention span with him.
Yeah. Oh, his attention span was like that of a gnat. He was like a fucking gnat. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, I remember having like an intelligent conversation with a bunch of friends that were in General Square in New York City, and this homeless dude started talking about this big fucking rat he saw one time out of nowhere. It was like it's just like him,
Yeah.
It's the same type of pea brain I had to deal with. And I feel so bad for you, man, because you can never get up and walk and go to the bathroom or something.
Yes.
And he was on.
Yeah, and remember how he just turned off? He just went silent. He turned the sound off when I asked him to keep, the show on. I said, "Can you hold the show while
Yeah.
Yeah. That son
he
of
would
a
have
bitch.
the show in the background. Yeah.
And
then I always and that always creates a latency lag reverb.
Yeah. Yes.
I
Yeah.
mean, like for instance, people when they call in coast to coast and you can hear that right away, and George Murray will always tell them, please turn that off.
Yes. Yes.
And people listen, but he wanted, it's just a real piece of work with that.
Yeah. It's go on. Yeah. And
Marina Sarin, I felt terrible for her with him being on with.
Oh God, yes.
Oh man, he wanted to fuck the hell out of her.
Yeah, or no, he was overcompensating for his gayness by making it look like he wanted to, fuck her, and so he was determined to try and make it look like that. Yeah, so he was over flirtatious, but it was all part of a front. He was facading, his persona. It just was. It was incredibly pathetic, and so.
But back to
okay, go on.
Elon Musk with the stock,
Mm-hmm.
Tesla.
Yes.
Well, they say I remember a lot of people say it's really the FSD and the robot taxi is going to be the future, and Tesla robot of the company, and not and electronic vehicles going to go away and this and that, but. We need them.
You need you need autonomous vehicles, is what you're saying. Yes.
We need all of it.
All of it. Yes.
The groundwork that's been done with it, with them.
Okay.
And at least there's been some issues and people attacking. Well, you can't blame them for attacking the vehicles, but they.
But by the way, just out of curiosity. Not that I'm saying people shouldn't be attacking the vehicles, but why are you saying you can't blame people for attacking the vehicles? What do you mean by that? You can't blame people for attacking the vehicles. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just curious.
Because he wouldn't let it go. And he traded. Basically, he's like betrayed the left that supported him.
That supported him. You mean the environmentally minded people? That
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
especially the ones that a lot of them are investors also.
Yeah. But then he's the kind of idiot who would do that. And So first off, I do want people to know that that there's obviously problems with these vehicles, and certainly Brendan ẒOGHET was very much encountered that. He very much personally encountered that here. So I do want people to know that in many ways, San Francisco's autonomous vehicular experiment has really gone out of hand. Now, obviously, I have a personal stake in this. It doesn't bother me that they're swarming around my house like sharks 24 hours a day. As a matter of fact, you think of the money that goes into that, all the fueling of these Waymos that are almost always empty. It's very seldom that I see them with a passenger, yet I see them driving about not just my block, but all over the city. And most of the time, they have nobody in them. Really... San Francisco's self-driving taxi experiment with Google and GM, General Motors involved as well, is causing some chaos to say the least. This is why people are attacking them. That's why, our man, Mr. Real Tech Geek is saying what he's saying, just for our listeners to understand where he's coming from.
I see that Waymo has, we call it 1,200 vehicles.
Yeah, and anyhow, you've got our own city's bumpy experiment with self-driving taxis is spreading nationwide as well. So do understand that we've all had some negative encounters with these things in San Francisco, where they're everywhere. Self-driving taxis are ferrying passengers across San Francisco and Phoenix, Arizona, and they could be coming to a street near you very soon. The two leading robo-taxi, I'm sorry, what?
They were calling 80% of the robo-taxi.
They're recalling them. Recalling 80%. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, because of these very
Right now.
problems. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
It's not ready for prime time.
Not yet, at least, yes. Now, the two leading robotaxi companies, General Motors or GM's Cruise and Alphabet's Waymo, they're expanding commercial services to cities across the country, including Austin, Los Angeles, Miami, and New York City. This is at least what's going on even during the recall. The recall will slow it down, but regardless, it's obvious that they're scaling up fast. And a third company, Amazon's Zoox, literally ZOOX, is playing catch up. Now, on August 10th, the California Public Utilities Commission handed Cruise and Waymo a victory by allowing them to operate across San Francisco at all hours and charge fares. So during a 6.5-hour hearing, hundreds of residents testified for and against the robotaxis. Some more, well, their supporters claimed that they were safer and more reliable than human-driven vehicles, and disabled people said they were more accessible, especially for service animals. But of course, because, everybody cares about their goddamn animals more than they care about human kids, and the robotaxi doesn't complain when you bring on your mangy, flea-ridden, fucking scabied dog. So, yeah, of course, the animal cultists would love that. The people who are married to their furries love that fact that there's no human driver to complain. What's that smell? Get that thing out of here. I'm already scratching myself. Yeah. So there you go with that. At any rate, opponents, including transit and fire officials, have verified that the taxis have repeatedly gotten in the way of emergency responders and have themselves become a public nuisance. However, the very next day, cruise cars snarled traffic in the city's the North Beach neighborhood after the it was called the Outside Lands Music Festival, being held in the western part of San Francisco, caused wireless service problems and the cars lost contact with their central office. Now, that traffic meltdown was proof to many that these cars are simply not ready for any larger rollout. Then
Also,
yes, go on.
speaking of robotaxi, sorry to interrupt you, but I was just looking at the Webull stocks, and I see that there are article by here, Reuters.
Reuters.
Talking about Hong Kong. Reuters. I'm sorry.
No worries. Go on.
Hong Kong is gonna have a plan for robotaxi too. The company's called Pony AI.
Well, that's gonna be a fucking nightmare. I'd pay to see that. Yeah, that's good fucking luck.
Yeah. For instance, of all the bad things you can say about Musk and Tesla, it's been very reliable vehicles.
Please. Okay, we'll move on from that.
No, they have. They're better than Chinese, though.
Oh, please. Please. He's joking. People, he's joking. At any rate, on Wednesday of August 16th, Wednesday is dated the 16th day in August, less than a week after California regulators lifted restrictions on Cruise and Waymo, San Francisco officials asked for that approval to be halted, basically verifying that the city will suffer serious harm with the services expanded to daytime hours. And let me check into this. This is Brendan's response. Brendan, join us verbally on this. Brendan, I want you verbally on for this. Yes. He's sending a link here. I'm going to try and check this link out, but since he's still awake, by God, jump on verbally for this. We could use your.
They just had a fire.
Wait, what do you need me verbally for? Just watch the video.
A female Israeli officer, when it throws grenades over the illegal West Bank walls. An Israeli occupation soldier filmed herself throwing grenades over the illegal separation wall. So in other words,
they're just shooting. It's just some chick in a truck just shooting a grenade launcher over the wall, just indiscriminately.
Yeah, indiscriminately. It says it all. But our man, real.
And then they film it for fun.
Yeah, there you go. This is what they put on TikTok. Yes.
Yeah.
It's the fucking Jew. It's the fucking Jew. This is what they do for fun. killing people indiscriminate.
I mean, come on, you can't say we wouldn't do that. I mean, I'd do it if you were like, with impunity, right? Just why not?
Well, I wouldn't, but that's
Well, it
because
reminds
I've
me-
seen the results.
It reminds me of
But-
the
Yeah.
What you said? I'm sorry.
It reminds me of what? Yeah, Real Tech. Do we have a time delay or something? I mean, we seem to have a hard time
Yeah, we'll
communicating.
talk. Yeah, I think there is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, what I'm saying is it reminds me of the
the what?
propaganda, Allied propaganda
Yeah.
of the
People in the
prisoner of
comments.
war camp
Yeah.
with the Russians and the German soldiers throwing them
understood
loaves
that.
of bread and stuff.
Yeah, got it. But anyhow, so Brendan, I want him to say a little thing about what you had said earlier. By the way, Realtek shared a link. Chinese startup electric cars such as Tesla, electric cars such as those from Tesla, which is trying to develop its own robo-taxi, have previously caught blaze. Yes, okay. Chinese robo-taxi operator Ponye reports first fire, no injuries. It's like, yeah, well, there you go. I put a ha-ha on that. But what we've got here, Brendan, is that Realtek said, despite everything that they say about Elon Musk, those Teslas, they're great. They're so good the military needs them. Dude, that's called corruption and nepotism. That's our man
Yeah, I don't know
Trump
about that.
forced the military to buy all these Tesla cars to just help out his fucking butt buddy, his rump ranger mate, his fucking gay lover, Elon Musk. These cars are shit. They're pure
Yeah,
shit.
they're fucking garbage, man. They're horrible. I just wanted to troll you.
Okay.
I just wanted to kid around.
Okay.
Yeah, he was talking about he was gonna buy one.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, it's
He doesn't drive. Yeah.
yeah. It's all I can say is that look, we certainly appreciate you, Realtek, but sometimes it's almost like you have twin
And
personalities.
it's like the like the Tesla.
Yeah.
The battery doesn't blow up, but the car goes into self-driving mode and drives you off the freeway and then just kills you anyways.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
I'd rather have the batteries start catching fire so I can jump out versus then it just kills you.
Thank you.
Like a death machine.
Or the fucking ugly shit disgusting car, the Tesla truck. It had some firmware update and people got completely locked in the car, man. Couldn't get out, couldn't do anything.
And
The fire department.
yeah, by the way, our friend El Nemo has entered something, but he's basically saying all Israelis act like they're untouchable. Yeah, and that's true. They act
do.
with impunity.
They really do.
Yeah. Now.
And it's a difficult conversation with my cousin about that,
Oh yeah.
and he lives there, so.
Does he really? Oh yes. Tell us about your cousin lives in Israel. How the fuck did this happen?
Well, he's South African. So.
Yeah, he's a South African who moved to Israel. They used to be allied, so that's not surprising. But how did this happen? What was the story again?
His health is not very good. So
And he felt Israel had the secret to keeping him alive.
yes,
Okay. And,
he's trying to beat.
go
I
on.
haven't seen him in a long time. I really gotta give him a call, but I always want to go see him. But anyway, I'm saying is that he tried a lot of different medical treatments in America too, and it just didn't work. So, and I mean, this is gonna make Brendan Young very happy too. But he keeps claiming the only thing that's keeping him alive really is a vegetarian diet. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. At any rate, so he loves Israel, is what you're telling us.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I meant to tell you, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I said the article to you. I think I did, but about China telling Israel to calm down, and they were sending military aircraft to Egypt and everything. They're going to attack Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I sent the article to you about that, right?
No, send me that article, please, by all means. You said China is threatening to attack Israel.
Exercises. Yes, but they also were literally warning and telling Israel, you need to calm down, you need to have peace. But they were doing military exercises. My friend mentioned to me about that a couple of weeks ago. But they've been doing military exercises in Egypt and Iraq and close to Israel, which is very interesting because, you know, Israel, regardless of what Trump wants to do or try to get away from it, Israel will attack Iran and drag us into it. It's going to happen.
Okay.
And I keep telling him, you know, you need to get the fuck out of there. Because like my friend said, Chinatown is Israel. And takes down their entire grid, which they can, the Iron Dome, then Iran's going to fire every fucking rocket you can fucking think of.
Now, all of this is possible.
It's a war game scenario, of course.
Yeah, I was about to say, yes, I understand that, and I appreciate that. All of this is possible, but it's hardly plausible. I would actually hope it would happen, but it's not something I'm going to bank on.
Things have happened.
Yeah, interesting things have happened, so you never know. I mean, by the way, Brendan, what about this beauty influencer shot dead while live? What did Valeria Marquez was seen responding to someone off screen, still live on TikTok before she was shot twice. I mean, this is tragic, but what brings this up, Brendan? Is she someone you know, or
Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. Well, it's just some kind of just madness. It just happened live on TikTok. I mean,
Got it. It's just
it was
another.
just like a crazy scenario, and it was in Mexico.
Yeah.
And she was quite beautiful, so that's why it was shocking. Otherwise, it would just no one would care.
It happened. That happened in Japan a couple times recently.
I don't know about that. There's very few firearms available in Japan, so how could you have people in Japan get shot? That'd
That
be
would
really
be like
weird.
a stabbing. If
Yeah.
if that were to happen.
Yeah,
It
that's
was a
right.
stabbing, but there was a shooting also too, and it was with an influence.
Sure,
That's pretty high level.
I mean, that is. If you can find a link about that, please share it with us. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it would be like, like we said, it's pretty unusual. It's very unusual.
Yeah, what happened with the, especially one with the stabbing, what happened with her was, he, I don't know, fell in love with the chick online, and he gave her all her money, and then found out that she lied to him about everything, and he sued her.
That's what this sounds like.
No,
And he went to court, and the court ordered to pay him back, and she avoided it and never did, and he just got fed up, and so he killed her and himself, or the police, or whatever he did. So it's a shame, but she was very young.
Oh, yeah. Well, these are certainly tragic stories, but yeah, they're very personal stories, kind of. Though they do give us.
It is.
They do give us
absolutely, and I completely understand from his perspective. It was an entire life savings.
Oh well,
I think he was like a.
He didn't have to pay her for that.
Yeah.
I think he was like a Hinokimi or something. Sorry, Hinokimi.
He was a perv.
Hikinomori. Something like that. The people that stay in.
Yeah. You're talking about the people who stay indoors and live in their mother's basement. Yeah, we got them all here in the United States too. Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, wherever you have a developed nation, but especially in America and Japan, because in Japan they've just got too much wealth, and there's just like no need for a lot of these guys to go to wealth. Yeah, there's not.
They really do. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's not a need for a lot of these young guys to go to work because they're so wealthy. But in America, it's more like nobody can find any work, and they don't have any money, so they're stuck at home in their mother's basement.
Yeah, I was looking at the Anime NYC Reddit, and people were talking about they need to sell the wife and husband. They were saying they need to sell their tickets now because they both lost their job.
Yeah,
and I never seen all this stuff with the all these great things. I don't believe it really. What they're talking about with the government reports.
Right. Now, what I need to remind you. Sure, I just need to remind you, Real Take, is that you asked me a question, so you need to give me a chance to answer it. I said I would ask.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. So as I was saying, basically what we have is the fact that in the city and county of San Francisco, basically on, as I've said, by the time of, I believe it was Wednesday, as dated the 16th of August, which was less than a week after the California regulators lifted the restrictions on Cruise and Waymo, that San Francisco officials were already asking for that approval to be halted, arguing that the city would suffer serious harm with the services expanded to daytime hours. And by the way, we're getting another link from our dear Brendan, who's pointing out the fact that the Palestinians in the West Bank are calling for a Gaza ceasefire. It's like, okay, that's banging your head against a wall. I mean, it's like good fucking luck.
Like the rumor that Trump is going to make a Palestinian state.
Yeah. And so now...
Well, I just sent that because it's the first mainstream article and it was the Japanese, but it references the Nakba.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I sent it.
Got it. And also this bell donated by U.S. Catholics to atomic bombed cathedral in the Japanese city of Nagasaki was unveiled to the media on Thursday. Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah. I appreciate that profoundly.
This was their attempt at restoring the cathedral that got damaged during the bombing. But everyone else just says, "Oh, Catholics are evil," and they don't show this side of them. So it's just an interesting.
Thank you so much. Deeply appreciated. And I hope you appreciate what I'm saying about the Waymos in San Francisco. Liz Lynn Quister, who's a data journalist at the nonprofit news startup, the San Francisco Standard. She's been documenting this bumpy expansion of these robo-taxis while using them herself to commute around town, no less. And Lynn Quister said, "People like to say that San Francisco is at the heart of the robo-taxi revolution, and they're practically everywhere in the city now. You can see them crawling on every single street." So basically, this is not an experiment. It's the future. It's simply reality. It's very real, and it's happening right in my fucking front yard, so to speak. I don't have a yard, so I go straight to the street. It's happening on my street. You see them every single day, and they're as ubiquitous as an Uber or a Lyft. It's so ubiquitous that people are just taking them out to go get drinks with their friends on a Friday night or whatever. It's a very surreal experience, I'm sure, because in a lot of ways, the experience of riding in a robo-taxi would be probably just like an Uber. It's a normal car when you're in a Waymo. I'm told it's supposed to be like a Jaguar, like it's very boogie, a Jaguar robot car. It feels fancy and luxurious. But you're just riding through town, and it just doesn't have to have a driver. It just doesn't have a driver, and one is not allowed. You'll see the wheel moving and spinning and the pedals going, but there's not any driver up front. And of course, you don't tip them. That's everybody loves that. But they don't tip the technology, of course. And basically... it's not going to ask either. In the case of Waymo, it's not even able to charge you. Waymo it was literally unable to charge riders until maybe a few months ago. So the robo-taxi revolution really got kicked into high gear because of this big state vote by the California Public Utilities Commission that I've articulated. And but these rides were free for a time, just to train the robots. Believe that shit? So people could just get into them and get a ride, which I never partook in because of my, I'm not going to be part of test bedding a technology like that, offering yourself up to test bed a technology with no one paying you. It's incredible what people do. It's like, do they just think this is fun, or? But at any rate, it is something that strikes me as inevitable. It's but at the same time, think about the problems we're facing with this, the kind of challenges that we've had. You've got they've disrupted life in San Francisco. Here we are. We've got our man Brendan has put in another link. Live streamer killed in stabbing had owed. Here we are. Okay. And then another one from Realtek here is Asahi. No, he's Chinese startup. A first robotaxi. Electric cars such as those from Tesla, which is trying to develop its own robotaxi, have previously caught blaze. Yes, Chinese robotaxi operator. Yeah, okay. What's this other one? You gave me something else. Another link here. I guess he's given it to me privately. And okay, the live streamer. He gave me the live stream. Realtek did. Killed in stabbing had owed the suspect 2.5 million yen.
Yeah, that was the Tokyo incident.
Yeah.
But yeah, somehow Realtek.
Yeah, and there also was Yes, but there was also a Japanese singer that was stabbed. I believe it was it seemed like it'd be a person of interest type of homicide. I mean, attempt to kill her in November.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of pretty nutty thing going on. But this guy, yeah, 2.5 million yen is a lot.
Yeah, but it's like Brendan said. Look, this is Darwinian selection all over again. It's like, come on.
It is, yeah.
It's like you don't just give women all your money, and it's just sorry. It's like and the fact that he went to court and she got ordered to pay him back, and it's like then doesn't pay him back. It's like what did I say about this sort of thing? Sorry, it doesn't work like that. Just don't do this in the first place, kids. I mean, this is where it gets really strange to me. These are people who have no social concept that it doesn't work like this. It's not. So such being said, what was it here that we were also sent? I don't know if Brendan sent anything else, but okay. So just like I was saying about these cars, basically there's been a lot of pushback from city officials, from the San Francisco Fire Department, from local activists who really don't want to see more cars on the street, and yet it still passed. They basically granted these robo-taxis the ability to expand unlimited through all parts of the city and drive all hours of the day and night and charge money for it, basically making them taxis. But the confusing part is that the different companies had different rules. Until very recently, Cruise was actually able to charge for rides. Basically, Waymo had not released its pricing model. There's supposed to be a base fee, going to be cost per mile, cost per time. Same thing with Cruise. Cruise had been more public about their base fee, $5, I think, and additional costs on top of it. And basically, you're alone in a car without a driver. And people started to do debaucherous things, or unseemly things in these cars. There was at least a handful of people who had either had sex or hooked up in the back of the robo-taxi because there's no driver to tell you that you can't do that. And I'm certain it's the same goes for alcohol and drugs. The companies obviously don't plug this as something that you should do in their vehicles. But sex is not illegal in San Francisco. Definitely not in robo-taxis. So it's like better than a hotel. You just get in the robo-taxi and start fucking some escort or hooker or prostitute. And this is the new thing. And there's needles and condoms left in the vehicle. So
that's the definition. That's definition. Don't fucking run.
yeah, thank you. It's like, and so to say that there's been problems with these robocars is an understatement. It's pretty fucking crazy. These cars will just get caught. Let's say there's 10 fire trucks coming down to stop a blaze in San Francisco, which is, as I said, the most congested city in the United States outside of New York City. Except that it's like New York City built on fucking hills, which is why they come here to film car chases. The cruise cars don't know what to do when the fire truck convoy comes barreling down. They just brick up on the street and they don't move. The issue with that is that they're not only blocking traffic, they're blocking emergency vehicular response. And people die. Our man, Brendan, come on to say goodnight, please. He says, Guten Nacht. Please come on to tell our listeners, Guten Morgen, actually, please, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, I'm too tired to speak. So, yeah, good night.
But you hear me saying all this stuff. Say something about it, please.
About what?
What I'm saying about the Waymos and the robo-taxis and all this shit.
Yeah, I fucking hate them. I don't want to think about them. They, like, almost killed me. They're
Yes!
horrible.
Yes! But did you hear what I was saying about them?
No, what did you say about them? What?
It's basically because sex is not illegal in San Francisco. They're the new hotel rooms. Everyone's hooking up with prostitutes in them, and they're fucking in them. And they leave behind them these used condoms and expended needles and everything else.
I mean, I don't doubt that, but it's just like, what a waste of time. I wouldn't want to die in that thing while banging someone.
I love it.
Horrible.
Love you. Okay, El Nemo says robocars will become the new public toilets. No, they don't, because the homeless people can't afford to get in them. But yeah, it's you know, people can do that. It's yeah.
I guess it's easier. Yeah, it would be easier to hook up because there's no like taxi driver like getting mad at you.
Of course not. Yeah. But I just also said, these cars don't know what to do when a convoy of fire trucks is coming down the street. They just they freeze. They brick up the street and they don't move. And they're not just blocking traffic, they're blocking emergency response, and people are dying. But they don't count it as killing people because it's not crashing into them directly or exploding. Yet these people have killed all kinds of San Franciscans by blocking EMTs or fire department vehicles. And
honking at you at a red light, so you drive into traffic, head into traffic.
That's what happened to you. Tell him that he kept, yeah.
Well, I was trying to take a left into, you know, on a red. I was sitting, and it was honking at me as if I had the right of way. And if I wasn't paying attention, I would have drove into oncoming traffic.
Yes.
It was just dangerous, like beyond dangerous. I didn't even know they can. How are they able to even honk autonomously? That's just what's so weird about it. You know?
Yeah, it is. Well, well, you are a target. You're a targeted individual. Let's put it that way. And we know that they programmed you and I into the Waymos because they circle around my home endlessly. Imagine all the fuel they're expending. Yeah, so it's obviously surveillance.
They're electric, but yeah, they still cost money.
Yeah, there you go. They still need recharging, and but definitely, I do want people to know that.
Blessings.
Okay, we love you. Okay, stay safe and be well. Okay, so happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay.
Happy birthday.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. And so they were put to the test with that famous music festival called Outside Lands, where you had tens of thousands of people attend. That was a really big event for this city. Cruise and Waymo were still operating around the park where the festival was held. At any rate, it was day one of the new world we're living in San Francisco. And they had a meltdown. As many as a dozen stalled cruise cars blocked the street in a neighborhood in the north part of the city. The company said that it was because all of the people at Outside Lands disrupted the cell phone signal or the signal that the cruise cars used to operate. But the robots blamed the people. Think about what I'm saying. The robots blamed the people. A lot of people said the robo-taxis just couldn't handle the floods of people walking on the street. They'll just stop. And it's kind of funny to see because the cars kind of look clueless. And there's no driver in them either, so you really can't yell at them to move or honk at them either. So some people don't talk enough about this. They're just cute little cars. It's really, truly comical when they mess up. It's all cute and fun till someone gets hurt. And these cars just have a meltdown when there's emergency vehicles flying through a crowded street or when there's lots of people around. That's concerning. It's interesting to see humans' relationships to these robo-cars and not necessarily the robo-cars themselves. Honestly, I'm told by people who ride inside them that everywhere they go, they see people flipping them off or just glaring or yelling at them because they feel so strongly about it. They're so frustrated with these dinky little robot cars. And there's that, they also cone the cars, put the parking cone on top of them, the dunce cap. It sounds funny, but there's literally traffic cones that activists place on top of the robo-taxi sensors so they can't move because it blocks their sensor. The city's taken it into their own hands where a firefighter in an emergency situation, they coned a cruise car because they didn't want it to keep moving into an emergency situation. So even the firefighters are getting in on it. This has not been a smooth transition. And it should have been expected. So the big question now is where this is going to fit in the broader transportation landscape of not just San Francisco, but the state and the country. We have Ubers and Lyfts that still exist, and I can only imagine that a lot of those drivers are frustrated that there are all these self-driving cars that will take their positions. And then, of course, there are transit problems with funding in San Francisco and the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Our public transportation system is really struggling. So, for another car option.
Like also, for instance,
yeah,
to interrupt you, but for instance, California had a long battle with Uber and Lyft to declare that the people working for them were actually employees and not just contractors.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
And they put you into a lot of debt also for like leasing out the car to own it. If you don't have a car, if you don't want to do it, it's a lot of predatory loopholes with them both. So you're absolutely again you're correct. Yeah, I don't want to see people lose their jobs.
Well, I don't care about most of these people. Most of the people driving Ubers and Lyfts need to get a different life. They're working themselves to death.
Yeah.
As for the cab drivers, I couldn't care less about them. They're just assholes.
Hell.
But yeah, you know. Yeah.
Hell, fucking. I remember when I bought fucking probably like $5,000 of comic books from New York, from Midtown Comics once. And it started raining like crazy, man. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
And I was trying to flag down a fucking taxi to take me back home in Jersey City. And I said, listen, man, I'll give you $100 right now to take me back. He told me I'm crazy. I said, fuck you, then I'm crazy. You don't want money. So exactly. You're right. I got no sympathy for these taxi drivers.
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, I couldn't care about that.
I was using Uber back then.
Yeah. But with the Uber, these people are working themselves to death, so it's probably better that they
do.
Yeah, that you replace them. But still, San Francisco is a dense city. It's a small city. Does it really need thousands more of these robo-taxis? And yet, I'd be the first to tell you that people ought to get used to the idea of being driven around by robots. Honestly, that CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission vote, basically said that. Whether or not San Franciscans like it, robotaxis are here to stay, and now they have unlimited access to our city and can charge money for it. And there are a lot of people excited about it. like, prostitute users who no longer have to have hotel rooms. Waymo likes to say that they have a wait list of over 100,000 people. That's a lot of people that are excited to ride in their cars. Or it's just 100,000 people who are really excited about having sex in a robot car. At the end of the day, it's definitely a novelty to try one of these things out for now. But maybe that's the first thing a visitor should do is, no, maybe I shouldn't recommend that. Don't take a ride to the future in a robo-taxi. But all such being said, what I can say is this. There is a life or death case for self-driving cars. Just take into account everything I've already told you, and these are prostitute vehicles. These are mercenary vehicles being exploited as taxi labor. It's robo-labor exploited for taxiing you to and forth. Take that away. We don't need that to be considered at the moment. In terms of you, the average human being, I have some bad news. You are almost certainly a worse driver than you think you are. Because humans drive distracted. They drive drowsy. They drive angry. And worst of all, they drive impaired far more often than they should. So even when you're firing on all cylinders, your Stone Age adaptive brains, I'm speaking as a vampire here, yes, I am a higher species than you, your Stone Age adaptive brains are often no match for the speed and complexity of high-speed driving. There's as much as a 2.5-second lag between what you perceive and how fast you can react in a vehicle traveling 60 miles per fucking hour, which means a car will travel the equivalent of 2 basketball court lengths before you can even hit the fucking brake. And the result of this, your very human fallibility, is blood in the streets. And as a vampire, I find that a waste. Nearly 1.2 million people die in road crashes globally every year. Enough to fill 9 jumbo jets every goddamn day. Here in these United States, the government estimates there were 39,345 traffic fatalities in 2024, which adds up to a bus's worth of people driving over a cliff like fucking lemmings every 12 hours. You do not belong behind the wheel. So forget about the robo-taxis. Take cars away from human beings, and you're only allowed a robot driver as a private citizen. Because I'm sorry, unless you're Speed Racer or a professional race car driver, you should not be allowed behind the wheel. So in that sense, there's good news that there's much, much better drivers coming online. They have everything you human fuckers don't. They don't need sleep. They don't get angry. They don't get drunk. And their brains can handle high-speed decision-making with ease because they're AI. Now, the average American adult will spend around 3 years of their life driving. And anybody who's out there knows what I'm saying is probably an understatement. If robots could take the wheel instead, well, think of all the Netflix shows you could stream instead. Especially if it's a private car and you set up the screen right in front of you so you could look at that instead of the road. But the true benefit of self-driving, well, a self-driving revolution, will be in lives saved. And new data from the autonomous vehicle company Waymo, obviously they have a vested interest in this. They've probably rigged the numbers, but they insist that those life savings, meaning the savings of human lives, would be very great indeed. Now, again, I don't trust them. I don't trust the Waymos. I don't trust the robot vehicles. But I trust them more than I do the majority of you. That's how bad the situation is. So, this still needs to move forward as a test, but not the way it's going. It's like everything else in America, they do it backwards. What they should be doing is asking for volunteers to stop driving and give them a vehicle that will drive them everywhere instead, and then we can work this out. Rather than using my city, my Golden Gated San Francisco, as a test bed taking lives. And that's my answer in that regard to the question from dear Real Tech Geek. Okay, is that satisfactory as an answer, Real Tech? You've kind of got an idea of where I'm going with this. And let's see if he's still on the call with us. Let's see if I'm still on air. All right, Real Tech is on mute. You do realize you're on mute, right, Real Tech? Hope you're all right. And with that, of course, I'll check the numbers. Holding steady. All right, so we talked about how we're entering into a time when we're probably going to get these cars as a universal template, where car frames, auto frames, will be formatted in a universal cookie cutter little mobile box that you'll be stuck in. The current prototypes of autonomous vehicles that we've been discussing mostly show cars that we can use for sleeping or meeting with others, like hooking up with hookers and fucking them in the back seat. Now, the former purpose-oriented auto frame is probably a reflection of our sleep-deprived culture and its subsequent interest in designing better ways to rest, while the latter is less clear to most people who haven't had the Douglas Dietrich experience as a San Franciscan. Many of us could use more sleep, but is the modern workplace culture really in search of more meetings? Then again, it never was for the modern workplace. It's mostly the modern play space. So our mental model of future vehicles is likely short-sighted. Even more importantly, our existing markets for vehicles might appear very narrow decades from now. As more and more of us live in bigger and bigger cities, we'll need vehicles that do more than just move people from A to B. We'll need all sorts of cars, to be cars, but also uncars. Cars that act like cars sometimes, and then have an altogether different superpower at other times. We'll need school buses that double as mobile delivery lockers when they're not transporting kids. We'll need autonomous micro-apartments for older citizens who split time between locales. You know, like the winter Texans, who are Texans in the winter to escape the cold snow that's simply unlivable or unsurvivable, literally unsurvivable for them when they live in the northern climes. And yes, we'll need those vehicle boxes that integrate all kinds of new services and experiences into moving people or stuff around as well. Like the prospect of designing cars specifically for certain kinds of cities that I've already articulated, developing uncars is a potentially transformative design opportunity for car makers and the beginning of a more efficient, convenient, and personalized way of life in cities. That's because uncars expand the role vehicles can play in our future lives, creating benefits we haven't even yet anticipated. realizing this opportunity will require more from car makers, not less, and more than a mere monopolistic duopoly thereof. All right, so does anybody want me to continue? It looks like we lost everybody on the call, or they're simply non-responsive. They've fallen into a state of unconsciousness. As a vampire, I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So, does anybody want me to continue, or shall we call it a night? I believe I've earned my pay, but shall go far further with the automotive subject when we return on Sunday. Honestly, wanted to get into talking about some of the things that Brendan ЗОGHET was more interested in concerning Britain. But of course, the poor man falls asleep. You know, we love him dearly, but he's only human, like the rest of you. So let me know. Come on, go into the chat room. Say, do you want me to continue, or do you want me to save it all for Sunday and take off from there? I mean, we've performed quite the public service tonight, I'm sure, but, you know, always room for improvement. And the cars are a big deal. They're a big part of American life. And I've already given you my concept, the Hitler Jr. concept of my idea of a Volkswagen, a kind of uncar concept. And with all of that, I'll need your feedback. Shall I go forward? El Nemo says get some rest. Okay, thank you, El Nemo. I'll take that. So I'll be spending. So El Nemo, tell you what. See if you can jump on the private call with me when I end the live stream. I'll show you my schedule, and we'll try and organize a Microsoft Teams appointment between you and I concerning working on Discord. Other than that, I want to thank everybody who's joined us tonight, and ask all of you to join us on Sunday night, and we'll be back. We'll cover more of these subjects, and I love you all who support myself, either morally or fiscally, but more than anything, I need your financial support right now, as much as you can afford, actually beyond what you can afford. Just give me whatever you've got. And this is going to be the worst month I've ever had, June, in terms of finance. So I'll need all the support I can get. With that, we want to thank Real Tech Geek for joining us tonight. My love to everyone on Team Dietrich, Aristides, El Nemo, Albano, the Real Tech Geek, Brendan ЗОGHET, the lovely Holly Kaditis Kiefer, and of course anyone else who has joined us, Sammy Romero for his input, and of course the incredible T-Tank Berry. And with that, El Nemo says no audio in call. What? Oh, he's on with us. Can you try and say something? Oh, that's why Real Tech wasn't responsive. Somehow the audio got weird. That's weird. Try and say something? I guess they can't. Oh my God, they really can't. Okay, well, let me end live stream and I'll show you my calendar. Anyhow, we'll go over that. And in the interim, everybody's got your standing orders.
I can hear you now.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, great. Great, good. So what I'll do is I'll end stream and you and I'll stay on call for a few minutes and we'll go over my calendar. Okay. All right, to everyone else, love you all. Blessed day. And join us on Sunday. Same time, same channel. And with that, bringing an end to live stream. Okay. Hit that. Hit the end. Triple redundancy process.